I had been looking forward to this trip for months. A week alone in a cabin, deep in the woods, far from people, far from noise, far from everything. I had rented the place from a guy online who described it as secluded, peaceful, and perfect for getting away from it all. That was exactly what I needed. No phone service, no internet, just nature. The drive there was rough. The last 20 miles were all dirt roads, winding through thick trees. It had rained the night before, and the ground was slick with mud. More than once, my tires slid, and I had to grip the wheel tight to keep control. The deeper I drove, the more isolated it felt. No houses, no cars, not even signs. Just trees and silence. When I finally arrived, I was relieved to see the cabin standing just as it had been in the listing photos. A simple wooden structure, tucked between trees, with a small porch and a stack of firewood against the side. It wasn't big, just one room with a bed, a wood stove, and a small kitchen area. A separate door led to a tiny bathroom. There was no electricity, just a few lanterns. It was exactly what I had wanted. I unloaded my bags, bringing everything inside. I had brought enough food for the week, knowing there wouldn't be any stores nearby. After setting my things down, I stepped outside and took a deep breath. The air was crisp and smelled like pine. The only sounds were birds and the wind through the trees. No cars, no distant hum of civilization, just silence. I spent the first few hours settling in. I collected some firewood, made a small meal, and sat on the porch as the sun started to set. The darkness came fast. Without city lights, it was almost immediate. I lit a lantern and took one last look outside before heading in. The trees were nothing but black shapes now, blending together, forming a wall of darkness around the cabin. Inside, I locked the door, feeling a little foolish for doing so. There was no one out here. I told myself it was just habit. The wind picked up outside, making the trees creak. I climbed into bed, listening to the quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy, pressing down on you. I wasn't used to it, but eventually I drifted off. Somewhere in the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure why. The room was dark, the fire had died down, and everything was silent. Then I heard it, a sound from outside, a soft crunching, like footsteps in the leaves. My heart pounded. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer. I stayed still, listening. More footsteps, slow, deliberate, too heavy for an animal. I sat up, holding my breath. The steps moved closer, stopping just outside the cabin. I stared at the door, waiting. The silence stretched on. Then, after what felt like forever, the steps moved away, fading into the trees. I stayed awake for hours, listening, but the sounds never came back. By morning, I told myself it had just been my imagination. Maybe the wind had knocked something over. Maybe I had still been half asleep. I pushed the thought aside and went about my day. I took a walk through the woods, following a narrow trail behind the cabin. The trees were thick, their branches forming a tunnel overhead. The deeper I went, the more uneasy I felt. The silence was too complete. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just my own footsteps. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was nothing there. When I got back to the cabin, I felt a wave of relief. I made a fire, ate a small meal, and tried to relax. As the sun set, the uneasy feeling returned. I told myself it was just nerves, the isolation playing tricks on me. That night, the footsteps came again. Closer this time, slow, circling the cabin. I sat up in bed, frozen. I thought about calling out, but what would I say? Who would I be talking to? I reached for the lantern, but I stopped myself. If someone was out there, I didn't want them to know I was awake. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I held my breath, waiting. Then a soft tap, just once. Then silence. I sat there, heart pounding, waiting for something else. Minutes passed, then an hour. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted into a light, restless sleep. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I had planned to stay the whole week, but something wasn't right. I stepped outside and froze. The ground around the cabin was covered in footprints. Not animal tracks, shoe prints. Someone had been outside my cabin all night. I grabbed my things and threw them into my car. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. The drive back was a blur. I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see someone step out onto the road behind me. But there was nothing, just trees. When I reached town, I stopped at a gas station to collect myself. I told the clerk I had been staying in a cabin up in the woods. He raised an eyebrow. "Nobody's rented that place in years," he said. I didn't respond. I just got back in my car and kept driving. I never looked back. The road twisted through the trees, narrowing as I got deeper into the forest. The sun was starting to set, and the last light filtered through the branches, casting long shadows across the dirt road. I hadn't seen another car in miles, which made sense, considering how far off the main highway I had come. The GPS on my phone had lost signal over an hour ago, but I had memorized the turns before setting out. I wasn't worried about getting lost, but there was something unsettling about being this isolated. I was heading to an old cabin that I had rented for a week. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small place by a lake, deep in the woods. The listing had mentioned that it was a bit rundown, but that was fine by me. I wasn't looking for luxury. I needed quiet, a break from everything. No emails, no calls, no city noise. Just the woods, the lake, and time to clear my head. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun had dipped below the trees, and the sky was a deep blue. The cabin looked smaller than it had in the pictures. It was a simple wooden structure, with a porch that sagged slightly and a roof that looked like it had seen better days. The front door was closed, but one of the shutters on the window hung loose, knocking softly against the side of the cabin in the light breeze. I stepped out of my car and stretched. The air smelled damp, a mix of pine and earth, with something else underneath, something faintly sour. I grabbed my bag from the back seat and walked up the porch steps. The wood creaked under my weight. When I reached the door, I hesitated for a moment before pushing it open. The inside was dark and smelled of dust and old wood. I felt along the wall for a light switch, but when I flipped it, nothing happened. I sighed and pulled out my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing a small room with a wooden table, a chair, and a narrow bed pushed up against the far wall. There was a fireplace in one corner, but the hearth was filled with cold ash. The kitchen area was little more than a counter with a few cabinets above it. There was an old gas stove, but I wasn't sure if it worked. I set my bag down and walked over to the window. The glass was grimy, but I could see the lake through it. It was dark now, the surface completely still. I turned back to the room and noticed something strange. The dust on the floor was thick, except for a set of faint footprints leading from the door to the window. They weren't mine. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I had just gotten here. No one else should have been inside. I shook off the feeling and told myself it was probably just from the last person who stayed here. Maybe they had cleaned up before leaving, except for that one spot. I checked the small bathroom. It was basic, just a toilet, a sink, and a tiny shower with a curtain that had yellowed over time. The mirror above the sink was cracked in one corner. I turned the faucet. The pipes groaned before water sputtered out, rusty at first, then clearing. After making sure everything was in working order, I went back to the main room and started a fire in the fireplace. It took a while, but soon enough, the flames crackled, casting flickering light around the cabin. The warmth helped push away the uneasy feeling that had settled in my stomach. I ate a quick meal, then sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the fire. Outside, the forest was silent. No wind, no rustling leaves, no night sounds. I lay down, but sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like something was just outside, watching. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was just the isolation, the unfamiliar place. Eventually, exhaustion won over and I drifted off. I woke suddenly in the middle of the night. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the room. Something had woken me, but I didn't know what. Then I heard it, a soft creaking, like footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, My heart pounded in my chest. I stayed completely still, barely breathing. The creaking stopped. I waited, straining my ears, but there was nothing, just silence. I told myself it was probably just the wood shifting from the temperature change. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I found something strange outside. Footprints in the dirt near the porch. They weren't mine. They led from the trees, stopped at the porch steps, then turned back. I checked the cabin door. It was still locked. I tried to tell myself that maybe it had been an animal, but the prints were clearly human. The day passed uneventfully. I stayed close to the cabin, gathering wood for the fireplace and checking out the lake. The water was calm, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I would turn quickly, expecting to see something behind me, but there was never anything there. That night, I barely slept. The wind had picked up, causing the trees to creak and groan. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke to a sound just outside the window, a faint tapping. I held my breath and turned my head slowly. The window was dark, but I thought I saw a shadow move outside. My heart slammed against my ribs. I reached for the flashlight, but my hand was shaking. I clicked it on and pointed it at the window. Nothing. The tapping had stopped. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, staring at the window, waiting. By morning, I had made up my mind. I wasn't staying another night. I packed my things, threw them into the car, and got ready to leave. But before I did, I walked around the cabin one last time. Near the back of the cabin, where I hadn't gone before, I found something that made my blood run cold. More footprints. They led from the forest to the window, the same window where I had heard the tapping. But what scared me most was that they weren't just leading to the window. There were marks in the dirt beneath it, as if someone had been standing there for a long time, watching. I didn't waste any more time. I got in my car and drove. As I turned onto the dirt road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin was already disappearing behind the trees. I gripped the wheel tighter and focused on the road ahead. I never looked back. I had been looking forward to some time alone, away from the constant noise and rush of daily life. The idea of staying in a cabin deep in the woods seemed perfect. A friend of mine owned it, a small wooden structure nestled miles away from any sign of civilization. He had offered it to me for a week, telling me it was the perfect place to clear my mind and enjoy some quiet. I packed enough supplies to last, loaded my truck, and made the drive out there. The road leading to the cabin was rough, barely more than a dirt path, with thick trees pressing in from both sides. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, and the sound of my tires crunching over loose gravel was the only noise for miles. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the clearing where it stood. The place was small, built from thick logs with a sloping roof. A porch wrapped around the front, and a single window looked out over the forest. There was no electricity, just an old gas lantern and a wood-burning stove. It was exactly what I had wanted. After unloading my supplies, I locked my truck and went inside. The air inside was stale, filled with the scent of aged wood and dust. I set my bags down and checked the place over. There was a narrow bed pushed against the far wall, a table with 2 chairs, and shelves lined with old canned goods. A fireplace sat in the corner, cold and filled with ash. Everything was simple, worn from years of use but sturdy. I spent the first evening settling in, chopping some wood for the stove and cooking a simple meal. The silence outside was almost unnerving. No cars, no distant voices, nothing but the occasional rustling of leaves and the chirping of crickets. As darkness fell, the forest became an endless black void beyond the windows. I sat by the fire for a long time, staring into the flames, until finally, I turned in for the night. The first strange thing happened sometime in the early hours of the morning. I woke up to a sound just outside the cabin. It was faint, but distinct, the sound of footsteps moving slowly through the dry leaves. I held my breath, listening. The steps stopped, then started again, circling the cabin. My mind raced through possibilities. An animal? A deer? Maybe, but the steps were too deliberate, too slow. I lay still for what felt like an eternity, waiting for the noise to stop. Eventually, it did. I listened for a while longer before exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted back to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, the memory of the sounds felt almost distant, like a half-remembered dream. Still, when I stepped outside, I checked the ground. The leaves were disturbed in places, as if something had moved through them, but there were no clear tracks. Shaking it off, I went about my day. The second night, I woke up again, this time to something more unsettling. The sound of footsteps returned, but they were closer, almost right up against the walls of the cabin. A slow, dragging noise accompanied them, like something heavy being pulled along the ground. My pulse pounded in my ears as I lay frozen, staring at the ceiling. Then, a soft, deliberate scraping against the wood of the cabin wall. I sat up, gripping the blanket tightly. The noise moved along the length of the cabin, stopping near the door. I waited, barely breathing. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds faded into the woods. I didn't sleep much after that. In the morning, I found fresh disturbances in the dirt around the cabin. Drag marks, faint but visible, leading toward the trees. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. Something about them unsettled me in a way I couldn't explain. I spent the day keeping myself busy, trying to shake the unease that clung to me. That evening, I made sure everything was locked. I placed a heavy wooden chair against the door and kept my hunting knife close. Hours passed in silence, the fire casting flickering shadows across the walls. Then, just past midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. I clenched the knife tighter. Then, something heavier, a dull thud against the wooden wall. Another, a steady, rhythmic knocking. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. The knocking continued, slow and patient. Then suddenly silence. Minutes passed. Then something new. A faint sound, almost like breathing, just outside the window. My skin crawled. The fire flickered, casting long shadows across the floor. I didn't move. I sat there, knife in hand, staring at the window, but I couldn't see beyond the darkness outside. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the sound stopped. The woods fell silent again. I barely slept the rest of the night. When dawn came, I stepped outside, scanning the clearing. The ground near the cabin was disturbed again, but this time, something else caught my eye. Near the edge of the trees, half buried in the dirt, was something unnatural. A piece of fabric, torn and dirty, caught on a low branch. I walked toward it slowly, my gut tightening. When I reached it, I hesitated before picking it up. It was old, weathered, but unmistakably a piece of clothing. A shirt, and it wasn't mine. I turned and looked back toward the cabin, suddenly feeling exposed, vulnerable. Someone had been out here. Someone had been watching. I packed my things within the hour, shoving everything into my truck as fast as I could. The feeling of being watched never left me. Even as I drove away, glancing in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see something standing at the edge of the trees, watching me go. I never told my friend what happened. I just told him I wouldn't be using the cabin again. I don't know who or what was out there, but I do know one thing. I wasn't alone in those woods, and whoever it was, they weren't just passing through. They had been waiting. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. A week alone in a remote cabin, away from the noise of the city, away from people, away from everything. Just me, the woods, and the quiet. I needed the break, needed the isolation. Work had been piling up, and I could feel myself burning out. My plan was simple: hike, read, relax, and reset. The drive out there was long, mostly winding roads through dense forest. The kind of roads where you don't see another car for miles. I had rented the cabin online, one of those old wooden places with a stone fireplace and big windows looking out over the trees. The owner had sent me directions and a warning that there was no cell service. That was fine with me. I wanted to disconnect. By the time I arrived, the sun was setting. The cabin was smaller than I expected but looked sturdy. It sat at the end of a narrow dirt path, with trees packed tightly around it. There was a small clearing in front where I parked. I got out, stretched, and breathed in the cold, crisp air. It smelled like pine and damp earth. The only sound was the distant rustling of leaves. It was perfect. I unloaded my supplies: food, water, firewood, a first aid kit, a flashlight, extra batteries. I had everything I needed. The inside of the cabin was simple but cozy. A main room with a couch and a fireplace, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom in the back. No TV, no Wi-Fi, just silence. The first night was uneventful. I made a fire, cooked some canned food, and read until I was too tired to keep my eyes open. The bed was old but comfortable enough. I slept deeply. The next morning, I decided to explore. I took my backpack, filled a bottle with water, and set off into the woods. The trails weren't marked, but I wasn't too worried. I had a good sense of direction and my compass. The forest was beautiful. Tall trees, thick undergrowth, the occasional sound of birds or a snapping branch. I walked for hours, stopping now and then to rest. Around midday, I found a small stream. The water was clear, flowing gently over smooth rocks. I crouched down, splashed some on my face, and sat on a fallen log to eat a granola bar. It was peaceful. Then I saw it. Footprints. Not mine. They were fresh, pressed deep into the damp earth, leading away from the stream. I looked around, suddenly aware of how alone I was. The prints were large, maybe a man's, and they didn't belong to me. I hadn't seen another person since I got here. I followed them for a few steps before stopping myself. It was probably just a hiker, I told myself, but something about them bothered me. They weren't coming from anywhere. They just started near the stream and led off into the trees. I decided to head back to the cabin. The hike back felt different, like the trees were closer, the shadows darker. Every now and then, I thought I heard something behind me. A twig snapping, leaves rustling. But when I turned around, there was nothing. Back at the cabin, I locked the door, something I hadn't done the night before. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, I checked the windows, making sure they were shut tight. That night, the noises started. Soft at first, branches creaking, leaves moving in the wind. But then I heard something else. A sound that didn't belong. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching on the gravel outside. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. I listened, holding my breath. The footsteps stopped near the cabin, right outside. I waited, staring at the dark ceiling. Minutes passed, then an hour. Nothing happened. Eventually, I convinced myself I had imagined it and forced myself to sleep. In the morning, I went outside to check. The ground was damp from the night's cold air. There were footprints, leading around the cabin, stopping by the windows. I didn't go hiking that day. Instead, I stayed close to the cabin, keeping an eye on the tree line. I felt watched. The whole day, I felt watched. The sun started to set, and I locked myself inside early. The fire burned low as I sat on the couch, gripping the flashlight, waiting. The footsteps came again that night, closer. This time I heard breathing, a slow, heavy sound outside the window. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Then the doorknob rattled. Once, twice. I held my breath, gripping the flashlight so tight my fingers ached. The door was locked. I knew it was locked, but I had never felt so vulnerable in my life. The rattling stopped. The footsteps moved away, but I didn't sleep. At first light, I made my decision. I was leaving. I packed up, loaded everything into the car, and didn't bother cleaning up. I just wanted to go. The engine roared to life and I pulled out fast, tires kicking up dirt. As I turned onto the main road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. A man stood in the tree line, just at the edge of the clearing. Tall, wearing dark clothes, watching me. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I drove until I was miles away, until I saw other cars, other people. Only then did I pull over, hands shaking, breath coming in gasps. I never went back, never contacted the owner, never told anyone what happened. I don't know who he was, what he wanted, or how long he had been watching me. But I know this, I was not alone in those woods, and I never will be again. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. A remote cabin deep in the woods, away from the noise of the city, away from people, just me and the quiet of nature. I packed everything I thought I would need: food, water, extra clothes, a flashlight, a small first aid kit, and a hunting knife just in case. The cabin belonged to a friend of a friend, and he had told me it was in decent condition but warned me that it was deep in the woods, completely off-grid. No phone signal, no electricity, nothing but the cabin and the wilderness. The drive was long, taking me through winding mountain roads, the trees getting denser the further I went. The last stretch of the journey was a dirt path barely wide enough for my car. It was rough, full of potholes and tree roots that made the ride bumpy. After what felt like forever, I finally saw the cabin. It was small, made of old wood that had turned gray from years of exposure. There was a porch with a single rocking chair and a small window to the side, partially covered with an old curtain. The forest around it was thick, pressing in from all sides. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows between the trees. I got out of the car and stretched, taking a deep breath. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was eerily quiet. No sound of cars, no distant hum of power lines, just the occasional rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds. I grabbed my bag and walked up the porch, testing the wooden planks beneath my feet. They creaked but held firm. The door was unlocked, just as I had been told it would be. I pushed it open, and a musty smell greeted me. The inside was simple: a single room with a wooden bed, a small table, and an old cast-iron stove. There was a fireplace on one wall, filled with ash and bits of burnt wood. Dust floated in the air, catching the light from the open door. I dropped my bag on the bed and checked the place out. The windows were small and dirty, but intact. The walls had scratches, probably from past visitors moving furniture around. There were no signs of mice or insects, which was a relief. I set up a few things, placed my flashlight and knife on the table, put my food in a small cupboard, and laid out my sleeping bag on the bed. As the sun dipped below the trees, the cabin grew darker. I lit a few candles I had brought with me and settled into the chair by the fireplace. The silence was both calming and unnerving. I wasn't used to this kind of quiet. No distant city sounds, no hum of electronics, just the occasional crack of wood shifting or the wind whispering through the trees. At some point, I dozed off. I wasn't sure how long I had been asleep, but I woke up with a start. The fire had burned low, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Something had woken me, but I didn't know what. I listened, holding my breath. The wind had picked up, making the trees outside groan and sway. Then, I heard it, a faint rustling, different from the wind. It was close, too close. I sat up slowly, my heart beginning to pound. The sound came again, a soft crunching of leaves just outside the cabin. I reached for my knife, gripping it tightly. The candles flickered as the wind slipped through the cracks in the walls. I forced myself to stay still, to listen. Then, a thud, something against the side of the cabin. Not loud, but enough to make my breath catch. I turned toward the window, but it was too dark to see anything outside. I cursed myself for not bringing a lantern. The flashlight was on the table, but turning it on might give away my position. I decided to wait, gripping the knife tighter. Minutes passed, stretching endlessly. The noises stopped. The only thing I could hear was my own breathing. I forced myself to relax, telling myself it was probably just an animal. A raccoon, maybe. A deer brushing against the cabin. I lay back down, still holding the knife, and tried to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside, my muscles stiff from sleeping in fear. The ground was covered in a thin layer of fallen leaves and twigs. I walked around the cabin, searching for any signs of what might have been outside. That's when I saw them, footprints. Human footprints. They circled the cabin, stopping at the windows, at the door. My stomach clenched. Someone had been out here watching me. I looked around, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. The footprints were fresh. Whoever it was had been here last night, standing outside while I slept. I went back inside and locked the door, as if that would do any good. My mind raced. Should I leave? But my car was parked a short distance away, and I had to hike to it. If someone was out there, they could be waiting. I grabbed my knife again and forced myself to stay calm. Maybe it was a lost hiker. Maybe someone just curious about the cabin. I spent the day on edge, checking the windows every few minutes, listening for any sound. When night came, I built a fire in the fireplace and stayed awake as long as I could. Then, just past midnight, I heard it again. The rustling, the soft crunch of leaves. This time it was slower, deliberate. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't move, barely even breathed. The noise stopped right outside the door. Then the doorknob turned. It was slow, testing. My blood ran cold. I gripped my knife, ready. The knob turned again, harder this time, but the lock held. A long silence followed. Then, footsteps, slow, circling the cabin, pausing at each window. I didn't move. I sat there, staring at the door, my breath shallow. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. The footsteps faded into the forest. I didn't sleep that night. At first light, I grabbed my things, threw them into my bag, and left. I didn't run. I forced myself to walk, listening for any sound. When I reached my car, I checked the trees one last time before getting in and locking the doors. I started the engine and drove away without looking back. I never found out who it was. I never told anyone what happened. But I know one thing for sure, whoever it was, they weren't lost. They weren't just passing by. They knew I was there, and they were waiting. I had rented the cabin for a week. It was far from everything, deep in the forest, accessible only by an old dirt road that wound through the trees for miles. It was the kind of place I had been looking for. No neighbors, no distractions, just quiet and isolation. I had been feeling drained, tired of the noise and the constant pressure of everyday life, and I needed this break. Just a few days of hiking, reading, and being alone in nature. The cabin itself was small but solid. It had a single bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a wood stove in the main room. The walls were old wood, worn and darkened with age. There was no electricity, just an oil lamp on the table and a flashlight I had brought with me. The water came from a well outside, and there was an outhouse a short walk behind the cabin. It was simple, but I liked it that way. I wasn't looking for luxury. The first day was quiet. I unpacked my food, set up my sleeping bag on the old bed, and took a short walk around the area. The forest stretched endlessly in all directions, thick with trees and undergrowth. I found a small stream nearby, its water running clear and cold over smooth rocks. The air smelled clean, the kind of freshness you only find deep in the woods, far from cars and buildings. Felt good, peaceful. That night, I built a small fire in the wood stove, made a simple meal, and sat outside for a while before going to bed. The stars were bright, clearer than I had ever seen them. The only sounds were the wind through the trees and the distant call of an owl. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first. The fire had burned low, filling the cabin with a faint orange glow. I listened, trying to figure out what had pulled me from sleep. The woods outside were silent, too silent. I hadn't noticed it before, but the usual sounds of the night, crickets, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, were gone. Then I heard it, a single sharp crack, like a branch snapping underfoot. I stayed still, barely breathing. My heart was pounding. The sound had come from outside, close to the cabin. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe moving through the undergrowth, but something about it didn't feel right. I waited, listening, but the sound didn't come again. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for any signs of what had made the noise. The ground was covered in leaves, undisturbed except for a few deer tracks near the trees. I told myself I had imagined it, that I had been half asleep and overreacting. The day passed quietly. I hiked a few miles into the woods, following a narrow trail that led up a ridge overlooking the valley. The view was incredible. Rolling hills covered in dense green, untouched and wild. It made me feel small in the best way. That night, I locked the door, made sure the fire was well fed, and tried to sleep. Again, I woke up in the middle of the night, and again, the forest was completely silent. I lay still, waiting, and then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. I gripped my flashlight and sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. The steps were soft, but they were there. Moving, stopping, moving again. Someone was outside. I didn't move. I just listened, every muscle in my body tense. The footsteps stopped near the front door. A long silence. Then the doorknob rattled. I nearly stopped breathing. I had locked it. I knew I had. But the sound of metal against metal sent a cold wave of fear through me. Someone was testing it, trying to see if it would open. I held the flashlight tightly, ready to turn it on. But I didn't. Instead, I waited. After a few seconds, the rattling stopped. Then the footsteps moved again, slow, shuffling, fading into the trees. I sat there for a long time before I finally got up. I moved to the window carefully, slowly, and looked out. Nothing, just darkness. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I checked the area again. This time, I found something. Footprints in the dirt near the door. Bare footprints. The toes dug slightly into the soft earth, uneven, like whoever had made them had been walking unsteadily. My stomach turned as I followed them a few feet into the trees. They disappeared into the undergrowth. I thought about leaving. I should have, but I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was some lost hiker, confused, looking for shelter. Maybe they didn't mean any harm. That night, I sat up with the oil lamp burning low. I didn't bother getting into bed. I just waited, and just past midnight, the footsteps came again. This time, they didn't stop at the door. They moved around the cabin, slow and patient, circling. I could hear the leaves crunching underfoot. The sound moved past the front window, then to the back, then to the side. I held my breath, gripping the knife I had taken from my pack. Then silence. I didn't move. I stayed like that for hours, listening. The fire crackled. The oil lamp flickered, but outside, nothing. The first light, I packed my things. I didn't care about finishing my trip. I didn't care about leaving food behind. I just needed to go. When I stepped outside, my breath caught in my throat. More footprints, dozens of them, all around the cabin, circling, overlapping. Some were fresh, pressed into the damp earth. Others were older, faded, but still there. I got in my truck and started the engine. The dirt road felt longer than before, twisting through the trees. Every shadow felt like something watching. When I reached the main road, I drove straight to the nearest town. I stopped at a small diner, still shaking. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Just nerves, just paranoia. Then the waitress, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes, asked where I had come from. I told her about the cabin, about the footsteps, about the footprints. She went quiet for a moment, then just shook her head. "You're lucky," she said. I didn't ask what she meant. I didn't want to know. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. I had been searching for a quiet place to stay for a few days, away from the city noise and the constant pressure of work. A friend had told me about a small cabin deep in the woods, far from any roads or towns. It was owned by a retired ranger who rented it out to people looking for solitude. I had no reason to suspect anything unusual about it. It was just supposed to be a peaceful getaway. The drive to the nearest drop-off point took me about 4 hours, and from there, I had to hike through the forest for another 2. The trail was well-worn but empty, just the way I liked it. The trees were thick and tall, blocking out most of the sky. The deeper I went, the quieter everything became. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves under my boots and the occasional chirp of birds hidden in the branches. When I finally reached the cabin, I was exhausted. It was a small structure made of dark, weathered wood, sitting in a small clearing surrounded by towering trees. There was a narrow porch with an old wooden chair, a single window at the front, and a door with a rusted handle. It looked like it had been standing there for decades, untouched by time. I pushed the door open, and the hinges let out a long creak. Inside, the air was stale, as if no one had been there for months. A small wood-burning stove sat in one corner, next to a stack of firewood. There was a single bed against the far wall, covered in a thin, dusty blanket. A wooden table stood near the window, with a single chair pushed up against it. Everything was simple, functional, and eerily quiet. I set my backpack down and took a moment to settle in. I checked the cabinets for supplies and found a few canned goods left behind, though I had brought my own food. There was a jug of water on the counter, but I planned to collect fresh water from a nearby stream I had passed on my way up. After making sure the cabin was in order, I stepped outside to gather some firewood before nightfall. The air had grown colder, and the forest around me seemed darker than before. As I bent down to pick up a few fallen branches, I had the strange feeling that I was being watched. I turned quickly, scanning the trees, but there was nothing there, just shadows stretching between the trunks. I shook the feeling off and went back inside. The first night was uneventful. I built a small fire in the stove, warmed up some food, and sat at the table with my flashlight, reading a book I had brought. Outside, the wind moved through the trees, making a soft rustling sound. It was peaceful, exactly what I had wanted. But the second night, things changed. It started with a sound, a faint rustling, barely noticeable over the wind. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard it. It wasn't the wind moving through the trees. It was something closer, something moving just outside the cabin. I held my breath, listening. The sound stopped. Then, after a long pause, there was a soft crunch, like a footstep pressing down on dried leaves. I sat up slowly, careful not to make any noise. My heart was beating hard in my chest. I reached for my flashlight and aimed it at the window, but the glass was too dirty to see anything outside. I didn't move for a long time, just sat there in the silence, listening. But whatever it was, it didn't make another sound. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been an animal and lay back down. The next morning, I stepped outside to check around the cabin. The ground was damp from the night's dew, and scattered leaves covered most of the clearing. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, but then, a few feet from the cabin, I noticed something. Footprints. Human footprints. They were fresh, pressed deep into the soft earth. And they weren't mine. A chill ran down my spine. I looked around quickly, but the forest was still and empty. I followed the prints with my eyes, tracing them back towards the tree line. They stopped just at the edge of the woods, as if someone had been standing there watching the cabin. I told myself it had to be another hiker, maybe someone passing through, but that didn't make sense. The cabin was far off any main trail, and I hadn't seen another person since I started my hike. I spent the rest of the day on edge, checking over my shoulder every few minutes. I almost convinced myself to leave early, but I had planned to stay for 3 more nights, and I didn't want to let paranoia ruin my trip. That night, I locked the door and placed a chair under the handle for good measure. I kept my flashlight and a knife beside me as I lay in bed, listening. Hours passed. The fire in the stove burned down to embers. The wind outside picked up, howling through the trees. Then, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it again. A footstep, then another, slow, deliberate, moving around the cabin. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. A long pause, then the doorknob turned. My heart pounded. I gripped the knife tightly, waiting, every muscle in my body frozen. The doorknob rattled, harder this time. The chair against the door shifted slightly. Then silence. Minutes passed, then an hour. I didn't move. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and at some point, I must have fallen asleep. By morning, the footprints were there again. More of them this time circling the cabin. Some led back into the woods, disappearing into the trees. I didn't stay to find out who it was. I packed my things as fast as I could and left, hiking back down the trail without stopping. My hands were shaking the entire way. I didn't feel safe until I reached my car and locked the doors behind me. I never reported it. What would I have said? That someone had been watching me? That someone had tried to get inside? There was no proof, no damage, nothing stolen. Just footprints in the dirt. But I know what I heard. And I know that if I had stayed one more night, whoever was out there wouldn't have just stopped at the door. I had been planning this trip for months, ever since I found the listing online. A remote cabin deep in the woods, miles away from any town or city, promising complete solitude and a break from the constant noise of daily life. The pictures showed a well-built structure, sturdy wooden walls, a stone chimney, and a wraparound porch. It seemed perfect. The drive out took longer than I expected. The last stretch of road wasn't even a road at all, just a dirt path winding through dense trees. My car's tires kicked up loose gravel, and at one point, I thought I'd get stuck. I finally reached the clearing where the cabin stood, the sun already dipping below the horizon. The trees around the cabin were thick, their shadows stretching long and dark across the ground. I grabbed my bags, locked my car, and made my way to the door. The key was in a lockbox on the porch, just as the owner had said. The cabin smelled of old wood and dust. I flicked on the lights. A single bulb in the center of the ceiling hummed to life, casting dim light over the small space. There was a living area with a worn-out couch, a small kitchen with an old gas stove, and a single bedroom with a narrow bed pushed against the wall. I set my bags down and went to check out the back. The forest was close, almost too close. The trees stood like silent walls, enclosing the cabin. The only open space was the narrow clearing where my car sat. That first night, I lay in bed listening to the absolute silence outside. No traffic, no people, no distant hum of civilization. Just the occasional creak of wood as the cabin settled and the faint rustling of wind in the trees. I slept deeply, waking only once when something outside made a faint snapping sound, like a twig breaking underfoot. I told myself it was an animal and went back to sleep. The next morning, I went for a walk. I followed a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest, moving carefully over roots and loose rocks. The deeper I went, the more I felt an odd sense of unease. The trees were thick here, their branches tangled high above, blocking out most of the sky. The air was still. I turned back, deciding not to go any further. That night, I heard the sound again. A crack outside, then another. Something was moving. I sat up in bed, listening. The sound was close, right outside the cabin. I held my breath, my ears straining. The footsteps were slow, deliberate. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer. But then I heard something that made my stomach drop. A faint, deliberate scraping sound against the cabin wall. I stayed in bed, barely breathing, waiting for whatever was outside to leave. After what felt like an eternity, the sound stopped. The next morning, I went outside to check. There were no tracks, no signs that anything had been there. I told myself I had imagined it, that my mind was playing tricks on me. The third night was worse. I woke up to a noise directly on the porch. The sound of something shifting, moving. Then the doorknob rattled. My heart pounded in my chest. I sat frozen in bed, waiting. The rattling stopped, but the silence that followed was worse. I got up slowly, moving as quietly as I could. I grabbed a flashlight and crept to the window. I shone the light outside, sweeping it across the porch. Nothing. But then I saw it. A single boot print in the dirt just beyond the steps. Too big to be an animal, too clear to be old. Someone had been there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I packed my bags. I had planned to stay a full week, but I couldn't do it anymore. Something wasn't right. I loaded my things into the car, locking the cabin behind me. As I pulled onto the dirt path, I caught a glimpse of something in the rearview mirror. Standing just at the tree line, half hidden in the shadows, was a figure. I didn't stop. I didn't look back again. I just kept driving until I reached the main road. I never found out who or what had been outside my cabin those nights, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never go back. I arrived at the cabin just before sunset. The sky was washed in deep shades of orange and purple, the last bit of daylight slipping behind the treetops. The road leading up to the cabin was narrow, barely more than a dirt path, winding through thick forest. My truck's tires kicked up small rocks as I pulled into the clearing where the cabin stood, isolated, surrounded on all sides by tall trees that seemed to press in. I turned off the engine and sat there for a moment, listening to the quiet. No birds, no wind rustling through the leaves, just complete, unnatural silence. I stepped out and stretched my legs. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. The cabin was small, old, made of weathered wood, with a sagging porch and a roof that looked like it had seen better days. I grabbed my bag from the truck and walked up the creaking steps, the wood groaning under my weight. The key was under a loose plank, just as the owner had told me. I unlocked the door and pushed it open, the hinges protesting loudly. Inside, the cabin was simple. A single room with a small kitchenette in one corner, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a couch pushed against the far wall. A narrow hallway led to the bedroom and bathroom. The air inside was stale, carrying the scent of dust and old wood. I dropped my bag by the couch and started checking the place out. The windows were grimy, the glass warped with age. The furniture was worn, the cushions on the couch sunken. There was an old wood stove near the back wall, a stack of firewood beside it. After unpacking, I went outside to gather more firewood. The sun had disappeared behind the trees, and the temperature had dropped noticeably. The forest felt different in the dark. The trees, tall and dense, loomed over me. The silence was unsettling. Even my own footsteps on the damp ground sounded too loud. I grabbed a few logs and hurried back inside, locking the door behind me. That first night, I lit a fire and sat on the couch, staring into the flames. The warmth spread through the room, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every so often, I glanced at the window, expecting to see something staring back at me. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees, rattling the old window panes. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, just the isolation playing tricks on me. Sleep didn't come easy. The bed was hard, the blankets musty. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening. The wind outside, the creaks of the cabin settling. Then something else. A sound just outside. A crunch like footsteps on the gravel. My body tensed. I held my breath, straining to hear. Another crunch. Then silence. I told myself it was an animal. A raccoon, maybe a deer. I forced myself to relax, eventually drifting into uneasy sleep. Morning came with a dull, gray light filtering through the windows. The fire had burned out, leaving only cold ashes. I got up, stretched, and went outside. The ground was damp, the air thick with the scent of wet leaves. That's when I noticed them. Footprints, leading from the tree-line to the porch. My stomach twisted. They were human and they weren't mine. They stopped right at the door, then turned back the way they had come. I scanned the trees, my pulse hammering. Nothing moved. No signs of anyone. The tracks looked fresh, pressed deep into the damp ground. I had no explanation. I hadn't heard a car, hadn't seen any signs of another person. The nearest town was miles away. Who had been out here in the middle of the night? I tried to push the thought away, but the unease stayed with me as I went about my morning. I boiled water for coffee, ate a quick breakfast, but my appetite was gone. I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting someone to step out. That day, I decided to stay close to the cabin. I chopped firewood, checked the generator that powered the few lights in the cabin, but my mind kept drifting back to the footprints. By the time the sun started setting, I was on edge. I double-checked the locks, made sure the windows were shut tight. As darkness fell, I sat by the fire again, listening. The wind had died down, leaving an eerie stillness. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. My chest tightened. I grabbed the fire poker, gripping it tightly. The footsteps stopped. Silence. I sat frozen, every muscle in my body tense. Then, a sound against the door. A soft, dragging sound, like fingers trailing along the wood. My breath came in shallow gasps. I didn't move. I didn't dare. Minutes passed, then an hour. Finally, I forced myself to peek out the window. The porch was empty. The forest beyond was a wall of darkness. I barely slept that night. Every noise made me jolt awake. By the time morning came, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my things quickly, tossing them into the truck. But when I turned the key, the engine sputtered and died. I tried again. Nothing. My stomach sank. I popped the hood, but I had no clue what was wrong. The truck had been fine the day before. I weighed my options. The nearest town was too far to walk before nightfall. There was a road, but I hadn't seen another car since I arrived. I decided to wait one more night and leave at first light. I locked myself inside, not lighting the fire, not making a sound. Just after midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps, moving around the cabin, slow and deliberate. Then, a faint tapping on the window. My breath caught in my throat. I stayed perfectly still, heart pounding so loud I thought it would give me away. The tapping continued, rhythmic, persistent. Then it stopped. Silence stretched on. I didn't sleep at all. As soon as the sky started to lighten, I grabbed my bag and stepped outside. The footprints were there again, circling the cabin. My hands trembled as I started walking, following the road, moving as fast as I could. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. It took hours, but eventually, I reached a small gas station. I used their phone to call for a tow. The mechanic who arrived looked at my truck, then at me. He said there was nothing wrong with the engine. It started on the first try. I didn't argue. I didn't try to explain. I just got in and drove, putting as much distance between me and that cabin as I could. I don't know who or what was out there, but I do know one thing. I was not alone in those woods. I don't know why I agreed to spend the weekend alone in that cabin. Maybe it was the way my friend Mike had talked it up, saying it was the perfect place to get away from everything. No service, no people, just the quiet of the woods. Maybe it was because I just needed a break from the city, from work, from life in general. Whatever the reason, I had packed up my truck on Friday afternoon and made the drive out into the mountains, following the long, winding dirt road until I reached the small clearing where the cabin stood. It was smaller than I had imagined, a one-room structure with a lofted bed above a tiny kitchenette. The wood was old, the kind that had darkened with time and weather. There was a front porch with a single wooden chair and a fire pit a few yards away, surrounded by stumps for sitting. The forest pressed in from all sides, thick and unyielding, the trees tall and close together. It was quiet, except for the occasional sound of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. It felt isolated in a way that was both peaceful and unsettling. I unlocked the door with the key Mike had given me and stepped inside. It smelled of aged wood and dust, with the faintest hint of smoke from past fires. There was a small stove, a sink with a hand pump, and a narrow cot against the far wall. A single window looked out into the woods, and a ladder led up to the loft where the main bed was. There was no electricity, just a few oil lamps and a pile of firewood stacked against the wall. After unloading my things, I decided to take a walk before it got dark. The woods were dense but not impossible to navigate, and I found a narrow trail leading away from the cabin. The air was cool, and the deeper I went, the quieter it became. I walked for about half an hour before turning back, noting how easy it would be to lose my way if I weren't careful. By the time I returned, the sun was low, and I decided to start a fire. The flames crackled, sending sparks into the air as I sat on one of the stumps and watched the night settle in. The silence was heavy, broken only by the occasional chirp of a cricket or the rustle of something moving in the underbrush. I tried to ignore the feeling of being watched, telling myself it was just my imagination. Still, I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. I ate a simple meal, then went inside, locking the door behind me. The oil lamp cast flickering shadows on the walls as I climbed the ladder to the loft. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and despite my unease, I eventually drifted off to sleep. I woke up to a noise outside. It was faint but distinct, the sound of footsteps on dried leaves. My heart pounded as I listened, barely breathing. The sound came again, slow and deliberate, moving past the cabin. I told myself it was an animal, but the steps were too heavy, too measured. I reached for my phone before remembering there was no service. My truck was parked out front, but I wasn't about to go outside. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sounds to return. But after a long while, there was only silence. The next morning, I found nothing unusual around the cabin. No tracks, no signs that anyone had been there. Still, the feeling of being watched hadn't left me. I decided to stay close to the cabin for the day, chopping wood and keeping the fire going. The hours passed slowly, and by the time the sun started to set, I felt exhausted but uneasy. That night, the sounds came again. This time, they were closer. A slow shuffling near the porch, then what sounded like something brushing against the wall. I stayed in the loft, barely daring to breathe. The noises continued for what felt like hours before fading into the distance. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. The dirt near the porch had been disturbed, as if someone had been standing there for a long time. There were no clear footprints, but the grass was pressed down in strange patterns. I considered packing up and leaving, but I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe it had been an animal after all. Maybe the isolation was just getting to me. The third night was worse. I was woken by the sound of something tapping against the window. The window was small, barely large enough for a person to fit through, but the thought of someone standing there in the dark made my blood run cold. I stayed frozen, waiting. The tapping stopped, and then, for the first time, I heard breathing. Deep, slow, right outside the glass. I gripped the knife I had brought with me, my hands shaking. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. Eventually, the breathing faded. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as the sun came up, I packed my things, threw them into the truck, and started the engine. The road back felt longer than before, the trees pressing in on all sides. Every now and then, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the woods, watching me leave. I never told Mike what happened. I just handed him back the key and made an excuse about being too busy to go back. He shrugged it off, probably assuming I just wasn't cut out for the solitude. I didn't correct him, but sometimes, late at night, I find myself thinking about that cabin, about the sounds in the dark, and I wonder if whoever or whatever was out there that weekend is still waiting for someone else to come along. I wanted to get away from everything. The city, the stress, the endless noise. I needed space to breathe, to clear my head. So I rented a cabin deep in the woods, far from any town. The pictures showed a small wooden structure, surrounded by thick trees, no neighbors for miles. It was exactly what I was looking for. The drive took most of the day. The last stretch was a dirt road, winding through dense forest, barely wide enough for my car. No signs, no streetlights, just trees pressing in from both sides. My GPS lost signal long before I reached the cabin, but I had printed out directions just in case. When I finally arrived, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the clearing. The cabin looked old but sturdy, the wood dark from years of exposure to the elements. The small porch creaked under my weight as I stepped up to the door. The key was in a lockbox, just as the owner had said. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. It was simple but comfortable. A single main room with a bed in the corner, a couch, a wood stove, and a small kitchen area. The bathroom was a separate little room off to the side. No TV, no Wi-Fi, just a stack of old books and a radio that barely picked up any stations. That was fine. I wasn't here for entertainment. I dropped my bag, took a deep breath, and let the silence settle around me. It was strange at first. No hum of traffic, no voices, just the wind in the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. That first night, I built a fire in the stove, made a simple meal, and sat on the porch with a book. The air was crisp, the sky full of stars. It felt good to be away from everything. I don't know what woke me in the middle of the night. The sound, maybe, or just the unnatural silence. I lay there, listening, but all I could hear was the wind outside. The fire had burned low, and the room was cold. I got up to throw another log in. As I stood by the stove, I glanced at the window and froze. Something had moved outside. It was just a shadow, a flicker of movement against the trees. I stared, waiting for it to happen again, but there was nothing. Probably an animal, I told myself. A deer, maybe. I went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easy after that. The next day, I explored the area. A small path led away from the cabin, winding deeper into the woods. I followed it for a while, enjoying the quiet. The trees were thick, the ground covered in fallen leaves. I didn't see any signs of other people, no old campsites or trails, just untouched wilderness. Felt remote, isolated. That evening, as the sun was setting, I heard something, a soft rustling in the trees, then a snap like a branch breaking underfoot. I turned quickly, scanning the tree line, but saw nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching. That night, I locked the door. I didn't sleep well. Every little sound made me tense up. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. But when I finally worked up the courage to peek out the window, there was nothing but darkness. The third day, I decided to check the area around the cabin more closely. I found something that made my stomach tighten. Footprints. They weren't mine. I had only worn hiking boots, and these were different. Barefoot. Human. The prints were fresh, leading from the tree line to the cabin, circling around it, then back into the woods. I felt a cold knot of fear settle in my stomach. Someone had been here last night, watching. I packed my things. The plan had been to stay a week, but I wasn't about to spend another night here. The problem was my car wouldn't start. It had been fine when I arrived, but now the engine wouldn't turn over. No signal on my phone, no way to call for help. I was stuck. I spent the rest of the day inside trying to stay calm. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just some local wandering through. But why circle the cabin like that? Why come so close? As night fell, I locked the door and made sure the stove was burning hot. I sat up for hours listening. Around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. Close. Slow. I held my breath, heart pounding. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. Then the handle moved. Someone was trying to get in. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a fire poker, and stood by the door. The handle jiggled again, harder this time. Then silence. I stood there for what felt like hours, waiting. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I sat down, still gripping the poker. The fire burned low. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, the sun was coming up. I opened the door slowly, heart hammering. The footprints were there again, leading away into the woods. This time, there was something else. A knife, stuck into the porch railing. A long, rusted blade, the handle wrapped in old cloth. That was it. I wasn't waiting around to find out who left it. I gathered my things, forced myself to stay calm, and tried the car again. This time, it started. I didn't look back as I drove away. Didn't stop until I was miles away, back on paved roads, back in civilization. I never found out who it was. The owner of the cabin said no one lived nearby, just empty woods for miles. Maybe it was some drifter, some local hermit. Or maybe it was someone who had been watching for a long time, waiting for someone like me to come along. All I know is I won't be going back. I needed a break from everything. The city was starting to wear me down. The noise, the rush, the constant pressure of work. I just wanted to be alone for a while, somewhere quiet, away from all the distractions. That's why I rented a cabin deep in the woods. It wasn't a fancy place, just a small wooden structure with a single bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a bathroom. It was exactly what I needed. I packed light, just the basics, some clothes, canned food, a few bottles of water, a flashlight, and a hunting knife. I wasn't planning on going too far into the woods, but I wanted to be prepared. The cabin was about a 2-hour drive from the city, followed by another hour on a rough dirt road. It was completely isolated. No neighbors, no cell phone service. That was the whole point. When I arrived, it was late afternoon. The air was cool, the trees around the cabin tall and thick. The place looked even more remote than I had imagined. The wood of the cabin was aged and dark, the windows slightly dirty. There was a small porch with a rocking chair and a pile of firewood stacked against the side. The key was under a loose rock by the front door, just like the owner had said. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. The furniture was basic: a small couch, a wooden table, a single bed with a thin mattress. The kitchen had an old stove and a small fridge that ran on a generator. There was no TV, no internet, just a few shelves with some books and a lantern on the table. The silence was thick, the kind that makes you hear your own breathing. The first night was uneventful. I lit a fire in the small fireplace, made a simple meal, and read for a while before going to bed. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the wind outside. Felt peaceful. I slept well, better than I had in months. The second day, I decided to explore the area. I walked through the woods, following a small trail that led away from the cabin. The forest was dense, the trees towering over me. I found a stream about a mile away, the water clear and cold. I sat there for a while just listening. No cars, no voices, nothing but the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of a bird. It was perfect. But on the way back, I noticed something odd. A tree, not too far from the cabin, had deep scratches in its bark. Not the kind left by an animal. These were long, straight, and deliberate, like someone had taken a knife to it. I ran my fingers over the marks. They were fresh. I tried to brush it off. Maybe someone had been out here before me. Maybe it was nothing. I forced myself to ignore it and walked back to the cabin. That night, though, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept hearing sounds outside, small snaps, like twigs breaking underfoot. Could have been an animal, but it felt off. The noises would start and stop, always just far enough away that I couldn't see anything when I looked outside. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. I found footprints, not mine. They were faint, but they were there, leading from the edge of the woods to the porch and then back again. Someone had been here, watching. I told myself it was just a hiker, someone passing through, but I couldn't shake the unease settling in my gut. I kept the knife close that day, staying near the cabin instead of wandering. I built a fire early, as if the light would somehow keep whatever was out there away. That night, I barely slept. Every small sound made me sit up, gripping the knife in the darkness. Around midnight, I heard something heavier than before. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. They circled the cabin once, then again. I held my breath, listening, my heart hammering in my chest. Then silence. I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun finally rose, I stepped outside. More footprints, clearer this time. Someone had been standing by the bedroom window, watching. I had planned to stay a week. I packed my bag that morning. As much as I wanted to believe it was just my imagination, I knew it wasn't. I locked the cabin behind me, threw my bag into the car, and started driving. A few miles down the road, I saw something in my rearview mirror. A figure, standing at the tree line, watching my car disappear. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I never went back. I had been hiking alone for the past 4 days, deep in the wilderness, far from any marked trails. I liked being alone out here. It was peaceful, the kind of quiet you don't get anywhere else. Just the sound of wind moving through the trees, birds calling from somewhere up high, and the occasional rustling of some small animal in the underbrush. I had packed enough supplies for a week, carrying everything on my back as I made my way through the thick forest. The first few days had been uneventful. I found good spots to camp each night, cooked simple meals over my small stove, and rested well. But on the fourth day, the weather changed. The sky had been cloudy all day, and by late afternoon, it started to drizzle. I wasn't too worried. My gear was waterproof and I had been in worse conditions before. But as the light faded, the drizzle turned into a steady rain, and I realized I needed to find shelter soon. Setting up camp in the rain was never fun, and I didn't want to wake up in a soaked sleeping bag. That's when I saw it. A cabin, barely visible through the trees, maybe half a mile away. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I had studied the maps before coming out here, and there hadn't been any mention of structures in this area. But there it was, a small, dark cabin with a slanted roof, standing alone in the woods. I hesitated. I wasn't the kind of person who went looking for trouble, and finding an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere was the kind of thing that could either be a lucky break or a very bad idea. But the rain was coming down harder now, and the idea of spending the night in a dry cabin instead of a wet tent was too tempting to pass up. I approached carefully, stepping over fallen branches and slick patches of mud. The cabin looked old but sturdy. The wood was dark with age, and the windows were covered in grime. The front door was slightly open, swaying just a little in the wind. I pushed it open wider, half expecting some animal to dart out, but nothing moved inside. I stepped in, shaking the water off my jacket. The air inside was stale, filled with the scent of damp wood and something else I couldn't quite place. It was a single-room cabin, empty except for an old wooden table, a chair, and a small cot pushed up against the far wall. The floor was covered in dirt and leaves, as if the wind had been blowing through the open door for years. I set my pack down and pulled out my flashlight, sweeping the beam across the room. There were no signs that anyone had been here recently. No footprints in the dust, no fresh wood in the small fireplace. Whoever had built this place had left it behind a long time ago. I decided to stay the night. The rain outside had turned into a downpour, and there was no way I was setting up camp in that mess. I unrolled my sleeping bag on the cot, feeling the frame creak under my weight. It wasn't comfortable, but it was better than the cold ground. I ate a quick meal from my pack, listening to the rain hammer against the roof. I wasn't afraid, but something about the place made me uneasy. Maybe it was just the way the wind whistled through the cracks in the walls, or the way the trees outside seemed to lean closer in the darkness. I tried to sleep, but it was difficult. Every little noise made me open my eyes. A branch snapping outside, the wind shifting, the creak of the wooden walls settling. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Then I heard something different, a sound that didn't belong. It was soft at first, a faint scraping sound, like something dragging against wood. I held my breath, listening. It stopped for a moment, then started again, this time coming from near the door. I sat up slowly, reaching for my flashlight. I shone the beam toward the door, half expecting to see an animal trying to get in. But there was nothing, just the old wooden door, slightly ajar, moving with the wind. I got up and walked over, pushing it shut. The latch didn't hold well, so I dragged the chair over and wedged it under the handle. That should keep it from blowing open again. I lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept thinking about that sound, the dragging noise. I tried to convince myself it had been the wind, but something about it didn't feel right. An hour passed, maybe more. I was lying there, staring at the ceiling, when I heard it again, louder this time. A scraping, dragging sound. Not from the door, from inside the cabin. I sat up, heart pounding. My flashlight was still in my hand. I flicked it on, sweeping the beam across the room. The chair was still against the door. The table and cot hadn't moved. Then I saw it, the floor, near the far wall, where the dirt and leaves had been scattered. Something had been moved. The dust had been disturbed, as if something had been dragged across it. I stood up slowly, moving toward it. My boots made no sound on the wooden floor. I knelt down, shining my light closer. A trapdoor. It had been hidden beneath the dirt and debris. The edges were barely visible, but now that I was looking for it, I could see it clearly. And it had been moved recently. My stomach tightened. Someone had opened this, and whatever was down there wasn't alone. The idea of spending a few days alone in a cabin deep in the woods seemed perfect when I first planned it. Life had become too noisy, too crowded, and I needed a break from everything. A friend had recommended the place, an old but well-kept cabin about an hour away from the nearest town, completely off-grid. It was owned by an older couple who rented it out occasionally. No cell service, no internet, just trees and silence. Exactly what I was looking for. The drive there was peaceful at first. The road wound through dense forest, sunlight filtering through the trees, casting moving shadows across the dirt path. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. I hadn't seen another car for miles. When I finally reached the cabin, I parked my car near the porch and stepped out, stretching after the long drive. The cabin was simple, just a small wooden structure with a covered porch and a single window facing the clearing. The trees pressed in close around it, making it feel almost hidden. I unlocked the door with the key the owners had left for me under a rock near the entrance and stepped inside. The air smelled of wood and dust, the way old cabins always do. Inside, everything was basic but comfortable. There was a single bedroom, a small kitchen, and a fireplace in the main living area. A few shelves lined the walls, holding old books, a lantern, and other small items left by previous guests. A handwritten note from the owners sat on the wooden table, welcoming me and reminding me to use the generator for power if needed. I spent the first couple of hours unpacking and getting used to the place. I checked the small gas stove, made sure the water pump worked, and tested the old generator outside. Everything seemed fine. I had brought enough food to last me the whole trip, and there was a pile of firewood stacked against the side of the cabin. The first night was uneventful. I sat on the porch for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest. The air was cool, and the only noise was the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind moved through the trees. It was the kind of quiet I had been craving. When I finally went inside, I locked the door behind me, checked the windows, and went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling uneasy. The room was completely dark except for the faint glow of the embers in the fireplace. Something had woken me, but I couldn't tell what. I lay still, listening. Outside, the wind had died down, and the forest was silent. Too silent. No night sounds, no insects, nothing. Just a heavy, pressing quiet. I stayed awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling, waiting for something to break the silence. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep again because I woke up to sunlight streaming through the window. I shook off the strange feeling from the night before and went about my day. I spent most of the morning exploring the area around the cabin. There was a narrow trail leading deeper into the woods, and I followed it for a while, enjoying the fresh air. The forest felt different during the day, calmer, less intimidating. I found a small stream not far from the cabin, its water clear and cold. I sat on a fallen tree, listening to the sound of the water, letting the quiet settle over me. That evening, as the sun set, I gathered some firewood and started a fire outside. I cooked a simple meal, enjoying the warmth of the flames as the air grew colder. The feeling of unease from the previous night had almost faded. Then I heard it, a sound coming from the trees. Soft, almost careful footsteps. I turned my head sharply, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. The forest was thick, the trees forming a solid wall of blackness. I couldn't see anything, but I knew I had heard something. A branch snapped, closer this time. I stood up, heart pounding. Probably an animal, I told myself. A deer, maybe, but something felt off. The sound of the footsteps had been deliberate, too measured. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and shined it into the woods. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees. I stayed by the fire for a long time, listening, but the sound didn't come back. Eventually, I convinced myself I had imagined it and went inside, locking the door behind me. I kept the fire going in the fireplace and sat by the window for a while, staring out into the darkness. Hours passed. Just as I was beginning to feel tired, I heard it again. The footsteps, but this time they were closer, just outside the cabin. I froze. The sound was unmistakable, slow, deliberate steps moving around the cabin. My breath caught in my throat. I reached for the flashlight again, but hesitated. Whoever or whatever was out there, I didn't want them to know I was awake. The steps stopped near the porch. I strained to hear anything else, my pulse hammering in my ears. Then, softly, the doorknob rattled. I gripped the flashlight tightly, barely breathing. The rattling stopped after a few seconds, and the footsteps moved away, fading into the trees. I sat there, heart pounding, until the first light of dawn appeared through the window. When I finally stepped outside, I checked the ground around the cabin. The dirt was damp from the night air, and there, leading from the edge of the forest to my door, were footprints. Bare, human. I packed my things quickly, throwing everything into my bag. I wasn't staying another night. I loaded my gear into the car, got in, and turned the key. The engine sputtered but didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Panic rose in my chest. I checked the battery, the fuel, everything seemed fine. But the car wouldn't start. I had no choice. I grabbed my backpack, took a deep breath, and started walking. The road was long, but I knew if I followed it, I'd eventually reach town. I kept looking over my shoulder, my nerves on edge with every sound from the forest. After what felt like hours, I finally saw a truck approaching from the distance. I waved it down, relief flooding through me as the driver pulled over. When I got back to town, I called the owners to let them know I was leaving early. I didn't mention what had happened. I just told them my car had broken down and I had decided to leave on foot. A week later, the owner called me back. He had gone to check on the cabin and found my car still there, untouched. The strange part, he said, was that when he tried the ignition, the car started on the first try. I don't know who or what was out there that night. I don't want to know. But I do know one thing. I'm never going back. The drive to the cabin took longer than expected. The roads were winding, cutting through dense forests, and the occasional pothole made the journey rougher than I had planned. The rental car wasn't in the best shape either, but it was enough to get me there. I had been wanting a break from everything, the noise of the city, the constant notifications on my phone, and the never-ending responsibilities. A few days alone in the mountains seemed like the perfect way to reset. When I finally arrived, the sun was beginning to set. The cabin was exactly as described, small, rustic, and isolated. It was built from thick logs, and the roof looked recently repaired. There was a small porch with a single wooden chair, and a stack of firewood leaned against the side of the cabin. The area around it was mostly trees, towering pines, and a few bare, skeletal branches that creaked softly in the wind. I hadn't seen another person for the last hour of my drive, which only confirmed how truly alone I was out here. Inside, the cabin was simple but comfortable. A small kitchen area, a couch, and a fireplace in the corner. A single bed with heavy blankets was pushed against the wall. There was a small bathroom, just enough for what I needed. It smelled of old wood and something faintly damp, but that was to be expected. The first thing I did was check my phone, no service. That was part of the plan, though, so I wasn't too concerned. I set my bag down, took a deep breath, and told myself that this was exactly what I needed. The first night was uneventful. I made a simple meal, read for a while, and listened to the sounds of the forest outside. It was colder than I had expected, so I built a fire. The crackling of the flames was oddly comforting. I slept well, despite the unfamiliar surroundings. The next day, I decided to explore the area. The trees stretched endlessly in every direction, and the ground was uneven, covered in fallen branches and patches of damp leaves. I walked for hours, not really following a path, just enjoying the silence. At one point, I found a small stream, its water clear and ice-cold. I sat by it for a while, listening to the steady flow, feeling the sun on my face. It was peaceful, and I told myself I had made the right choice coming here. It was only on my way back that I started to feel uneasy. The woods, which had felt welcoming before, suddenly seemed different. The trees were too still, the air too quiet. I had the sense that something was watching me. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I quickened my pace anyway. By the time I reached the cabin, my heart was pounding. I locked the door behind me and forced myself to shake off the feeling. That night, I struggled to sleep. Every little noise outside made me sit up and listen. The wind rustled the trees, but every now and then, I swore I heard something else. A soft crunching, like footsteps. I reminded myself that animals moved through these woods all the time, but that didn't make it easier to relax. At some point, exhaustion won, and I drifted off. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, It was pitch dark, the fire long since burned out. I lay still, listening. There it was again, that crunching sound. Closer this time. My breath caught in my throat. I strained my ears, trying to make sense of it. Then something scraped against the side of the cabin. Not the wind, not an animal. Something deliberate. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. I slowly reached for the flashlight beside my bed. My hand was shaking. I didn't want to turn it on. I didn't want to see what was outside. But I couldn't just lay there, waiting. I took a deep breath and flicked it on. The light cast long shadows against the walls. I forced myself to get up, step by step, and move toward the window. The glass was cold under my fingers as I lifted the curtain just enough to peek outside. Nothing, just trees, darkness, and the faint outline of the porch. My breath fogged up the glass as I exhaled. Maybe I had imagined it. I turned away, but just as I did, I heard it again. Closer, a low creak of the porch boards under weight. I spun back to the window, but this time I didn't lift the curtain. Couldn't. I stood there, frozen, listening. The sound stopped. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. I stayed by the window, flashlight off now, waiting for something more. But nothing happened. Eventually, I forced myself back to bed, though I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I stepped outside hesitantly, half expecting to find footprints or some other sign that I hadn't imagined everything. But the ground was undisturbed. The porch was empty. If something had been there, it hadn't left any trace. I wanted to believe it was all in my head, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I made up my mind to leave early. Maybe I was overreacting, but I didn't care. I packed up quickly, loaded the car, and took one last look at the cabin before getting in. I locked the door behind me out of habit, though I knew it wouldn't matter if someone or something really wanted to get inside. The drive back felt longer. The trees seemed to press in closer, and I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see something following me. But there was nothing, just the road and the endless forest. By the time I reached the main highway, I felt a weight lift off my chest. I told myself I had let my imagination get the best of me, that I had scared myself for no reason. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. Something had been out there. Something had been watching. And I was just lucky I left before I found out what it was. I drove up the winding mountain road, the sound of gravel crunching beneath my tires the only thing breaking the heavy silence around me. The trees on either side of the road stood tall, their dense branches blocking out most of the fading daylight. I had left the city late, later than I had planned, and now I was racing the sun to get to the cabin before dark. The cabin belonged to my uncle. He had always talked about it like it was his escape from the world, a place where he could disappear and be left alone. I had never been there before, but when he offered it to me for the weekend, I didn't hesitate. I needed the break. Work had been grinding me down, and I was tired of staring at my phone all day, answering emails that never seemed to end. I just wanted quiet. The road stretched on, narrowing as it climbed higher into the woods. My headlights cut through the darkness now, illuminating the thick trunks of trees that crowded the edges of the road. When I finally saw the cabin, it almost blended into the woods around it, the dark wood of the structure making it look like part of the landscape. I pulled up in front and killed the engine. The quiet that followed was unsettling. No distant hum of cars, no voices, no city sounds. Just the wind moving through the trees. The cabin was simple, a single-story structure with a slanted roof and a wraparound porch. There was a small shed out back, and beyond that, nothing but trees. I grabbed my bag from the car and made my way to the front door. The key was exactly where my uncle said it would be, under the mat. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The air was thick with the smell of wood and dust. The cabin was cold, the kind of deep cold that settles into a place that's been empty for a while. I flipped on the lights, revealing a simple living space. A worn-out couch sat in front of a stone fireplace, and a wooden table with 2 chairs stood against the far wall. The kitchen was small but functional. There was one hallway leading to what I assumed were the bedrooms and bathroom. I walked through the cabin, checking the rooms. The bedroom had a single bed, a dresser, and a small window that looked out into the forest. The bathroom was basic, with an old mirror above the sink and a shower that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Everything was as expected, quiet, untouched, isolated. I set my bag down in the bedroom and returned to the living room. I wasn't hungry yet, and I didn't feel like starting a fire. I decided to step outside, breathe in the fresh air, and let my mind settle. The night was colder than I expected. The wind had picked up, and the trees swayed, their branches creaking. I stood on the porch, listening, but there was nothing else, just the wind. Still, I felt uneasy, like I was being watched. I shook it off and went back inside, locking the door behind me. The first night was restless. I kept waking up, every little sound making me sit up and listen. I told myself it was just the unfamiliar setting, the sounds of the woods, but something about the silence didn't feel right. It was too deep, too empty. In the morning, I decided to explore the area. I walked around the cabin, then ventured toward the tree line. The ground was uneven, covered in thick roots and fallen leaves. As I moved deeper into the woods, I noticed something strange. The trees were marked. Deep, rough gouges in the bark, too irregular to be from an animal. They looked like they had been made with something sharp, but not cleanly, like someone had hacked at them without a clear pattern. The farther I went, the worse the markings became. Some trees had entire chunks missing. The cuts were old, but not ancient. Maybe a few months, maybe a year. I stopped and looked around. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there. I turned back, moving quickly toward the cabin. The air felt heavier now, pressing down on me as I walked. When I finally stepped back onto the porch, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I locked the door behind me, feeling stupid for being so shaken. It was just trees, just markings, nothing to be scared of. That night, the noise started. It was subtle at first, a soft tapping sound, like something lightly hitting the side of the cabin. I sat up in bed, listening. The wind was still, the woods were silent, but the tapping continued. I got up and moved toward the window, peering out into the darkness. Nothing, just the trees standing motionless. I checked the door, making sure it was locked. Then, just as I was about to turn away, I heard it again. A soft scrape, this time near the back of the cabin. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and stepped outside. The night air was freezing, and the silence was suffocating. I shone the light around, scanning the area. Nothing. Then I saw them. Footprints in the dirt. They led from the tree line to the back of the cabin. My breath caught in my throat. They were fresh. I followed them with the light, my heart pounding. They stopped just beneath my bedroom window. I backed away slowly, then rushed inside, locking the door. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my phone. No signal. Of course, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my bag, grabbed my keys, and stepped onto the porch. The footprints were gone. The dirt had been disturbed, but there were no clear tracks anymore, like someone had deliberately wiped them away. I didn't wait to find out more. I got into my car and started it up, my eyes scanning the tree line. I expected to see something, someone, but there was nothing, just the woods, still and quiet. I drove away, not looking back. When I finally reached town, my phone buzzed back to life. I called my uncle and told him everything. He was quiet for a long time. Then he just said, "You did the right thing leaving." I didn't ask him what he meant. I didn't want to know. I had always wanted to get away from the noise. A weekend, or maybe longer, tucked away in a remote cabin where nothing but the sound of wind and trees would keep me company. No distractions, no people, just silence. So, when I found a secluded cabin up in the mountains online, I didn't think twice. It was cheap, which should have been my first warning, but I was too excited to care. I packed my car with enough supplies to last me a few days. Food, water, and the usual necessities. A few books, a journal, and some music for the rare moments I wanted to drown out the complete quiet. The cabin was a good 4-hour drive from the city, far enough to feel isolated, but not so far that I couldn't get back if anything went wrong. As I turned off the main road and onto the dirt path that led deeper into the woods, the trees closed in on either side, creating a canopy overhead. It felt like the world was shrinking around me, and I liked it. No one else in sight, just the occasional rustle of wildlife hiding out of view. I hadn't seen another car in miles. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, I couldn't help but smile. It wasn't much, just a small 2-story structure with weathered wood and a porch that looked like it hadn't been used in years. But it was perfect in its own way. There was something charming about the peeling paint and the overgrown yard. It looked like it had been here for decades, untouched by time, a forgotten place. I grabbed my bags from the car and walked inside, the door creaking as I pushed it open. The smell of old wood and dust filled the air. The cabin was exactly what I imagined. A little rustic but cozy, with a stone fireplace and a big window looking out into the woods. I unpacked quickly, feeling the thrill of being alone in such a quiet place. Night came faster than I expected. I hadn't planned for the sun to set so soon, but once the dark settled in, the quiet felt almost heavier. The only sound was the wind brushing against the trees. The cabin felt like it was holding its breath, waiting. I didn't mind it at first. In fact, I was enjoying it. There was a kind of peace in the silence. But as the hours passed, I started to feel it, a nagging feeling. It wasn't fear, exactly, just a strange discomfort that crawled up the back of my neck. I chalked it up to the unfamiliarity of the place. It was a cabin in the middle of nowhere, after all. There were bound to be strange noises. But then, around midnight, I heard something that didn't sit right with me. It wasn't a noise that came from the house itself. It was outside. At first, it was faint, a rustling in the brush, like someone walking through the trees. I stood still, listening, but there was no sign of movement through the window. I brushed it off, but then the sound came again, closer this time. Heavy footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, like someone was carefully walking around the perimeter of the cabin. My heart started beating faster. I peered through the window, trying to see anything in the dark. There was nothing, just the wind and the trees swaying in the night. I told myself it was probably an animal, a bear or a deer, anything but a person. I wasn't ready to believe the worst. I decided to check the doors and windows, making sure they were locked, even though I knew they had been when I first arrived. Everything was secure, but the feeling in the pit of my stomach didn't go away. I tried to shake it off and went to bed, hoping sleep would calm my nerves. But as I lay there, staring at the ceiling in the dark, I kept hearing those footsteps. They were moving around the cabin, circling it slowly. I tried to tell myself it was my mind playing tricks on me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I must have finally drifted off, because when I woke up the next morning, the sun was already up. For a moment, everything felt normal again. The cabin was quiet, peaceful, just like it had been when I first arrived. I made coffee and sat by the window, watching the birds in the trees, trying to convince myself it was nothing, just my nerves getting the best of me. But when I went outside later, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Footprints. Big, heavy prints in the dirt, leading from the edge of the trees right up to the porch. They were fresh, made just the night before, and they circled the cabin just like I'd heard. I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was someone who had gotten lost, looking for shelter. But why hadn't they knocked? Why had they been circling the cabin? I stayed inside the rest of the day, keeping a watchful eye on the woods. The thought of leaving crossed my mind, but I couldn't bring myself to drive back down that winding, isolated road at night. I knew I had to stay another night, but I couldn't shake the fear that something wasn't right. That night, the footsteps returned. They were louder this time, closer to the cabin. I could hear them scraping against the porch, like someone was dragging their feet. I stayed frozen, clutching the blanket around me, hoping they would stop. But the sound didn't fade. It grew louder, more deliberate, as if the person knew I was inside. They were waiting for me to do something, waiting for me to react. I stood up, heart pounding, and grabbed the flashlight from my bag. I crept toward the door, my fingers shaking as I turned the handle. I swung the door open and shone the light across the porch. But there was nothing there. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it. But then I saw something in the dirt, something that made my blood run cold. More footprints, but these weren't from the night before. These were fresh, and they led away from the cabin. I locked the door and sat on the couch, the flashlight still in my hand. I couldn't bring myself to sleep. I couldn't bring myself to leave either. The thought of driving back down that lonely road in the dark terrified me. I spent the rest of the night pacing, checking the windows, the doors, every so often hearing those slow footsteps outside. And every time I checked, there was nothing there. By morning, I knew I couldn't stay any longer. I packed up my things in a hurry, barely taking the time to make sure I hadn't left anything behind. As I stepped outside, I felt the weight of the cabin on my shoulders. It wasn't just the house that felt wrong. It was the whole place. The air felt thick, heavy, like it was holding on to something I couldn't see, but I could feel. I was almost to the car when I noticed something strange, something that made my stomach drop. There was a figure in the distance, standing just inside the tree line, watching me. I couldn't make out any features, but I could feel its eyes on me. I froze for a moment, unsure what to do. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure disappeared back into the woods. I didn't waste another second. I jumped into my car and drove off as fast as I could, not looking back. The further I got from that cabin, the lighter I felt, like something had been lifted from my chest. It wasn't until I was halfway back to civilization that I felt safe enough to breathe again. The terror had begun to fade, replaced by a sense of relief. But as I drove, I couldn't help but wonder, who had been out there, and why? I still don't know the answers, but there's one thing I do know for sure. I'll never go back to that cabin again. Some places, some situations are better left undisturbed. I had always imagined a cabin in the woods would be peaceful, a quiet retreat where I could finally escape the stress of everyday life and clear my head. So when I found a small, secluded cabin for rent, I thought it would be the perfect way to recharge. The cabin was nestled deep in the woods, far from the nearest town. The road leading up to it was narrow and barely maintained, with branches reaching out as if trying to pull the car off track. It took me longer to get there than I had planned, and by the time I arrived, the sun had already begun to dip behind the trees, leaving everything bathed in the soft golden light of dusk. The air was cool and crisp, the scent of pine thick in the air. The cabin itself looked like something out of a storybook. Wooden walls, a small porch with a rocking chair, and smoke curling out of the chimney. It was perfect, at least on the outside. Inside, it was simple but cozy, with a stone fireplace, a couple of chairs, and a small kitchen area. A small bookshelf sat in one corner, with a few dog-eared novels and old board games. I felt an odd sense of peace as I walked around the cabin, unpacking my things. The quiet was overwhelming, almost too much. The only sound was the occasional rustling of the trees outside and the chirp of distant crickets. It was the kind of silence that makes you more aware of the smallest sounds, like the creak of a floorboard or the soft shuffle of your feet on the hardwood floor. After settling in, I decided to take a walk around the area. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, the chill of the night air biting at my skin. The woods around the cabin were dense, with towering trees that seemed to stretch endlessly into the dark. As I walked, I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me, like the woods were holding their breath. My flashlight flickered occasionally, casting long, eerie shadows across the path. But I shrugged it off. This was what I had come for, right? A little peace and quiet. I walked deeper into the woods, the ground soft beneath my boots, the air growing cooler with every step. The further I went, the more isolated I felt, like the world had slipped away, leaving only me and the trees. After a while, I started to feel like I was being watched. It was a strange feeling, a kind of pressure in the air, like something was just out of sight, waiting. I stopped for a moment and turned around, but there was nothing behind me, just the endless trees and shadows. Shaking off the feeling, I decided to head back to the cabin. The path back felt longer somehow, the trees seeming to close in around me. My flashlight flickered again, and this time I heard something. A faint rustling in the underbrush, almost like footsteps, but quick, too quick to be an animal. My heart started to race. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the rustling grew louder, closer. I spun around, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, but I saw nothing. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead, and I quickened my pace, the flashlight bouncing erratically as I hurried back to the cabin. The feeling of being watched never left, and I couldn't shake the nagging sense that I wasn't alone. By the time I reached the cabin, I was breathing heavily, my pulse pounding in my ears. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it and bolting the windows. The night felt endless. The sound of the wind howling outside, the occasional creak of the cabin settling. It all made it impossible to relax. I sat by the fire, trying to calm my nerves, but the unease never left me. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like something was just on the other side of the darkness, waiting for me to fall asleep. But I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even think straight. The feeling of being watched only grew stronger, until it felt like the cabin itself was alive, breathing, waiting. I decided to check the windows again just to be sure. The wind was picking up, and the trees outside were swaying violently, casting long, twisted shadows across the snow-covered ground. The moonlight filtered through the trees, making the landscape look almost alien. As I peered out of the window, I saw something move in the distance. A figure, tall and thin, standing at the edge of the tree line. It was too far to make out clearly, but it was watching me, I was sure of it. My heart stopped. The figure didn't move, just stood there, perfectly still. I backed away from the window, my hands shaking. Was it just another trick of the shadows? Or had I really seen someone out there? I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a heavy chair, and pushed it against the door. I didn't know why, but I needed to feel safe to make sure nothing could get in. My breath was coming in short, shallow bursts now, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the cabin was no longer my sanctuary, but a trap. The night stretched on like this, an endless cycle of fear and silence. I couldn't bring myself to go outside again, even though the sun was beginning to rise. The figure was gone, but the anxiety remained, gnawing at me. I kept my eyes glued to the windows, convinced that if I didn't watch, whatever it was out there would make its move. And yet, there was nothing. No sign of movement. The world outside was still, almost too still. As the day wore on, I decided to leave the cabin. I didn't care if it meant cutting my trip short. I needed to get out of there. I packed my things in a hurry, my hands moving quickly, almost frantically. When I stepped outside, I was relieved to see that the sun had come up, casting a warm light over the woods. For a brief moment, everything felt normal again, like the fear from the night before was just a bad dream. But as I made my way to the car, I saw something on the ground. Footprints, fresh ones, leading from the tree line to the porch of the cabin. I froze, my stomach dropping. The prints were too large to be mine, too far apart. Whoever had made them was far bigger than me, and the deep impressions in the snow told me they had been there for hours. The tracks led right up to the door I had locked, and I realized then just how vulnerable I had been. I didn't stick around to investigate further. My heart was hammering in my chest as I threw my bags into the car and sped down the narrow road. The trees seemed to close in around me again as I left, but this time I didn't look back. Couldn't. I didn't go back to that cabin. I don't think I ever will. I'm not sure what I saw out there or what kind of person or thing had been watching me that night. All I know is that I'll never forget the feeling of being trapped, of being alone in the woods with something out there in the dark, waiting. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it wasn't. But whatever it was, I won't ever forget it. The cabin is still up for rent. It's listed online, and the pictures still make it look so peaceful, like the perfect getaway. But every time I see it, I feel that same knot in my stomach. And maybe, just maybe, that's how it was meant to be all along. A place to make you feel safe, only to remind you that safety can be a lie. I drove up the narrow, winding road with both hands clenched on the wheel. The sun had already started setting behind the thick tree line, casting deep orange and red shadows over the road. I should have left earlier. The last thing I wanted was to be navigating these unfamiliar roads in the dark. The cabin was supposed to be about 20 miles off the main highway, but with the way the road twisted, it felt twice as long. When I finally pulled up, the cabin looked just like the pictures online. Small, plain, with dark wooden logs and a single porch light glowing in the early evening. The driveway was just packed dirt, surrounded by thick trees that made it feel more isolated than I expected. The nearest town was about 30 minutes away, and the idea of being alone for the weekend had seemed peaceful when I booked it. Now, looking at the dense woods pressing in around me, it just felt unsettling. I grabbed my bags from the trunk and made my way to the door. The key had been left under the mat, just like the rental instructions said. The cabin smelled like old wood and dust when I stepped inside. It had a small living room, a kitchen with outdated appliances, and a single bedroom down the hall. Everything looked clean enough, but it was clear no one had been here for a while. There was that stillness you only find in places left untouched. I locked the door behind me and checked the windows, making sure everything was secure. Not that I was expecting trouble, but I always had a habit of double-checking. The forest outside was so dense I couldn't see beyond a few feet in the darkness. Even with the porch light, the trees just swallowed everything beyond the small clearing the cabin sat in. It was the kind of dark that made you feel watched, even if you knew logically there was nothing out there. I turned on the old heater in the corner, listening as it clicked to life. It gave off a low hum, and the warm air was a welcome change from the chill that had settled in. I unpacked my bag, put some food in the fridge, and settled into the couch with a book. The first night passed without anything unusual, just the normal sounds of an old cabin, wood creaking as it settled, wind rustling through the trees outside. The second night, things started to feel off. I had spent most of the day hiking on the nearby trails, following a map that had been left in the cabin's drawer. The forest was beautiful, but something about it felt too quiet. No birds, no rustling in the underbrush, just the sound of my own footsteps crunching on the leaves. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself I was just overthinking things, but the unease stayed with me even after I got back to the cabin. That night, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why at first, just that something felt wrong. I lay still, listening. The heater was still humming. The trees outside were swaying in the wind. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not inside the cabin, but outside. Slow, deliberate steps crunching on the gravel of the driveway. I stayed completely still, heart hammering. Could have been an animal, I told myself. A deer maybe, or some other animal moving through the woods. But these footsteps weren't quick or random. They were steady, like someone was walking towards the cabin. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but there was no service. I already knew that there hadn't been service since I turned off the highway. The only way to contact anyone would be to drive into town. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, waiting. The silence stretched on for what felt like forever. I didn't dare move. After a while, I started to think I imagined it, that maybe I had been half dreaming. Just when I started to relax, there was a new sound. A light knock on the window. Not a hard knock, not loud. Just a soft tap, like someone barely brushing their knuckles against the glass. My stomach dropped. I hadn't left any lights on, so whoever was out there had to know someone was inside. I stayed frozen in bed, staring at the window. There were no curtains, just a clear pane of glass looking out into the darkness. But I couldn't see anything beyond the reflection of the room. I waited. Nothing happened. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, before exhaustion finally won. When I woke up, it was morning, and the first thing I did was check outside. The ground was covered in fallen leaves, but the dirt in front of the window was disturbed. There were footprints, human ones. I packed my bag without thinking. I was done. I didn't care if I had rented the cabin for the whole weekend. Something about this place wasn't right. I grabbed my keys, stepped outside, and stopped cold. My car, all 4 tires were slashed. Not just punctured, completely shredded, as if someone had taken a knife to them. My heart pounded as I looked around. The forest was still, too still, the same unnatural silence from the day before. I had no choice. The town was about 15 miles away, mostly downhill. If I started walking now, I could make it before sunset. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed it with whatever food I could carry, and started walking. Every so often, I stopped and listened. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The trees felt like they were closing in, and the further I got from the cabin, the stronger the feeling became. I kept going, moving as fast as I could without running. Every so often, I'd hear something behind me. Branches snapping, leaves rustling. But every time I turned, there was nothing there. Then I saw it. Ahead, just off the trail, was an old, rusted truck. It looked like it had been there for years, half sunken into the ground. The windows were broken, and moss had started creeping over the hood. But what made me stop wasn't the truck itself. It was the cabin key sitting on the hood. My cabin key, the same one I had locked the door with that morning. I didn't think. I ran. I didn't stop until I saw the road, and when I finally did, I felt the panic catch up to me. I stood there, panting, looking back down the trail. I never saw anyone, never heard anyone behind me, but I knew, deep down, that I wasn't alone out there. A truck came by eventually, an old man behind the wheel. He slowed down when he saw me, asked if I needed help. I barely managed to tell him what happened. My throat dry, my hands shaking. He took one look at me and just nodded. "You're lucky," he said. "Most folks who come out of those woods alone don't make it this far." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. I just got in his truck and didn't look back. I never found out who was out there. Never knew if it was one person or more, if they had been watching me the whole time. But I never went back, and I never will. The moment I pulled into the long, gravel driveway leading up to the cabin, I felt something heavy in the air. It wasn't anything obvious. There were no immediate signs of danger. No strange noises, no shadows, nothing out of place. Yet, something felt wrong. I'd rented the cabin for a week, hoping for some peace and quiet away from the busy city life. After months of working from home, attending endless Zoom meetings, and constantly being surrounded by noise, I needed to disconnect. The cabin was tucked away in the middle of nowhere, the perfect spot to clear my head. I'd found it online, listed as a cozy, secluded place with all the amenities I could need. A small 2-bedroom house surrounded by dense woods, far enough from the nearest town to not be bothered. I got out of my car, stretched my legs, and took in the view. The woods seemed endless, thick with trees that blocked the view of anything beyond them. The air was fresh, crisp even. The silence was deeper than anything I was used to. No birds, no traffic, not even the usual rustle of animals. Just quiet. It felt odd, but I told myself it was probably just the remoteness of the place. I grabbed my bag from the trunk and made my way to the cabin's door. The wood was aged, with some parts of it chipped and worn. But that's what I expected from a secluded cabin. I wasn't looking for luxury. I just wanted solitude. I slid the key from my pocket, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The cabin had an old, musty smell to it, but nothing unbearable. Felt lived in, though. The kind of place you could imagine someone coming to after a long day of chopping firewood or hiking in the woods. A faded couch sat in front of a stone fireplace, with a few books scattered on the coffee table. The kitchen was small but functional, with a few items left behind: canned goods, some coffee mugs, and a dusty kettle. The first night went by without issue. I spent it unpacking, setting up my things, and making a simple dinner. The quiet was almost soothing. I enjoyed the silence, the way it made everything feel slower, more intentional. After dinner, I sat by the fire, reading a book. But even then, something kept tugging at me, a sense of unease that I couldn't shake. I checked the windows every so often, half expecting to see someone standing out there in the dark. But no one ever was. That night, I woke up to a noise. A scratching sound came from the walls. It was faint, almost like an animal trying to get in. I froze, listening. The sound was slow and methodical, like something or someone was moving around inside the walls. My heart started to race. I wasn't a coward, but this wasn't normal. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal. A squirrel, maybe, or a raccoon. The walls of the cabin were old, after all, and animals often found their way in through small cracks. I'd heard stories of people in cabins hearing things in the walls. It was unsettling, sure, but not something to worry about. At least that's what I told myself. Still, I couldn't go back to sleep. The scratching continued, sometimes faint, sometimes louder, but it never stopped. I got up and went to the kitchen, grabbed a flashlight, and walked around the cabin, trying to find the source of the sound. The walls seemed normal, no holes, no signs of damage, just old wood and stone. The rest of the night passed without incident, but the next day, the feeling of unease only grew stronger. I spent most of it outside, hiking the trails around the cabin. It was beautiful, and being out in the woods did help calm my nerves. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing just beyond the trees. But there was never anyone there, just the trees swaying in the breeze. By the third night, I had gotten used to the scratching. It was still there, but I had learned to ignore it, at least I thought I had. I was reading by the fire again when I heard something else. A thud, then another, followed by a dragging sound, came from upstairs. I stood up so quickly that I knocked over the chair. My heart hammered in my chest. I grabbed the flashlight again and slowly climbed the stairs, every step creaking beneath me. The upstairs was small, just 2 rooms, the master bedroom and a small guest room. I moved through them one by one, searching for the source of the sound. But everything was in place. The windows were shut, the furniture was where it should be. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary, except for the faintest marks on the floor in the corner of the room. They were hard to see at first, just a few scratches, but the more I looked, the clearer they became. It looked like something had been dragged across the floor. The marks led to the far wall, where a small rug was rolled up, covering a trapdoor. I hadn't noticed it before. It was so well hidden beneath the rug that it blended seamlessly with the wood. I stood there for a long time, staring at it, my mind racing. Could it be some kind of cellar? Maybe an old storage area? Or was it something else? I knelt down and, with a trembling hand, lifted the rug. The trapdoor was old, the wood swollen with age, but it was still solid. I took a deep breath, grabbed the handle, and pulled. It creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. I stood frozen for a moment. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to walk away and forget I ever found this place. But curiosity, that deep, gnawing curiosity, pushed me forward. I grabbed the flashlight, pointed it toward the stairs, and descended slowly. The air down there was thick, musty, and cold. The space was small, just a single room with low ceilings. The walls were covered in dirt, and the floor was uneven. I walked through the room, shining the light on everything. Old crates and boxes were stacked in the corners, covered in dust. Nothing seemed unusual at first, but then I spotted something in the far corner, a large, old trunk. It was different from the others. It wasn't covered in dust, as if it had been opened recently. My hands shook as I walked over to it. I knelt down and slowly opened the trunk. Inside, there was nothing but a few tattered blankets and an old jacket. But when I reached in to pull out the jacket, I noticed something underneath it, a small, crumpled piece of paper. I unfolded it carefully. It was a map drawn hastily, with red circles marking certain locations in the woods. Some of the circles were near where the cabin was, others deeper into the forest. But one thing stood out to me. The map was old, much older than anything in the cabin. It didn't make sense. My heart started to race again. This wasn't just some old, forgotten cabin. Someone had been here recently. Someone who had left these strange marks, left this map. And I had a feeling they weren't far from here. I quickly stuffed the map into my pocket and headed back upstairs. I slammed the trapdoor shut, more out of fear than logic. I needed to leave. Now, I grabbed my things, packed up what little I'd unpacked, and rushed to the car. The sky was darkening, and the woods around the cabin seemed to close in on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, just beyond the trees. As I started the car and drove down the gravel road, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The cabin was still there, sitting in the dark, but now it felt like something more than just an abandoned building. It felt like a place that had secrets, dark ones. I don't know who had been in that cabin before me or what they had been doing, but I do know one thing. I will never go back there. And if you're ever looking for a cabin in the woods, make sure you check the walls. You never know what might be hiding inside them. The drive up to the cabin took longer than I expected. The last 20 miles were nothing but winding roads, cutting through thick forest on either side. My truck's headlights barely cut through the darkness, and the only other sign of life was the occasional deer darting back into the trees. It had been raining earlier in the day, and the damp road glistened under my headlights, making every turn feel uncertain. I kept my hands tight on the wheel, the tires crunching over gravel as I finally reached the clearing where the cabin sat. It was smaller than I remembered from the pictures online. Just a simple wooden structure, slightly leaning, with a narrow porch and one dim light by the door. The woods pressed in from all sides, tall pines stretching up, their branches swaying in the night breeze. I cut the engine, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then I heard the wind moving through the trees, a distant owl hooting somewhere far off. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat and made my way up the creaky steps. The key was where the owner said it would be, tucked beneath a loose board near the door. I slid it into the lock, twisting until it gave way with a reluctant click. The door groaned as I pushed it open, and the smell hit me immediately. The cabin smelled of damp wood, old dust, and something faintly metallic that I couldn't quite place. The inside was simple. A single-room layout, a small kitchen in one corner, a wood-burning stove in another, and a bed pushed against the far wall beneath a window. There was a second door leading to what I assumed was the bathroom. The walls were lined with shelves filled with old books, their spines cracked and faded. A single oil lamp sat on a wooden table near the bed, flickering faintly. I set my bag down and moved to the window. The glass was cold against my fingertips as I peered out. Darkness, just the reflection of my own face staring back at me, the faintest outline of trees swaying in the night. I shook off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine and turned to start a fire. The stove was old but functional, and soon enough, the warmth began to fill the small space. I sat down on the edge of the bed, listening to the wood crackle, the occasional pop breaking the silence. Something about the place felt off. It wasn't the usual fear of being alone in the woods. I'd spent plenty of nights camping in remote areas. This was different. It was like the cabin itself was watching me, the walls pressing in just a little too close. I pushed the thought away and pulled out my phone. No service. Not surprising. The owner mentioned that the nearest signal was miles away. I turned on my flashlight instead and took another look around the cabin. That's when I noticed the scratches. They were faint, running along the wooden floor near the door. At first, I thought they were just marks from moving furniture, but they were too deep, too deliberate. They ran in uneven patterns, some crossing over each other like something had been dragged, no clawed, against the wood. I swallowed, standing slowly. My eyes followed the marks up the doorframe, where they became less distinct but still visible. My breathing felt louder in the quiet. I moved back to the table, trying to shake the growing unease. It was an old cabin. Maybe animals had gotten in before, or maybe the wood had just worn down strangely over the years. I forced myself to focus on unpacking. A loud creak made me freeze. It had come from the porch. I stayed still, listening. The wind had picked up outside, branches swaying and scratching against the cabin's walls. But this had been different, more deliberate. Slowly, I reached for my flashlight and moved toward the door. I pressed my ear against the wood, holding my breath. Nothing, just the wind, just my imagination. I exhaled and shook my head, feeling ridiculous. I wasn't going to let an old cabin and a few scratches get to me. I locked the door, double-checking it before heading to bed. The night was restless, Every small noise outside made my eyes snap open. The trees creaked, the wind howled, and once, I swore I heard something moving just outside the window. I didn't look. I didn't want to look. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up to the dim light of dawn creeping through the window. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and immediately noticed something was wrong. The door was unlocked. I knew I had locked it. I had checked it twice. Yet there it was, slightly ajar. A thin sliver of cold morning air creeping in. My stomach twisted as I stood, moving toward it cautiously. The floor felt colder than it should have, like the warmth from the fire had been sucked out. I pushed the door open and stepped onto the porch. The damp earth was undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of anyone having been there, but something had been inside. I could feel it. I didn't stay long enough to figure out what. I packed my bag in record time, tossing everything haphazardly into it before grabbing my keys and stepping outside. The morning light made the forest seem less menacing, but that feeling in my gut remained. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The cabin stood there, quiet, unchanged, but I knew something had been inside with me last night, and whatever it was, it had left before dawn. Or maybe it was still in there, waiting for the next person to come along. I should have turned back when I had the chance. The road had been bad from the start. A narrow strip of cracked asphalt that wound through endless miles of pine forest. But after the last gas station, it had only gotten worse. Potholes deep enough to swallow my tires, tree roots pushing through the pavement, and no sign of life except for the occasional rusted-out road sign leaning at an angle, covered in bullet holes. The cabin was supposed to be a quiet getaway. A week alone to clear my head, get away from work, and just breathe. I had found the listing online. Cheap, remote, right on the edge of a lake. It had seemed perfect. But now, as my car crawled along the unpaved path leading to it, every instinct in my body told me this was a mistake. When I finally saw the cabin, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. It looked exactly like the pictures. A simple wooden structure with a wraparound porch, sitting just a few yards from the dark waters of the lake. The trees pressed in thick around it, but there was a small clearing, enough space for my car and a narrow footpath leading down to the dock. I killed the engine and got out. The air smelled damp, like wet leaves and old wood. The only sound was the distant creak of tree branches swaying in the wind. I walked up the porch steps, keys in hand, and hesitated before unlocking the door. The silence felt too heavy, like the woods were holding their breath. Inside, the air was stale. The living room was small, with an old couch and a fireplace that hadn't been used in years. The kitchen was basic, mini fridge, stovetop, a few dusty cabinets. A narrow hallway led to the bedroom and a tiny bathroom with water-stained walls. There were no personal touches, no signs that anyone had been here in a long time. The place felt abandoned, despite being listed as a rental. I set my bags down and checked my phone. No service. I had expected that, but it still made my stomach clench a little. I told myself it was fine. I had food, I had water, I had everything I needed. The first night was uneventful, but I didn't sleep well. The woods outside were too quiet. I kept waking up, convinced I had heard something moving outside, but every time I got up to check, there was nothing there. Just the trees swaying and the black, still water of the lake. The second day, I walked down to the dock. The water was murky, the kind that didn't let you see what was underneath. There was a rowboat tied to the dock, but the oars were missing. I thought about swimming, but the thought of putting my feet into that dark water made my stomach turn. I sat on the edge of the dock for a while, listening, but there were no birds, no fish jumping, nothing, just silence. That night I heard it again, a sound outside, like something moving through the leaves. I sat up in bed, straining my ears, but all I could hear was the soft creaking of the porch steps. My mouth went dry. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and moved to the window, but when I shined it outside, there was nothing, just empty porch and darkness beyond the trees. The sound had stopped. I barely slept after that. I kept the flashlight next to me, my ears tuned to every noise. The cabin felt too small, too exposed. There were too many windows, too many ways for someone or something to watch from the trees. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, checking for tracks, but the ground was hard-packed dirt, covered in pine needles. No footprints, but something had been there. I knew it. I wanted to leave, but I had come all this way, and I told myself I was being paranoid. I spent the day hiking, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. When I got back, the cabin looked exactly as I had left it, except for one thing. The front door was open. I knew I had locked it. My hands started to shake as I stepped inside. Nothing looked disturbed, but the door had been open, wide enough for someone to slip inside. I checked every room, every corner. Nothing was missing, but the air inside the cabin felt different, like it had been stirred up. That night, I locked the door and pushed the couch against it. I sat up with my flashlight, listening. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke up to a sound right outside the window. Slow, careful footsteps moving around the side of the cabin. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The sound stopped near the back door, and for a long time, there was nothing. Just silence. Then the doorknob rattled. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. I gripped the flashlight like a weapon, waiting, listening. The knob rattled again, harder this time. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I grabbed my keys and my bag, moving as quietly as I could. The door was still locked, but whatever was outside hadn't left. I could feel it there, just beyond the wood. I moved to the front door and slowly pushed the couch aside. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the keys. I unlocked the door and yanked it open. The porch was empty. The woods were empty. I ran to my car, threw my bag inside, and got in. My hands fumbled with the ignition, and the engine groaned to life. As my headlights swept across the trees, I thought I saw something, a figure, just at the edge of the woods. I didn't stop to look. I slammed my foot on the gas, tearing down the narrow road, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. I drove until I hit the main highway, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. I didn't stop until I was miles away, parked outside a gas station, hands still shaking as I gripped the wheel. I don't know who or what was out there. Maybe it was just some drifter, maybe it was something worse. But I know one thing for sure. I will never go back to that place, and I'll never stay in a cabin alone again. The road to the cabin was nothing but a narrow dirt path cutting through miles of dense forest. The farther I drove, the worse it got. Rocks crunching under the tires, tree branches scraping the sides of my truck. It had rained earlier, and the mud was thick, making the truck slide slightly if I wasn't careful. I had rented the cabin for a weekend, a break from everything. No emails, no calls, no people. Just me, the woods, and the sound of nothing. It was supposed to be peaceful. The cabin itself was old. Not the charming kind of old you see in travel brochures, but the kind that looked like it had been standing too long. It was all wood, darkened by years of weather, and had a slanted roof that sagged slightly in the middle. The windows were small, and the glass had a dull yellow tint. The front door was heavy and stiff when I pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, the kind of smell that comes from a place left empty for too long. Dust coated the wooden floor. A fireplace took up most of one wall, and a pile of logs sat next to it, gray and dry. The furniture was simple, a wooden table, 2 chairs, a couch that looked like it belonged in the 70s. A single lamp stood in the corner, its shade covered in cobwebs. I set my bag down and walked through the cabin. There was a small kitchen, the counters scratched and stained. A narrow hallway led to a bedroom with a single bed and a thin mattress. The sheets were stiff, and when I pulled them back, a few dead bugs scattered underneath. The bathroom was the worst. The mirror above the sink was warped, the toilet stained, and the shower head covered in rust. I told myself it didn't matter. I wasn't here for comfort. Just a couple of nights, then I'd be back to normal life. The first night it rained, hard. The sound of it against the roof was steady, but every so often, the wind howled through the trees, making the walls creak. I sat by the fireplace, the fire small and weak, and read a book I had brought. The lamp flickered once, then twice before holding steady. The power in a place like this wasn't reliable, but I had flashlights if I needed them. At some point, I heard something outside, a thud, like something heavy dropping onto the porch. I put the book down and listened. Just the rain, the wind. Then another sound, a slow, deliberate creak, like weight shifting on old wooden planks. I stood up and moved toward the window, careful to stay in the shadows. I peered out, but the porch was empty, just the rain running in streams off the roof. Maybe a branch had fallen. Maybe the wood was just settling. I told myself it was nothing, but my nerves stayed tight long after the noise stopped. The next morning, I found something strange. Footprints. They started at the edge of the trees and led toward the cabin, stopping right at the front steps. They weren't boot prints or shoe prints. Bare feet. The mud had preserved them well. Long, narrow feet with toes that dug deep into the ground, as if whoever made them had been moving slow, pressing down hard. I looked around, but the woods were still. The footprints didn't go back the way they had come. They just stopped at my porch. I spent the day hiking, trying to shake the feeling. It didn't work. Even deep in the woods, I kept turning, expecting to see something behind me. Every snapped twig made me jump. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was low. I checked around the porch again, but the footprints had started to fade in the drying mud. Still, I locked the door behind me. I pushed one of the chairs under the doorknob. Felt stupid, but it made me feel better. That night, the noise came back. A creak on the porch, then another, then silence. I sat in bed, holding my breath, listening. A slow, dragging sound against the wood. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped into the main room. The fire had died down, and the air was cold. I aimed the light at the door. Through the gap at the bottom, I could see shadows shifting. Someone was out there. I moved to the window, keeping low, and lifted the corner of the curtain. First, I saw nothing. Just the darkness, the outline of trees. Then movement. A shape just beyond the porch, standing too still. I didn't breathe. The shape moved, slowly stepping forward, into the light from the window. It was a man, but something was wrong. He was too thin, his skin too pale, stretched too tight over his bones. His eyes were dark hollows. He wasn't wearing a shirt, just tattered pants that hung off his frame. He lifted his head, sniffing the air. I stepped back, my pulse hammering. He took another step and then another. His bare feet made no sound against the ground. I didn't wait. I grabbed my bag, yanked the door open, and ran. The truck was parked down the path, too far, but I ran anyway, crashing through the trees, the flashlight bouncing wildly in my grip. Behind me, I heard movement, fast, uneven steps. I didn't look back. I reached the truck, my hands shaking so bad I fumbled with the keys. I dropped them, cursed, scrambled in the mud. A sound came from the trees, a low, rasping breath. Close, too close. I found the keys, wrenched the door open, and threw myself inside. I locked the doors, started the engine, and hit the gas so hard the tires spun in the mud before catching. In the rearview mirror, I saw him step onto the road, just standing there watching. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I drove through the night, back to town, back to people, back to lights and voices and safety. I never went back to that cabin. I never told anyone what I saw. But sometimes, late at night, I dream about that road, the trees pressing in, the footprints in the mud, and those dark, hollow eyes watching from the edge of the woods. I drove up the winding dirt road, the tires of my truck kicking up dust in the dimming light. The sun was setting behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the forest. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour, and my phone signal had disappeared miles back. The isolation was something I had been looking forward to. A full weekend away from everything. No work, no calls, no distractions. Just me, the woods, and the quiet. The cabin was exactly how I had left it last year. A simple wooden structure, slightly weathered, sitting in a small clearing surrounded by towering pine trees. I parked the truck, grabbed my bag from the back seat, and made my way up the short set of creaking wooden steps. The key was still hidden under the loose plank on the porch, just like always. The door groaned as I pushed it open. Inside, everything was as expected. The small living space smelled of old wood and dust. The furniture was covered in sheets, and the fireplace was cold. I set my bag down, peeled the sheets off the couch and chairs, and went to check the kitchen. The cabinet still had some canned food I had left behind, and the water ran clean when I tested the tap. Satisfied, I returned to the truck to grab the rest of my supplies. Some fresh food, a case of beer, and my rifle, just in case. By the time I had everything inside, the last light of the day had vanished, leaving only the deep blue of early night. I locked the door out of habit, even though I knew no one would be out here. The nearest town was miles away. I started a fire in the fireplace, the crackling flames sending flickering shadows dancing across the walls. I took a seat on the couch, cracked open a beer, and let out a deep breath. The silence was perfect, but then I heard it. Faint sound, just outside. At first, I thought it was the wind rustling through the trees, but it was too deliberate, too steady. Footsteps, slow and careful. I sat completely still, listening. It was close, maybe just beyond the porch. I turned my head towards the window, but the glass only reflected the firelight inside. I stood up slowly, setting my beer down without a sound. The footsteps stopped. I grabbed the rifle, stepping lightly across the wooden floor, careful not to let the boards creak. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. I reached the door and pressed my ear against it, holding my breath. Nothing, just the distant hoot of an owl. I waited a few minutes, then slowly unlatched the door and pushed it open an inch, peeking outside. The porch was empty. The trees swayed gently in the night breeze. Maybe it was just my imagination or an animal passing through. Still, I couldn't shake the unease creeping up my spine. I locked the door again, checked the windows, then sat back down. I forced myself to relax, taking slow sips of my beer. The fire burned lower. The only sound was the occasional pop of the logs. My body finally started to unwind. I stretched out on the couch, letting my eyes close. Then the footsteps returned. This time they were faster, moving around the cabin, circling. I shot up, grabbing the rifle, my heart hammering. The firelight flickered, casting shifting shadows across the walls. I moved to the nearest window, trying to see through the darkness. Nothing but trees and the faint outline of my truck. The footsteps stopped again. Then 3 loud knocks on the front door. My breath caught in my throat. I gripped the rifle tighter. Who the hell would be out here? I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. Another 3 knocks. Slow, heavy. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. My truck was right outside, but if I made a run for it, whoever was out there could easily catch me before I started the engine. The rifle was loaded, but I didn't want to fire blindly through the door. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the knocking stopped. Minutes passed. Nothing. I took a shaky breath and moved towards the door again. I pressed my ear against it, listening. Stillness. I exhaled and took a step back, my fingers numb around the rifle. A creak, but not from the door, from the back of the cabin. My stomach clenched. Someone was inside. I turned, scanning the room, my pulse roaring in my ears. I hadn't heard the back door open, but I hadn't checked if it was locked either. A shadow shifted near the kitchen. My grip tightened on the rifle. The fire cast just enough light for me to see the shape of someone standing in the doorway to the hall, completely still. My mouth went dry. The figure didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood there. I raised the rifle, my hands trembling. "Get the hell out," I managed, my voice low and raw. No response. I blinked, and in that split second, the figure was gone. My breath came in ragged gasps. I forced my feet to move, stepping cautiously towards the hall. The darkness stretched ahead, swallowing everything past the fire's glow. The back door was open, just slightly. I slammed it shut and locked it. My hands were shaking. I turned every light on in the cabin, checked every room, every corner, every closet. Nothing. No footprints inside, no broken windows, no sign that anyone had ever been there. But I knew what I saw. I barely slept that night. The rifle never left my grip. Every tiny noise made my skin crawl. By morning, I had made up my mind. I wasn't staying another night. I packed my things in record time, threw them in the truck, and didn't bother to clean up. As I turned onto the dirt road, I glanced at the cabin in the rearview mirror. The front door was still shut, the porch empty. Just an old, lonely cabin in the woods. But as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me, and I knew I would never come back. I don't know where to start. I guess I should say that I'm lucky to be alive, but it doesn't feel that way. I haven't slept more than an hour or two at a time since it happened. My body still tenses up at every little sound. I can't be in the dark anymore. It was supposed to be a weekend to clear my head. I had been working too much, barely getting any time to myself. My friend suggested I go somewhere quiet, somewhere without cell service, just to get away from everything. I found an old cabin online. It was in the middle of nowhere, up in the mountains, hours away from the nearest town. The owner rented it out cheap, said it was the perfect place to reconnect with nature. I packed light, just some clothes, food, a sleeping bag, and a flashlight. The drive was long, but the scenery was beautiful. Winding roads, dense forests, and not a single car in sight for miles. When I finally reached the cabin, I felt a strange sense of isolation. It wasn't fear at first, just an awareness of how alone I was. The cabin itself was small, old, but sturdy. The walls were thick logs, the windows tiny. There was no electricity, just an old wood-burning stove and a few oil lamps. The air smelled of damp wood and dust. There were no signs of recent visitors, no footprints, no fresh wood in the pile outside. The first night was uneventful. I made a fire, cooked some canned food, and read by lantern light. The silence was overwhelming at times. No cars, no voices, just the occasional creak of the trees outside. When I finally went to bed, I remember thinking how dark it was. I had never experienced darkness like that before. Absolute swallowing. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound outside. It was soft at first, like something moving through the leaves. I told myself it was an animal, a deer maybe, but then I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. I stayed completely still, listening. The footsteps stopped. The cabin was small, and from where I lay, I could see both doors. They were shut, locked. I reached for my flashlight, careful not to make a sound. I clicked it on and aimed it at the window. Nothing, just darkness. The forest beyond the glass was a solid black wall. I barely slept after that. Every little noise made my pulse jump. The wind, the trees creaking, distant rustling. I told myself it was my imagination. The next morning, I found tracks outside. They weren't boot prints, just vague impressions in the dirt. Barefoot, human. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. They led from the trees toward the cabin and then stopped. No return trail. I packed my things, ready to leave. I had come here for peace, but I wasn't going to stick around if there was someone else out here. The problem was I had no signal. I hadn't had any since before I got to the cabin. The drive back down the mountain was long, and I had a sinking feeling the whole way. It wasn't until I reached the nearest town that I felt like I could breathe again. I stopped at a gas station, went inside, and asked the clerk if he knew anything about the cabin. He gave me a strange look. "You stayed up there?" he asked. I nodded. "By yourself?" I nodded again. He shook his head. "Man, that place has been empty for years. Owner died a long time ago. No one rents it out." I didn't argue. I just left. I didn't want to know anymore. Since then, I haven't gone anywhere alone. I haven't told anyone the full story either. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up thinking I hear footsteps outside my window again. Slow, deliberate, listening. I don't know why I thought staying in a cabin alone would be a good idea. Maybe it was the stress of work, the endless noise of the city, or just a need to prove something to myself. Either way, I found myself driving up a winding road through dense trees, the sun starting to dip behind the hills as I followed the GPS directions deeper into nowhere. The rental listing had called it a peaceful retreat, but as the last bit of cell service faded from my phone, I started feeling uneasy. The cabin was small, old, and clearly had been standing there for years. The wood was faded, the porch steps creaked under my weight, and the windows looked like they hadn't been cleaned in months. I reminded myself that this was what I wanted: silence, solitude, an escape. The key was under a loose board on the porch, just like the owner had said in the email. I picked it up, dusted off a few dead leaves, and unlocked the heavy wooden door. The hinges groaned as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, like it had been shut up for too long. The furniture was old but solid, the kind of stuff built to last, with thick wooden beams overhead and a stone fireplace against one wall. A small kitchen sat off to the side, with an old gas stove and a fridge that hummed loudly when I plugged it in. There was a single bedroom in the back and a tiny bathroom with a rust-stained sink. It wasn't fancy, but it was enough. I set my bag down and started checking the place out, flipping on light switches and opening windows. The electricity worked, though the lights flickered once before settling. The water ran, but it was brown at first, and I had to let it run for a while before it cleared up. I made a mental note not to drink from the tap. The only clock in the cabin was on the wall above the fireplace, an old wooden thing with black hands that ticked loudly in the silence. As night settled in, the quiet became heavier. In the city, there was always noise, cars, sirens, people. But here, there was just the wind in the trees and the occasional creak from the cabin settling. I turned on the small radio in the kitchen, but it only picked up static. I shut it off and sat down with a book, trying to ignore the strange feeling creeping into my stomach. It was just nerves. I wasn't used to this kind of isolation. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night. The bedroom was cold, so I threw an extra blanket over the bed and climbed in. The mattress was stiff, and the pillow smelled slightly musty. I closed my eyes, listening to the wind outside. Then I heard something else. It was faint, almost hidden beneath the sound of the wind. A soft, rhythmic tapping. I held my breath and listened. It was coming from the front porch. I sat up slowly, my heart pounding. Probably just a branch, I told myself. Maybe an animal. But something about it felt off. It was too steady, too deliberate. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand and crept out of bed, moving as quietly as I could. The tapping stopped as I reached the front door. I stood there, holding my breath, waiting. Nothing. After a minute, I finally worked up the nerve to open the door. The porch was empty. The wind stirred the trees, and the night air was colder than I expected. I shone the flashlight around, checking the steps, the railing, the space under the porch. Nothing. I locked the door and went back to bed, forcing myself to ignore the way my skin crawled. I must have drifted off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the sound of something moving outside. Not just moving, scraping. A long, slow drag against the wooden walls of the cabin. I sat up, my pulse hammering in my throat. The sound came from the side of the cabin, near the kitchen window. I forced myself to move, slipping out of bed and grabbing the flashlight again. I inched toward the window and peeked through the curtain. The beam of my flashlight caught movement just beyond the trees. Something dark, just at the edge of where the light could reach. I couldn't make out a shape, just the impression of something retreating into the woods. I stayed up the rest of the night, listening. The noises didn't come back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. In the morning, I went outside to check the walls. There were deep scratches in the wood, long and uneven, like something had dragged claws or a knife along the surface. My stomach turned. I told myself it had to be an animal, a bear maybe, or a raccoon. But I'd seen the way that thing moved last night, and it hadn't moved like an animal. I wanted to leave, but I told myself I was being paranoid. I had 2 more nights booked, and I wasn't going to let my imagination ruin this trip. I spent the day hiking, trying to shake the unease. By the time I got back, I felt a little better. I built a fire in the fireplace, made myself a sandwich, and tried to enjoy the quiet. Then, just after sunset, the noises started again. First, it was footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving just beyond the edge of the trees. Then came the scratching, this time at the back of the cabin, near the bedroom window. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a fireplace poker, and stood near the front door, my heart hammering. Then I heard the doorknob rattle. I didn't think. I just moved. I grabbed my keys and yanked open the door, ready to run for my car. But the porch was empty. The woods were empty. Nothing but trees and shadows. I slammed the door and locked it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto the poker. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in a chair by the door, waiting, listening. By morning, I knew I had to leave. I packed my bag in record time, barely stopping to breathe. As I stepped outside, my stomach dropped. There were footprints in the dirt, leading from the woods to my porch. Not animal tracks, bare feet. I didn't stop to think. I jumped in my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I pulled away, I looked in the rearview mirror, scanning the trees. That's when I saw it. The figure, standing just beyond the tree line, watching me. Too tall, too thin. Not moving, just watching. I didn't stop. I didn't breathe. I just kept driving, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. I didn't look back again. I had been driving for hours. The sun was gone, swallowed by the thick canopy of trees, and the road had become a narrow, winding path barely wide enough for my truck. The cabin was supposed to be somewhere around here, deep in the woods, isolated, just how I wanted it. A weekend alone, away from everything. No noise, no people, just me and the quiet. The directions had been simple, but I had already missed a turn at some point. My phone lost signal over an hour ago, and my gas tank was lower than I'd like it to be. I had to find the place soon. Then, finally, my headlights caught the shape of the cabin through the trees. It was smaller than I expected, just a single story, and the wood looked old, nearly gray in the beams of my lights. I pulled into the small clearing beside it, the gravel crunching under my tires, and killed the engine. Everything went silent. I stepped out, the cold hitting me instantly. The air smelled damp, like wet leaves and old wood. I grabbed my bag from the back seat and climbed the porch steps. The key was under the third plank, just like the owner had said. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The inside was as simple as I expected. Wooden walls, an old couch, a fireplace, a tiny kitchen tucked into the corner, and a hallway leading to what I assumed was the bedroom and bathroom. I set my bag down and locked the door behind me. It felt good to be away from everything. I checked my phone again. No signal. I hadn't expected any out here, but it still made me uneasy. There was a landline on the wall near the kitchen, but when I lifted the receiver, there was nothing. Dead. Probably hadn't worked in years. I spent the next hour unpacking, lighting the fireplace, and settling in. There was no TV, no radio. Just me, the crackling fire, and the sound of the wind outside. I sat on the couch, staring into the flames, letting my mind slow down. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up to silence. The fire had burned low, just a few glowing embers left. I rubbed my eyes and stood, stretching. Then I heard it, a sound outside. It was faint, but it was there. A shuffle, maybe footsteps. I froze, listening. The wind had picked up, rattling the branches outside, making it hard to tell if what I heard was real or just my imagination. Then it came again. Not the wind, not an animal. Something moving just beyond the porch. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and stepped toward the front door. I hesitated, then switched off the inside lights before I cracked the door open just enough to peek out. The porch was empty. The trees stood still, dark shapes against the night sky. But the feeling was there. Something was off. I closed the door and locked it. Maybe it had been a deer or a raccoon. I told myself that, but my gut felt tight. I double-checked the windows. Locked. I added more wood to the fire, trying to shake the unease creeping up my spine. I sat back down, stared at the flames, listened. Then I heard it again. Closer this time. It wasn't footsteps. It was breathing. Slow, steady, just outside the window to my left. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My heart pounded in my ears. I turned my head just enough to see the window out of the corner of my eye. Nothing. But I knew I wasn't alone. I stood up slowly, moving to the kitchen. I had brought a hunting knife just in case, but now I wished I had something more. A gun. Anything. I gripped the handle of the knife and moved toward the hallway. If someone was out there, watching, waiting, I needed to be smart. I made sure the bedroom and bathroom windows were locked. I checked the back door. Locked. Then I turned off the last light and sat in the dark, waiting. Minutes passed. Then an hour. Nothing. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. I tried to sleep but couldn't. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind. Then, around 3 in the morning, I heard it again. Not outside. Inside. A creak. A shift in the wood, somewhere near the front door. My grip tightened around the knife. My truck keys were on the counter, too far to grab without making noise. The floor was old. Every step I took would give me away. I had no choice but to wait. Then I saw it. A shadow moving in the faint glow of the dying fire. Slow. Deliberate. I held my breath. The front door was still locked. The windows were still locked. But someone was inside. I knew I had to act. If I stayed frozen, they would find me. I gripped the knife tighter, forced myself to breathe silently. The shadow moved again, closer now. I could hear their breathing, steady, controlled. They weren't searching. They knew where I was. I had to move. In one motion, I lunged forward, slashing out with the knife. I didn't feel it connect, but I heard a sharp breath, a reaction. I ran, barreling toward the front door, fumbling with the lock. The moment I wrenched it open, I felt something move behind me. I didn't turn around. I ran to my truck, yanked the door open, and locked it behind me. My hands shook as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and my headlights flared, illuminating the porch. Empty. No movement. No shadow. Just the cabin, standing there like nothing had happened. I threw the truck into reverse, tires spinning in the gravel. I didn't stop, didn't breathe until I was back on the main road, miles away. I didn't call the police. What would I even say? There was no proof, no damage, nothing missing. Just a feeling, a shadow, a presence that shouldn't have been there. I never went back, and I never stayed anywhere that isolated again. I don't know why I agreed to stay there alone. Maybe it was pride, or maybe I just wanted some peace away from everything. The cabin was a few miles into the woods, far from any neighbors. It belonged to my uncle, who used it for hunting trips, but he hadn't been there in years. He told me the door might be a little stiff, and the generator was old but working. That was all I knew about the place before I got there. The drive up was long. The roads were rough, unpaved, barely wide enough for my truck. The deeper I went into the woods, the more I felt like I was leaving the world behind. No streetlights, no houses, just trees stretching endlessly on both sides. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked smaller than I had imagined. The wood was dark from years of rain. The roof slanted just a little too much on one side. The front porch had a single wooden chair and a stack of firewood against the wall. It looked old but sturdy enough. I stepped out of the truck, grabbing my bag from the passenger seat. The air smelled damp, like moss and wet leaves. It was quiet, too quiet. Even in deep woods, you usually hear something. Birds, wind moving through trees. But here, it felt like everything was holding its breath. I ignored it, shaking off the unease. The front door was exactly like my uncle had warned, stiff and rough to push open. The inside smelled musty, the air thick with dust and old wood. There wasn't much inside, just a small kitchen area, a couch that had seen better days, and a bedroom in the back. The windows were covered with thick curtains that barely let any light in. Felt cramped, but I wasn't here for comfort. Just a weekend alone, away from everything. I started with the generator. It was in the shed behind the cabin, covered in cobwebs. I pulled the cord a few times before it sputtered to life, sending a low hum through the air. The lights inside flickered on, dim and yellow, barely making a difference in the gloom. But at least I had power. I spent the next hour settling in, unpacking my food and setting up the old fireplace. The chimney must have been clogged because the smoke lingered a little too long before finally escaping up. I didn't think much of it. The unease from earlier was still there, a quiet discomfort, but I told myself it was just the isolation. Then I heard it, a sound outside, faint but clear, a crunch like something stepping on dry leaves. I froze, listening. Nothing. I walked to the window, pushing the curtain aside just enough to peek out. The woods were dark, endless, and still. Maybe an animal. A deer, maybe. I let the curtain fall back and stepped away. I didn't sleep well that night. Every sound felt too sharp. Every creak of the cabin's wooden frame made my skin crawl. But I kept telling myself it was nothing. Just the woods, just my mind playing tricks. The next morning, I stepped outside to get some fresh air. That's when I saw them. Footprints. Not mine. They started near the tree line and led toward the cabin, stopping just a few feet from the front porch. They were deep, the dirt packed down from weight. Someone had been there, standing, watching. I swallowed the rising panic. Maybe a hunter, maybe someone lost. I tried to tell myself that, but the tracks didn't lead away. They only came toward the cabin. No return footprints, like whoever it was had walked up and then just disappeared. I spent the day pretending I wasn't shaken. I checked my phone, no signal. I wasn't surprised, but it still made me feel cut off. I kept myself busy, chopping wood, making sure the generator still had enough fuel. By the time the sun started to set, I felt more in control. I locked the doors, made sure the rifle above the fireplace was loaded, and settled in for another night. Then, just as I was dozing off, I heard it again, this time closer. A slow, deliberate step on the wooden porch. Then another. I held my breath. The rifle was within reach, but my hands felt frozen. Another step, then silence. I forced myself to move, grabbing the rifle and creeping toward the front door. The handle was locked, but that didn't stop the unease crawling up my spine. I raised the rifle, exhaled, then ripped the door open. Nothing, just darkness, just trees stretching into more trees. I stepped out, the cold biting through my clothes. I shined my flashlight around, the beam cutting through the night. The footprints from earlier were still there, but now there were more, a fresh set, leading to the door. I felt something in my chest tighten. I wasn't alone out here. Someone was watching. Someone had been standing on my porch, close enough to touch the door. I stayed awake until dawn, gripping the rifle, my back against the wall. I didn't hear anything else, but I felt it, that heavy, suffocating feeling of being watched. As soon as the sun came up, I made a decision. I packed my things, threw everything in the truck, and left. The road back felt longer, every shadow in the trees stretching too far, moving just out of sight. I didn't stop, didn't look back. When I finally reached town, I told my uncle what had happened. He frowned, listening, then sighed. "You're not the first," he said. "People talk about that place, say they see things, tracks that don't make sense, things moving in the woods." I asked if he had ever seen anything. He just shook his head. "Not me," he said, "but I never stayed there alone. I don't know who or what was out there, but I do know one thing. I'll never go back." I had been driving for hours when I finally saw the turnoff. The dirt road was barely noticeable in the fading daylight, hidden between thick trees that had crept in over time. I almost missed it, but my GPS had warned me a few hundred feet ahead. I turned onto the path, my tires crunching over gravel, dust kicking up in the glow of my headlights. The cabin was a good 6 miles in, deep in the woods. The rental listing had called it a secluded getaway, perfect for peace and quiet. That was exactly what I needed. Work had been killing me, and I couldn't handle another week of the city. My mind was restless, and I had been feeling like I was on the edge of something. Burnout, maybe, or worse. I had to get out, just for a few days. The drive up to the cabin was slow. The road was uneven, full of potholes and tree roots pushing up through the dirt. I had to keep a steady grip on the wheel to avoid losing control. The trees pressed in close on both sides, branches reaching overhead, blocking out most of the remaining light. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No distant hum of traffic, no background city noise, just the sound of my tires and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth. When I finally saw the cabin, relief washed over me. It was small but sturdy, with dark wooden walls and a stone chimney. A single porch light flickered weakly above the door. I parked in front, cutting the engine, and just sat there for a moment, enjoying the stillness. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and pine. I hadn't seen another house or even a sign of people since I left the main road. I grabbed my bag and stepped out. The temperature had dropped, and I could see my breath in the air. The wind had picked up, whispering through the trees, making the branches sway. I made my way up the short steps to the door, fishing the key from my pocket. It was an old-fashioned metal key, heavy in my hand. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small living room with a couch and a stone fireplace, a kitchenette, a single bedroom with a thick quilt covering the bed. It smelled like wood and dust, like no one had been here for a while. I set my bag down and checked my phone. No service. That didn't surprise me. The listing had mentioned the lack of reception, which I had actually looked forward to. A forced break from emails and social media. But now, standing alone in the quiet cabin, it felt different. I felt cut off. I shook it off and started settling in. I unpacked, checked the kitchen, some canned goods, coffee, a few bottles of water, and made sure the fireplace worked. I had brought enough supplies for a few days, snacks, instant meals, a couple of books. Nothing fancy. I was here to relax. By the time I was done, it was fully dark outside. The cabin had only a few small windows, and the trees made it feel even more closed in. I turned on a couple of lamps, their yellow light barely reaching the corners of the room. I wasn't tired yet, so I made a cup of coffee and sat by the fire, listening to the wind outside. It was peaceful, for a while. Then I heard something, a soft, rhythmic sound, just outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was the wind, the trees swaying, branches knocking together. But this was different, more deliberate, a slow, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the ground. I sat up, my cup halfway to my lips. My heart picked up a little. I listened, holding my breath. The sound stopped. I waited, staring at the door. Nothing, just the wind again. I shook my head, laughing a little at myself. It was probably an animal, a deer or a raccoon moving through the underbrush. I wasn't used to being this deep in the woods. Every little noise felt bigger, more unnatural. I finished my coffee and decided to turn in. I double-checked the locks, made sure the fireplace was safe, then headed to the bedroom. The bed was firm but warm. I pulled the covers over me, letting out a long breath. I woke up to the sound of footsteps, not inside, outside, slow, deliberate, crunching over the gravel near the porch. I went still, barely breathing. My heart pounded in my ears. It was too heavy to be an animal, too slow. I turned my head toward the window. The curtains were thin, but I couldn't see much outside, just darkness and the faint outline of trees swaying in the wind. Then the footsteps stopped, right outside the window. I didn't move. I barely blinked. My fingers gripped the edge of the blanket. Then something tapped against the glass. Soft, light, almost like a fingertip. I sat up fast, my breath caught in my throat. My first thought was that it was a branch. Maybe the wind had blown it against the window. But the night was still. The wind had stopped. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour, staring at the window, waiting for something to move. Nothing did. Eventually, I forced myself to lie back down. I didn't sleep. I just listened, every little creak and shift of the cabin making my skin crawl. Morning came slow, but when the first light finally crept through the windows, I felt like I could breathe again. I got up, moving cautiously to the front door. I hesitated before unlocking it, then stepped outside. The air was cold, the ground damp with morning dew. And there, in the dirt just below my window, were footprints. Not boot prints, bare feet, large, deep in the mud, leading from the trees, right up to the cabin, then back again. I stared at them, my stomach twisting. My first thought was to grab my phone, but I already knew no service. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. Nothing, just endless forest, quiet and empty. But someone had been here, standing just outside my window, watching, listening. I didn't waste time. I grabbed my bag, threw everything into it, and locked the cabin behind me. I didn't look back. The drive back to the main road felt longer than before. Every shadow between the trees looked like a person. Every fallen branch made me jump. When I finally saw pavement again, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I didn't tell anyone. What would I even say? That I heard something? That I saw footprints? Sounded crazy, even to me, but I know what I saw. Someone had been there, watching, and they let me know it. I should have never gone up there alone. The cabin sat deep in the woods, far from any town or road, miles away from the nearest neighbor. It was my uncle's place, a rundown hunting cabin he never used anymore. It had been years since anyone had stayed in it, but he let me borrow it for a weekend. I needed the space. I wanted to be away from everything. The drive out there was rough. The dirt roads twisted through miles of thick forest, uneven and rutted from years of heavy rain. My truck bounced over deep potholes, the tires kicking up dust. The trees grew so close to the road that branches scraped against the windows. I lost signal about 10 miles back, but I wasn't worried. I had brought plenty of supplies, food, water, a rifle just in case. I planned to spend a couple of days hiking, reading, maybe hunting. Just me and the woods. The cabin was smaller than I remembered, just a single room with a loft overhead. The wooden planks of the porch were soft and warped from rain. A rusted padlock hung from the door, but I had the key. The inside smelled of damp wood and dust, stale and lifeless. There was an old cast iron stove in the corner, a wooden table with one leg slightly shorter than the others, a small cot covered in a thin layer of dirt. I dropped my bags near the door, opened the windows to air the place out, and checked the small generator out back. It was low on gas, but I had extra. It started up on the second pull, a low hum breaking the silence of the woods. That first night was fine. The wind whispered through the trees, and the forest settled into its usual nighttime rhythm. Distant rustling, the occasional snap of a branch, the hoot of an owl. I cooked a can of chili on the stove, read by the dim yellow light of my lantern, and fell asleep early. The cot was uncomfortable, the mattress stiff and musty, but I managed to sleep. The second day I hiked. There were old trails winding through the woods, barely visible under the fallen leaves. I followed one down to a creek, the water clear and cold, flowing lazily over smooth rocks. I found deer tracks in the mud along the bank. The woods felt alive, but in a quiet way, peaceful, the way I wanted them to be. It wasn't until I got back to the cabin that I noticed something was off. The front door was cracked open, just an inch or two. I was sure I had closed it. I never forget things like that. My rifle was still in the truck, so I grabbed a heavy branch off the ground and pushed the door open. Nothing looked disturbed. My bags were where I left them. The windows were still open, curtains shifting with the breeze. Maybe I hadn't latched it properly. I shook it off. That night, I didn't sleep as well. Every small noise outside made me open my eyes, listening. The wind picked up, rattling the loose window panes. I thought I heard something moving through the trees, slow, deliberate footsteps crunching through the leaves. I told myself it was an animal, a deer, a raccoon, something harmless, but I still reached for my rifle and kept it close. The next morning, I found footprints near the cabin. Human footprints. They weren't mine. They were smaller, the treads deeper in the damp earth, circling the cabin. I followed them a few yards into the trees before they disappeared into the undergrowth. Someone had been here walking around while I slept. I thought about packing up, but I convinced myself it was just some hunter passing through. Maybe a local checking out the old cabin, curious about the truck parked outside. I should have left then. That night, I locked the door. I made sure the windows were shut. The generator sputtered and ran low on fuel, and I had to go out back to refill it. I used my flashlight to scan the trees as I worked, but I didn't see anything, just the empty forest. When I went back inside, the lantern on the table was gone. I searched the whole cabin. I checked under the cot, in the loft, even outside on the porch. It wasn't there. I was sure I had left it on the table. The only thing left was a faint scuff mark on the wood, as if someone had dragged it off the edge. I slept with my rifle in my hands, or at least I tried to sleep. Every sound made my muscles tense. I kept picturing someone standing just outside the window, watching. I wanted to believe it was my mind playing tricks on me, but deep down, I knew I wasn't alone. I didn't make it through the night. At some point, I heard it. A slow creak of the floorboards outside, the unmistakable sound of weight shifting on wood. I held my breath, gripped the rifle tighter. The footsteps stopped. For a long time, there was nothing but silence. And then the doorknob turned. I jumped up and flicked on my flashlight, aiming it at the door. The knob twisted, but the lock held. I didn't move. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. Then, without warning, there was a single knock. Just one. Slow. Deliberate. I shouted, told whoever it was to leave. My voice cracked. No answer. Just silence. I waited. 5 minutes. 10. My hands ached from gripping the rifle so tight. Then, I heard footsteps moving away. At dawn, I packed my things. I didn't bother making breakfast, didn't even shut the windows. I grabbed my bags and left. When I got to my truck, I saw them, more footprints circling it. The dirt near my tires was disturbed, like someone had crouched there for hours, watching. I drove out of those woods and never looked back. I don't know who was out there, and I don't want to know. I never told my uncle what happened, just handed him back the keys, said thanks, and never mentioned the cabin again. I don't think he's been back since. I hope he never does. I drove up the narrow, winding road, my headlights slicing through the thick fog that clung to the trees like a living thing. The cabin sat deep in the woods, far from the town, far from people. That was what I wanted. That was why I rented it. I needed to be alone, away from everything, away from the noise and the mess of my life. Just a weekend, just some time to clear my head. The gravel under my tires crunched as I pulled up in front of the cabin. It was smaller than I had expected. A single-story structure with a slanted roof and dark wood siding. The windows were black, reflecting nothing, as if the cabin itself had no soul. The porch creaked under my boots as I stepped up to the door. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers cold despite my gloves. And when the door finally swung open, the smell of dust and wood greeted me. Inside, the cabin was simple. Just a couch, a coffee table, a fireplace, and a tiny kitchen tucked into the corner. A single hallway led to the bedroom and the bathroom. The walls were bare except for a single framed photo hanging by the fireplace. It showed the cabin as it must have looked years ago, newer, brighter. But it wasn't the cabin that caught my attention. It was the figure standing on the porch in the picture. A man, his face blurred, his body turned slightly as if he had been caught mid-step. I stared at it for a long time before shaking it off. Probably just the previous owner. I set my bag down and went to the kitchen, checking the cabinets. There were a few cans of food, some old coffee, and a single bottle of whiskey. I hadn't brought much with me, just enough to get by for the weekend. After making a quick dinner, I settled onto the couch, the fire crackling as I sipped from the whiskey bottle. The silence of the woods pressed in on me, but I liked it. No cars, no voices, no distractions. Just me and the dark. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first. The fire had died down, leaving only glowing embers. The cabin was freezing. I sat up, rubbing my hands together, and that's when I heard it. The faint creaking sound, slow, deliberate, came from outside, from the porch. I stayed completely still, my breath held in my chest. The wind? An animal? I told myself it was nothing, but my body didn't believe me. I stood up, moving as quietly as I could, and walked to the window. The porch was empty, nothing but the trees beyond, their branches moving slightly in the wind. I shook my head and turned away, but as I did, something caught my eye. Footprints in the dirt. Not mine, not old, fresh, leading from the trees to my porch. I swallowed hard and checked the door. Locked. The windows, locked. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe they were my own footprints from earlier, and I just hadn't noticed. That had to be it. Still, I barely slept the rest of the night. The next morning, I stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. The footprints were still there, leading up to the porch, but now there was something else. Another set of prints, leading away, back into the woods. I crouched down, staring at them. They weren't mine. I hadn't walked into the woods. I felt my stomach tighten. Someone had been here. Someone had stood outside my cabin in the middle of the night, watching. I spent the day trying to shake the feeling off. I went on a short hike, took some photos, tried to enjoy the isolation I had wanted so badly. But every time I looked at the trees, I felt something looking back. A weight, a presence, just out of sight. That night, I locked the door and pushed the couch against it. It was stupid, paranoid, but I did it anyway. I barely touched the whiskey this time, wanting to keep my mind clear. The fire burned low, and I sat in the dark, listening. Then, just past midnight, the creaking started again. Slow, deliberate, the sound of weight shifting on the old wooden boards of the porch. I gripped the arm of the couch, my pulse hammering in my ears. Then came another sound. The doorknob, turning, testing. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The door was locked. The couch was heavy, but I felt no comfort in that. The knob turned again, harder this time, rattling against the lock. Then silence. I strained my ears, trying to pick up any sound, any clue that the person was still there. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. Nothing. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a restless sleep. When I woke up, sunlight streamed through the windows. I rushed to the door, my hands shaking as I moved the couch away and unbolted the lock. I stepped outside and my stomach dropped. The footprints were there again. But this time, they didn't just stop at the porch. They circled the cabin, around and around. I packed my bag in minutes. I didn't care about the rental agreement. I didn't care about my weekend away. I threw my stuff in the car and sped down the winding road, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly they ached. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back in town, surrounded by people, by noise, by life. Days later, I got a call from the rental owner. He asked why I had left so suddenly. I told him someone had been there, watching me, testing the door, walking around the cabin. He was quiet for a long time before he finally spoke. "You're not the first one to leave early," he said. I never asked what he meant. I didn't want to know. I was alone in the cabin, miles away from the nearest road, deep in the woods. It was supposed to be a quiet retreat, a place to get away from the noise of the city, to clear my head. A friend had told me about it, said it belonged to his uncle but was rarely used. He assured me it was safe, isolated, and perfect for some time alone. The drive out there had been long, the roads narrowing into winding dirt paths that cut through thick trees. The sun had already started to dip behind the treetops when I arrived. The cabin was old but sturdy, built from thick logs, with a slanted roof and a small porch. A single window at the front looked out onto nothing but trees. Inside, it was basic but comfortable. A wood-burning stove sat in the corner. A small kitchen with an ancient refrigerator hummed softly, and a single bed with a heavy wool blanket waited for me in the back. There was no TV, no internet, and barely a signal on my phone. That was the point. I wanted silence. The first night was uneventful. The only sounds were the wind through the trees and the occasional creak of the old wood settling. I read a book by candlelight since the cabin's single light bulb flickered constantly. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt in a long time. The second day, I decided to explore the woods a bit. I had packed light, just some food, water, and a hunting knife for protection. The forest was thick, the air damp and cool even in the middle of the day. I followed a narrow deer trail, stepping carefully over fallen branches and patches of moss. About an hour in, I stumbled upon something strange. A clearing, small and unnatural, with a pile of rocks stacked in a perfect, precise column. It wasn't random. Someone had placed them that way, carefully balanced, one on top of the other. I felt a chill but shrugged it off. Maybe just some hiker or hunter playing around. I kept walking, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The woods were silent, too silent. No birds, no rustling of small animals. Just stillness. I turned back toward the cabin. The way back felt longer than it should have. The trees seemed closer together, the path unfamiliar even though I knew I hadn't strayed far. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, relief flooded through me. I shook off the unease, chalking it up to nerves and overthinking. That night, the noises started. First, just small things. A twig snapping outside. A soft rustling sound. Animals, I told myself. Just the woods doing what they do. Then came the tapping. Light, deliberate. Not the random scratch of branches against the cabin, but something rhythmic. Came from the window. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. The candle had burned low, casting long shadows. I stayed still, listening. The tapping stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Nothing. Maybe a bird? Some animal attracted to the light? I forced myself to lie back down, but sleep didn't come easy. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. There were no tracks, no signs of anything near the window. I spent the day trying to push the fear away. I chopped some firewood, made myself a simple meal, and tried to enjoy the quiet. But as the sun set, the dread crept back in. That night, the noises were worse. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving around the cabin. I lay in bed, gripping the hunting knife, my breathing shallow. The footsteps stopped near the window. Then came the tapping again. I forced myself up, moving as silently as I could. The floor creaked beneath me. I reached the window, heart hammering. Nothing, just darkness. The trees swayed slightly in the wind, but no sign of movement. I barely slept. By the third day, I was exhausted. My nerves were shot. I decided I'd had enough. I packed my bag, threw it in the truck, and turned the key. Nothing. The engine wouldn't start. I checked under the hood, even though I wasn't a mechanic. Everything looked fine, but the truck wouldn't turn over. I was stuck. I told myself I'd hike out in the morning, follow the road back to the nearest town. It would take hours, but I didn't have a choice. That night, something changed. The noises didn't come from outside this time. They came from inside. A creak in the kitchen. The sound of something shifting. I stayed perfectly still in the bed. The knife clutched so tight my fingers ached. Then breathing. Slow. Steady. Not mine. Couldn't move. I barely breathed. Minutes passed, stretched into an eternity. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all. At first light, I grabbed my bag and ran. I didn't bother with food, didn't lock the cabin behind me. I just ran. I followed the road, moving fast despite my exhaustion. The forest felt suffocating, the trees pressing in. Hours passed. My legs burned, my throat dry. Then, finally, the road widened, and I saw a small gas station in the distance. I stumbled inside, breathless, shaking. The attendant gave me a strange look, but I didn't care. I just needed to call someone. Anyone. When help arrived, I didn't have the words to explain, just that I needed to get out of there. A week later, my friend called me, said his uncle had gone to check on the cabin. He found the door open, my truck still sitting there. But inside, things were different. The bed was made. The kitchen was clean. My bags were gone. But there was something else. On the window, written in the condensation, was a single word. Stay. I never went back. I never should have come out here. That thought ran through my mind over and over again as I stood at the edge of the woods, staring at the old cabin. It was late autumn, and the air had that sharp, dry chill that crept into my bones. The trees around me were almost bare, their twisted branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. Brown and orange leaves covered the forest floor, crunching under my boots as I made my way up the creaking wooden steps. The cabin was old, probably abandoned for years. The roof sagged slightly, and the wooden walls were weathered and cracked. The door had been left ajar, swinging slightly in the breeze, the rusted hinges groaning softly. I had been hiking all day, and with the sun dipping lower behind the trees, I knew I had no choice. I had to stay here for the night. I stepped inside, pushing the door open slowly, letting the last light of the day spill in. The inside was just as bad as the outside. Dust covered everything, and cobwebs hung from the corners of the room like old, forgotten curtains. There was a small wooden table in the center, its surface scratched and worn. A single chair lay tipped over beside it. In the corner, there was a fireplace, its stones blackened with soot, but no wood stacked nearby. Across the room, an old wooden cot sat against the wall, the mattress nothing more than a thin, discolored pad that had been gnawed at by time and, most likely, mice. I set my bag down and checked my phone. No signal. Not surprising. I was miles from the nearest town, deep in the woods. I had planned on hiking to a ranger station, but I had taken a wrong turn somewhere, and by the time I realized it, I was too far off course. With the sun setting and no idea where I actually was, I knew I had to make the best of it. I gathered some of the driest pieces of wood I could find outside and stacked them in the fireplace. It took longer than I wanted, but eventually, I got a small fire going. The warmth helped ease the tension in my muscles, but my mind was still uneasy. Something about this place didn't feel right. I sat down on the floor, leaning against the cot, and pulled out an energy bar from my bag. As I ate, I listened to the sounds of the forest outside. The wind rustled through the trees, and occasionally, I heard the distant hoot of an owl. But then there were other sounds, strange, soft noises, like something moving through the leaves, stopping, then starting again. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a deer or maybe a fox, but as I sat there, staring into the fire, the noises didn't stop. They got closer. My pulse quickened. I turned off my headlamp and moved closer to the window, careful not to make any noise. Peering through the cracked glass, I saw only darkness. The firelight behind me created a faint reflection, and I had to lean in to see anything beyond it. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a tree trunk, just another shadow among many. But then it moved. A figure. It was standing just beyond the tree line, barely visible in the dim light. It wasn't moving toward the cabin. It wasn't moving at all. It was just standing there. My breath caught in my throat. I backed away from the window, my heart hammering in my chest. Every rational part of me screamed that it had to be a person, maybe a hunter or another lost hiker. But deep down, something told me that wasn't the case. There was something off about the way it stood, so still, so silent. I forced myself to turn away and focus on the fire. Maybe it would lose interest and leave. But the longer I sat there, the more I felt its presence. I knew it was still there, watching. Then, a sound broke the silence. A slow, deliberate tap against the wooden wall of the cabin. Tap, tap, tap. I jumped to my feet, grabbing the small hunting knife from my pack. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I stood there, knife gripped tightly in my shaking hand, every muscle in my body tense. The fire crackled behind me, the only sound in the room. Then the doorknob turned. Not fast, not violently, just a slow, quiet twist, as if someone on the other side was testing it. I stepped back, holding my breath, praying that it was just my imagination. But then the door creaked open, just an inch, just enough for me to see the darkness beyond it. I didn't move, couldn't. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The door remained slightly open, but there were no footsteps, no movement, nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat there, my back against the farthest wall, my knife in my hand, my ears straining for any sound. By the time the first light of dawn crept through the window, I was still wide awake. I stood slowly, my entire body stiff and aching. I crept to the door and pushed it open fully, stepping outside. The forest was still and quiet, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. In the dirt, just beyond the steps, were footprints. They led from the treeline to the cabin. But the strangest part? There were no footprints leading away. I grabbed my pack and left. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was miles away, my legs burning, my lungs aching. Eventually, I made it back to civilization, back to safety. I never found out who or what was out there that night. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still hear it. I needed a break from everything. Work had been dragging me down, and the city was starting to feel suffocating. The noise, the crowds, the constant hum of life that never seemed to quiet down. I had enough. So, when I got the chance to rent a secluded cabin deep in the woods for a week, I took it without hesitation. It was supposed to be an escape, a chance to clear my head. The drive up was long, stretching through winding roads that twisted through dense forest. The farther I went, the fewer signs of civilization I saw. No gas stations, no houses, not even another car. Just endless trees and the occasional deer darting across the road. I had followed the directions the owner of the cabin sent me, and after about an hour off the main highway, I finally found it. A small wooden cabin, tucked away in the trees, far from anything or anyone. It was perfect. No cell service, no neighbors, just quiet. The first day was peaceful. I unpacked, got the firewood stacked, and settled in. The cabin was simple, one bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a living area with a fireplace. No electricity, but a generator in the back if I needed it. I decided to leave it off. I wanted to disconnect completely. That night, I built a fire in the fireplace and sat outside for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest. The wind rustled the leaves, crickets chirped in the distance, and every now and then, I'd hear the faint hoot of an owl. It was the first time in a long time that I felt truly alone. It was nice. Sometime around midnight, I decided to turn in. As I was locking up, I noticed something strange. There were footprints on the dirt path leading away from the cabin. I hadn't noticed them earlier. At first, I thought maybe they were mine, but the more I looked, the more I realized they weren't. They were too big, and they weren't leading toward the cabin. They were leading away. I told myself it could have been the owner, maybe checking on the place before I arrived. But something about them unsettled me. They were deep, fresh. Someone had been there. Recently, I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a hiker passing through. Maybe it was nothing. I went inside, locked the doors, and went to bed. The second day was uneventful. I spent most of it hiking, exploring the area, trying to clear my head. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was already setting, painting the sky in deep shades of orange and purple. That's when I noticed it. Something was off. The firewood I had stacked neatly by the door was scattered. The door to the generator shed was open. I knew I had closed it. I stood there for a while, trying to figure out if maybe I had just forgotten. Maybe the wind knocked over the wood. Maybe I hadn't latched the shed door properly. But I knew I had. I checked inside. Nothing was missing. Nothing was out of place. But that feeling something was wrong. That night, I slept with the fire burning low in the fireplace, the warmth doing little to calm my nerves. I told myself I was being paranoid. I was in the middle of nowhere, alone. My mind was playing tricks on me. But then, sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure why. The fire was still burning, casting flickering shadows on the walls. The cabin was quiet, save for the occasional creak of wood settling. And then I heard it. Soft, slow, footsteps. Outside. I froze, listened. They weren't heavy, not stomping or running. Just slow, deliberate steps crunching on the dirt outside the cabin. I held my breath, straining to hear more. For a moment, everything was still. The footsteps stopped. Then a knock. Soft. 3 taps. My heart slammed against my ribs. No one was supposed to be here. No one even knew I was here. I didn't move. I just sat there, waiting, listening. The knock came again. Same rhythm. 3 soft taps. I grabbed the fire poker from beside the fireplace, gripping it tight. I wasn't about to open that door. Minutes passed, then an hour. Eventually, I heard the footsteps again, retreating this time, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By the time morning came, I had convinced myself it had to be an animal. Maybe a bear brushing against the cabin. Maybe a tree branch tapping in the wind. I was just being paranoid. Still, I checked outside. The footprints were back, fresh, leading away from the cabin. I had enough. I packed my things, threw them in the truck, and drove out of there without looking back. When I finally got service hours later, I called the cabin owner, told him about what happened. He was quiet for a long time before he finally said, "You're not the first." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know, and I never went back. I had always wanted a place to escape to, somewhere far from the noise and stress of the city. So, when I found an old cabin deep in the Montana wilderness for sale, I didn't hesitate. It was secluded, surrounded by thick pine forests, and miles away from the nearest town. Exactly what I was looking for. The first few weeks were peaceful. I spent my time fixing up the place, chopping wood, and exploring the surrounding forest. The silence was something I wasn't used to, but I liked it. No cars, no neighbors, just the wind through the trees and the occasional rustling of wildlife. One evening, I was out by the fire pit, watching the flames flicker when I first noticed something strange. The woods were too quiet. No crickets, no owls, nothing. Just an unnatural stillness that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I brushed it off as paranoia, but something inside me knew better. Later that night, I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. Heavy, deliberate footsteps circling the cabin. My first thought was a bear, maybe an elk, but the way it moved wasn't right. It was slow, almost thoughtful, like it was trying to be quiet but wasn't quite succeeding. I grabbed my rifle and stepped onto the porch, flashlight in hand. Nothing. The trees stood still, the dirt road leading up to the cabin empty. I scanned the area for tracks, but there was nothing. I told myself I was imagining things and went back inside. Over the next few days, the feeling of being watched became unbearable. I'd be chopping wood and feel eyes on me, but every time I looked around, there was nothing. My game cameras weren't picking up anything unusual either, just deer and the occasional fox. But at night, the noises started again. First, it was just the footsteps, always circling, always just far enough that I couldn't see anything. Then, things started moving. One morning, I found my tools scattered across the ground, like someone had gone through them. A few days later, I woke up to find the firewood I had stacked neatly by the cabin tossed across the yard. Nothing was taken, nothing was damaged, just moved. That's when I decided to stay up all night and wait. I killed the lights in the cabin, grabbed my rifle, and sat by the window. The hours dragged by, the only sound my own breathing. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. The footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling. Then, something new. A faint scraping sound against the side of the cabin. My stomach dropped. I waited, gripping my rifle so tight my fingers ached. The scraping moved around, from one side of the cabin to the other. It sounded like nails or claws dragging against the wood. I took a deep breath and flipped on the porch light. Nothing. I stepped outside, flashlight sweeping across the trees. The moment the beam hit the tree line, I saw it. A figure just at the edge of the light. It was tall, too tall. The proportions were all wrong. Long limbs, broad shoulders, a head tilted slightly to the side as if studying me. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching. My breath hitched and I raised my rifle. But before I could even aim, it was gone. Not ran, not ducked, just gone. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I found deep scratches in the wood near my bedroom window. Not claw marks, not anything an animal would make. They were long, deliberate slashes, like someone had taken a knife and carved into the wood. I packed up and left that afternoon. I never went back. Months later, I listed the cabin for sale. A man from out of state bought it without asking too many questions. I didn't feel the need to warn him. Whatever was out there, I wasn't sticking around to find out more. Even now, years later, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, expecting to hear those slow, deliberate footsteps circling outside my window. And every time I do, I remind myself why I never should have gone to that cabin in the first place. It was late September when I drove up into the mountains alone. I had taken time off from work, looking for somewhere quiet to clear my head, and booked a small, off-grid cabin deep in the woods of Montana. The place was advertised as remote. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove and a well. That was exactly what I wanted. A break from everything. The drive took longer than expected. The roads were in worse shape than the directions had suggested, narrow and covered in loose gravel. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was dipping low behind the trees. It was smaller than I expected, just a single-room structure with a tiny front porch and a detached shed that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The nearest town was over an hour away. There was no cell service. I unloaded my supplies and set up inside. The cabin was simple. Wooden walls, a small table, a cot in the corner. There was a pile of firewood stacked against the back wall, enough to last a few days. A kerosene lantern sat on a shelf near the door, and a few dusty pots and pans hung on the wall. I found a journal tucked under the cot, filled with entries from previous visitors. Most were short notes about enjoying the peace and quiet, but one stood out. "Something isn't right here. Heard noises last night. Thought it was animals, but it wasn't. Left early." I closed the book and set it aside. Probably some paranoid city person not used to the sounds of the woods at night. The first night was uneventful. The forest was alive with the usual sounds: crickets, the occasional owl, the distant rustling of trees. I slept well, better than I had in weeks. The second day, I hiked a few miles into the woods, following an old trail behind the cabin. The deeper I went, the more overgrown it became until it eventually disappeared altogether. I turned back before it got too late. That night, I woke up to a sound outside, something moving through the trees, slow and deliberate. I sat up, listening. The fire in the stove had died down, and the cabin was cold. The sound didn't go away. I grabbed the lantern and stepped onto the porch. The forest was still dark. I told myself it was just a deer or maybe a bear, but something about the way it moved felt off. I went back inside, bolted the door, and tried to sleep. The next morning, I found something strange. Footprints, not animal tracks, human footprints circling the cabin. They weren't mine. They were barefoot, the toes pressing deep into the dirt. The prints led around the cabin several times before vanishing into the trees. I felt my stomach tighten. I told myself it was just some local messing around, maybe a hunter passing through. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I considered leaving, but convinced myself I was overreacting. I spent the day gathering firewood and trying to shake the feeling of unease. I didn't go hiking again. That night, I locked the door and kept the fire going. The wind picked up, rattling the cabin, but it wasn't enough to drown out the noise. Just past midnight, I heard something outside again. Closer this time, footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then the doorknob rattled. A cold wave of fear washed over me. Someone was out there trying to get in. I grabbed the hatchet I'd brought for chopping wood and stood by the door, listening. The rattling stopped. The footsteps moved around the cabin. I could hear them circling, pausing every few steps, like they were listening. Then silence. I stood there for hours, gripping the hatchet, waiting. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I must have dozed off. When I woke, it was morning, and the world outside seemed normal again. But the footprints were back. Fresh ones, leading from the trees to my door, stopping right outside, then disappearing back into the woods. I packed my things, threw everything into my truck, and left. As I drove away, I kept looking in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the woods, watching me leave. But there was nothing. just trees and shadows. I never went back. To this day, I don't know who was out there, and I don't want to know. I had been driving for hours, deeper and deeper into the thick forests of northern Montana. The cabin was an old rental I found online, isolated on a stretch of land near a lake. The listing said it was built in the 1950s but had been updated a few times. It was supposed to be peaceful, a place to get away from the noise of the world. That's what I wanted. Just some time alone, away from people, away from everything. The drive up had been rough. The dirt road leading to the cabin was narrow, with trees pressing in on both sides. There were no streetlights, no signs of other people, just miles of forest. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, the sun was already setting, painting the sky in deep reds and oranges. The cabin itself was small, made of dark, weathered wood. It had a covered porch with a single rocking chair, a woodpile stacked neatly to the side, and a single dim porch light that flickered when I switched it on. Inside, it smelled of old wood and dust. The main room had a fireplace, a couch, and a small kitchen area with an ancient-looking fridge and stove. There was one bedroom and a bathroom with a rust-stained sink. The place was simple, but it was exactly what I needed. No distractions, no people, just me and the quiet. The first night was uneventful. I made dinner, read for a bit by the dim yellow light of the lamp, then turned in early. The forest outside was alive with sounds. Crickets, distant owls, the occasional rustling in the trees. I slept deeply, waking only once when the wind picked up, rattling the windows. The next morning, I took a walk down to the lake. The water was still, dark, reflecting the towering pines around it. I sat on a rock by the shore, drinking coffee from my thermos, letting the cold air wake me up. It was perfect. I hadn't felt that kind of quiet in years. It was on my way back to the cabin that I noticed something strange. Deep boot prints in the dirt, leading toward the cabin from the woods. They weren't mine. They were fresh. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. I hadn't heard a car. I hadn't seen anyone else for miles. I stood there for a while, just listening. Nothing, just the wind moving through the trees. I followed the prints carefully, keeping my steps light. They led up to the porch, stopping just short of the door. Whoever it was had stood there for a while, facing the cabin. Then the prints turned and went back into the woods. No sign of them going around the cabin. No sign of them lingering. Just a straight path to my door and then back into the trees. I stood there, heart pounding, scanning the tree line. There was no movement, no sound. Just the feeling that someone had been watching. I went inside, locked the door, and checked the windows. Nothing seemed out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I kept my hatchet near me that day, carrying it whenever I stepped outside. That night, I kept the porch light on. The wind picked up again, making the trees groan. I sat by the fire, trying to read, but I kept glancing at the windows. The feeling hadn't gone away. Something was off. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke with a start to a sound outside. A single, deliberate step on the porch. Then another. I froze, barely breathing. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows. I reached for my hatchet, gripping it so tight my knuckles ached. Then silence. I waited. 5 minutes. 10. Nothing. Just the wind. After what felt like an hour, I finally moved, creeping toward the window. The porch light flickered weakly, casting a dim glow, but I couldn't see anyone. I waited a little longer, then forced myself to lie back down. I barely slept. Morning came and I checked the porch. More prints. The same boots. This time, they circled the cabin, stopping at each window before disappearing back into the woods. I had planned to stay another few days, but my gut told me to leave. Whoever it was, they weren't just passing through. They were watching, waiting. I packed my things quickly, loading up my truck as the morning fog clung to the trees. I kept my hatchet close, my head on a swivel. As I was pulling out, I glanced back at the tree line. For just a second, I thought I saw something. A figure standing between the trunks, just out of reach of the light. Watching. I didn't stop. I didn't look back again. I drove straight out of there, all the way back to town without a break. When I got home, I checked the rental listing again. The cabin had been removed. No contact info. No record that it had ever been there. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I do know this. I was not alone that night, and I was never supposed to find out who was watching me. It was early fall when I went up to the cabin. The trees were just starting to change color. The air had that crisp bite to it, and the nights were getting longer. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. A weekend away from everything, just me, the quiet, and the woods. I needed the break. Work had been wearing me down, and the thought of being completely alone for a few days sounded like exactly what I needed. The cabin belonged to a friend of mine. He had inherited it from his grandfather, and since he rarely used it, he had offered to let me stay for the weekend. It was about a 4-hour drive from the city, deep in the woods, miles away from any real town. The road leading up to it was mostly dirt, twisting through thick trees and hills. By the time I arrived, the sun was already low, casting long shadows across the ground. The place was simple, small, one-story, just a main room with a kitchenette, a bedroom, and a bathroom. No Wi-Fi, no TV, no distractions. Just the sound of the wind through the trees and the occasional rustling of an animal in the underbrush. I dropped my bag inside, took a quick look around, and then started getting things settled. The first night was uneventful. I made myself dinner, read a book by the dim light of an old lamp, and went to bed early. The quiet was nice, though it took some time to get used to. I had spent so much time surrounded by noise, cars, people, the hum of the city, that the silence felt almost too loud. Still, I slept well. The next day, I spent most of my time outside. I hiked a little, walked down to the small lake a few hundred yards from the cabin, and just enjoyed the feeling of being away from everything. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. I hadn't seen another person since I got here. That was the whole point, of course, but something about it felt off. Maybe I just wasn't used to being so isolated. That night, things changed. I was inside, reading, when I heard something outside. First, I thought it was just the wind. Then I heard it again. A thud. Not loud, but solid, like something hitting the wooden porch. I set my book down and listened. Nothing. I told myself it was probably just an animal. Maybe a raccoon, maybe a deer passing through. Still, I stood up and went to the window. The porch light barely reached past the railing, leaving most of the yard in darkness. I squinted, trying to see past the glow, but there was nothing, just the trees and the night. I waited a few minutes, then went back to my chair. I picked up my book, but I couldn't focus. Something about the noise had unsettled me. It wasn't just the sound itself, it was where it had come from. The porch was sturdy, raised slightly off the ground. Whatever made that noise had to be big enough to step onto it. An hour passed, then another. The sound didn't come back, and eventually, I convinced myself it really had just been an animal. I turned in for the night, locking the door behind me more out of habit than actual concern. I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't a small animal. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving through the dried leaves and dirt just beyond the porch. I lay still, barely breathing, listening as they circled the cabin. Every few steps, they would stop, like whoever or whatever it was listening, waiting. Then they would start again, moving closer. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand and clicked it on, shining it toward the window. The curtain was thin, and I could see the faint outline of trees beyond the glass, but nothing else. I debated whether to get up and check outside, but something about this didn't feel right. Then the footsteps stopped. I waited, heart pounding. Silence. Minutes passed. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe a sharp creak came from the porch. I sat up fast, gripping the flashlight so tight my knuckles turned white. The front door was locked, but that suddenly didn't feel like enough. I stayed still, listening. The creak didn't come again. The footsteps didn't start up. Just the same suffocating silence. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed in bed, staring at the window, listening to every tiny sound. I told myself that if I heard something else, I would go out there with the flashlight and check. But I didn't hear anything, not for the rest of the night. By morning, the fear felt like a bad dream. The light of day made everything seem normal again. The leaves outside were undisturbed, no sign of anything unusual. If there had been tracks, the dry ground had already erased them. I almost laughed at myself for getting so worked up. I spent most of the day hiking, trying to shake off the unease from the night before. It worked for the most part. By the time the sun started to set, I was convinced I had just been imagining things. That night, I locked the door again, double-checked the windows, and settled in. Around midnight, I woke up. Something was wrong. I didn't hear anything, but I could feel it. A pressure in the air, a sense of something just off. Then came the noise. Not footsteps this time. Something softer. A dragging sound. Slow, like something heavy being pulled through the dirt. I sat up, heart hammering. The sound came from the side of the cabin, near the bedroom window. I grabbed the flashlight again, turned it on, and aimed it at the glass. The curtain barely moved in the still air, but beyond it, past the edge of the porch light's reach, I saw something shift, a shadow against the trees. I held my breath, waiting for it to move again. Didn't, but the dragging sound stopped. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, watching, listening, waiting. Eventually, exhaustion won out. The fear was still there, gnawing at the edges of my mind, but nothing happened. No more sounds, no more movement, just silence. By the time the first light of dawn touched the trees, I had already packed my bag. I didn't bother making breakfast. I didn't even check outside. I just grabbed my keys, threw everything into the car, and left. I never told my friend what happened. Never mentioned the noises, the shadow, the feeling of something just outside my window. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw, and I know I'll never go back to that cabin again. It was late October, right when the leaves were at their peak, bright red and orange covering the mountains like fire. I had rented a cabin for the weekend, just a small one, tucked away in the woods near a lake. It wasn't completely isolated. There were other cabins scattered throughout the forest, but they were far enough apart that I couldn't see them through the trees. It was the kind of place that felt remote without actually being too far from civilization, which was exactly what I was looking for. A quiet place to get away, enjoy the fresh air, maybe do some hiking. The cabin itself was simple. A single story with a porch, one bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a living room with an old wood stove. The walls were dark wood, the furniture outdated but sturdy. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, just a radio that barely picked up any stations and a stack of old books on a shelf near the fireplace. It felt old but comfortable, like a place that had been there for decades and would stay standing for decades more. The first day was peaceful. I arrived in the afternoon, unpacked my things, and took a walk down to the lake. The water was calm, reflecting the trees like glass. I didn't see another person the whole time I was out there, just a few deer moving through the brush and a pair of birds circling overhead. That night, I lit a fire in the stove, cooked a simple meal, and sat on the porch with a beer, listening to the sounds of the forest. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled in the breeze, and every so often, I'd hear something moving through the underbrush, probably a raccoon or a fox. Normal forest sounds. Sometime around midnight, I went inside and locked the door. The cabin had old wooden shutters, so I pulled those closed too, just to keep the place extra dark. The bedroom was small but warm, the heavy quilts on the bed thick enough to keep the cold away. I fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up a few hours later, not to a sound exactly, but to a feeling, that strange, instinctual sense that something isn't right. The room was silent. The fire in the stove had burned down to embers, leaving the air cool but not cold. I stayed still, listening. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate creak from outside the bedroom door. My breath caught in my throat. The cabin was old, the wood settling at night, but this wasn't random creaking. It was slow, measured, a shift of weight on the old floorboards. I stayed completely still, ears straining. Then another sound, this one quieter, almost like a faint exhale. Someone was in the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't reach for my phone, didn't sit up. I just lay there listening. The door to the bedroom was closed, but there was no lock on it. If someone was out there, they could come in anytime they wanted. Another creak, closer this time. I ran through the possibilities in my head. A bear? Unlikely. A bear would have made more noise coming in. Maybe another camper who got lost? But what kind of lost camper would just walk into someone's cabin in the middle of the night? The floor creaked again, almost right outside the door now. I made a decision. Slowly, carefully, I reached over to the nightstand and grabbed the flashlight I'd left there. I held it tight, my heart hammering. Then silence. Minutes passed. My fingers ached from gripping the flashlight so hard. Nothing. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to move. I swung my legs off the bed as quietly as I could, putting my feet on the cold wooden floor. The cabin was still dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of embers in the stove. I took a slow, deep breath, then stood up. The floor didn't creak under my weight. I moved toward the door, stepping lightly. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. I reached out, hesitated for just a second, then gripped the doorknob and turned it. The door swung open into the living room. It was empty. The front door was still locked. The shutters were still closed. Everything was exactly as I had left it. I stood there for a long time, waiting, listening. The forest outside was quiet. Eventually, I convinced myself I must have imagined it. Maybe I had a dream that felt real. Maybe the cabin settling sounded like footsteps when I was half asleep. I didn't go back to bed, though. I sat in the chair near the stove, staring at the door until the first light of dawn crept through the shutters. When the sun was fully up, I went outside to get some fresh air. The forest was peaceful again, birds calling to each other, leaves rustling in the wind. Then I saw them, footprints, not mine. They were on the porch leading up to the front door, then back down the steps. I looked around, scanning the trees. The footprints weren't deep. Whoever made them hadn't been running, just walking. I followed them a few steps, but they disappeared into the underbrush. No sign of where they came from, no sign of where they went. I went back inside, packed up my things, and left. I don't know who it was. I don't know what they wanted. But I know one thing for sure. They stood outside my bedroom door, listening. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks. A weekend away, alone in a cabin deep in the woods, away from everything. Work, noise, people. Just me, the trees, and the quiet. It wasn't my first time doing something like this. I liked the solitude, the way the world slowed down when you were alone in the middle of nowhere. No cell service, no distractions, just the crackle of a fire and the sounds of the forest at night. The cabin was small, nothing fancy. A single room with a bed, a small kitchen, a wood stove for heat. It had been there for decades, built by some old hunter long before I was born. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The kind of place that felt solid, like it had weathered storms and years without changing. The first day was perfect. I hiked in the afternoon, following a narrow trail that led up a ridge overlooking the valley. The air was crisp, the leaves just starting to turn. By the time I got back, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the clearing where the cabin sat. I built a fire, cooked a simple meal, and sat outside for a while, listening to the wind move through the trees. It wasn't until later that I started to feel it. A shift in the air, a sense of something just beyond my sight. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me, the way it sometimes did when you were alone in a place like this. But as the night wore on, the feeling got stronger, like I wasn't as alone as I thought. I locked the door before I went to bed. I always did, not because I was scared, but because it was just habit. You didn't leave doors unlocked, not out here. I left a lantern on the table, just bright enough to keep the room from being swallowed by the dark. Sleep came slow. The cabin creaked as the temperature dropped, the old wood shifting as the night settled in. I listened for a while, letting the sounds lull me into sleep. But then, Just as I started to drift off, I heard it. A noise outside. Not an animal. Not the wind. Something deliberate. Slow, careful footsteps moving just beyond the cabin walls. I held my breath, straining to listen. The fire had burned low, casting flickering shadows against the wooden walls. The sound came again, closer this time. A soft crunch of leaves, the creak of a branch under weight. I stayed still, my body tense. I knew the sounds of the forest, knew the way animals moved. This wasn't that. This was different. A human step. I reached for the knife I kept near the bed, my fingers tightening around the handle. The footsteps stopped. For a long time, there was nothing, just silence, stretching out, pressing in around me. I waited, barely breathing. Then, a soft scrape against the wood of the cabin. Just beneath the window, I felt my pulse hammer against my ribs. Someone was out there, watching, waiting. I thought about turning off the lantern, but I didn't want to move. Didn't want to let whoever was out there know that I knew. Instead, I stayed completely still, gripping the knife, listening. Minutes passed, then more. The night stretched on, the weight of the dark pressing down. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. The air went still again. Nothing moved outside. I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, listening, waiting for something else to happen. But it never did. When the sun finally started to rise, I moved carefully to the window. The clearing outside looked the same as it had the day before. No signs of anything, no footprints, no disturbed leaves. But when I stepped outside, I saw it. A single mark just beneath the window. A long, deep scratch in the wood, like something or someone had dragged a knife or a sharp tool across it. Deliberate, intentional. I packed my things and left that morning. I didn't look back. I haven't been back since. It was early November when I decided to spend a long weekend alone in an old hunting cabin deep in the Oregon wilderness. I had always wanted to take a trip like this. Just me, a rifle, and miles of quiet forest. The cabin belonged to an old family friend who had stopped using it years ago, but it was still in decent shape, just a bit weathered from time. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove, a cot, and a few shelves stocked with old canned goods. It was exactly what I wanted. The drive took most of the day. By the time I reached the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin, the sun was already dipping behind the treetops. The place was isolated, no cell service, no signs of human activity. Just towering pines, dry leaves crunching under my boots, and the occasional distant sound of a bird or some small animal scurrying through the brush. I unlocked the door, stepping inside. The air was stale, but nothing a little fresh air and a fire in the stove couldn't fix. I swept some dirt and dead leaves off the floor, set my gear down, and got to work gathering firewood before it got too dark. There was a stack of logs on the side of the cabin, mostly dry but covered in cobwebs. I took an armful inside and got a fire going. Within an hour, the place felt warmer, the flickering glow of the flames bouncing off the wooden walls. That first night was peaceful. I ate a simple meal of jerky and some canned beans I had brought with me, washed it down with a bottle of water, and sat by the stove reading an old book I had packed. The wind picked up outside, rattling the trees and making the whole place creak. It was the kind of sound that could make a man feel completely alone in the world. But I wasn't worried. I was used to the woods. Around midnight, I crawled into my sleeping bag on the cot. The fire had burned down, but the embers still gave off enough heat to keep the chill away. The only sound was the wind, steady but not too strong. I closed my eyes and drifted off. Sometime in the early hours, I woke up. Something had snapped outside. A branch, maybe. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard something else. A soft but deliberate crunch of leaves. Footsteps, slow, heavy, moving just beyond the cabin walls. I stayed completely still, listening. My rifle was leaning against the wall, just out of reach. I cursed myself for not keeping it closer. My heart pounded as the steps moved around the cabin, stopping near the window. I strained my ears, trying to pick up any other sounds. No breathing, no snorting, nothing that screamed, bear or elk. Just slow, measured steps. Then they stopped. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just waited. Minutes passed, maybe more. Then, just as suddenly as they had started, the sounds were gone. I stayed awake for hours, listening, gripping the knife I kept strapped to my belt. Eventually, exhaustion won. When I woke up, the sun was creeping through the cracks in the wooden walls. I stepped outside cautiously, my rifle in hand. There were tracks in the dirt, large, deep footprints circling the cabin. Not boots, not paws, bare feet. Human feet. But no one should have been out here. Not this deep in the woods, miles from the nearest road. I checked my gear. Nothing was missing. Nothing was disturbed. But someone or something had been watching me. I spent the next day on edge, carrying my rifle everywhere, constantly checking my surroundings. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I convinced myself it was just some lost hiker. Maybe even my imagination playing tricks on me in the dark. That night, I barely slept. I kept the fire going, the rifle in my hands as I sat in the chair by the stove, listening. But nothing happened. The next morning, I decided I'd had enough. I packed my gear, doused the fire, and started the long trek back to my truck. As I reached the dirt road, something caught my eye. Carved into a tree near the trailhead was a single word, scratched deep into the bark. Leave. I didn't hesitate. I got in my truck, started the engine, and drove until I was back in town, back to civilization. I never told my family friend what I had seen, never asked if he had ever experienced anything like it. I never went back to that cabin. I had been looking forward to a weekend alone in the mountains for months. Work had been relentless, and I needed a break. Just me, a cabin, and miles of nothing. I found a place through a guy at work, a small off-grid cabin deep in the woods. He said it belonged to his uncle, who rarely used it anymore. I'd have no cell service, no internet, just a propane stove, a wood-burning heater, and a creek a short walk away for water. Sounded perfect. The drive up was long, winding through narrow mountain roads. The deeper I got into the woods, the fewer signs of people I saw. No houses, no mailboxes, just trees and the occasional break in the foliage revealing rolling hills. The last stretch was a dirt road barely wide enough for my truck, overgrown with branches that scraped against the sides as I drove. When I finally reached the cabin, it was exactly what I had wanted. Small, weathered, with a deep porch and a stone chimney. The forest pressed in close around it, thick with pine and underbrush. I parked, grabbed my gear, and stepped onto the porch. The door was unlocked, just as the guy had told me it would be. Inside, it was simple: wood walls, a small kitchen, a cot, and a fireplace with a pile of wood stacked beside it. The air smelled of dust and old wood, with a faint hint of something else, something damp. I chalked it up to the place being shut for so long. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, set up my sleeping bag, and explored a little. The creek was close, just as he had said, and the water was ice cold and clear. I spent the afternoon gathering extra firewood, just in case the temperature dropped at night. As the sun set, I made a simple dinner on the propane stove and sat on the porch, listening to the woods come alive with sound. Crickets, owls, the occasional rustling in the underbrush. It was peaceful, exactly what I had wanted. That night, I was woken by a noise. At first, I thought it was just the creaking of the cabin settling, but then I heard it again, a thump, followed by a scraping sound. I sat up, listening. The fire had burned low, casting flickering shadows across the walls. I stayed still, trying to hear past the sound of my own breathing. Then, nothing, just the wind and the trees. The next morning, I found tracks in the dirt outside the cabin. Not boot prints, not paws, something in between. Long, narrow impressions, deeper at the front, like whatever had made them had been putting weight forward as it moved. I crouched down, running my fingers along the edges. The dirt had been disturbed recently. I wasn't sure what kind of animal made tracks like that, but I wasn't going to let it ruin my trip. I spent the day hiking, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. The forest was beautiful, dense, and untouched. I followed a trail that eventually led to a small clearing with an old, rusted-out car sitting in the middle of it. The windows were smashed, the interior gutted. It looked like it had been there for decades. There was no road leading to it, no sign of a path big enough for a car to have gotten through. Just trees and silence. I didn't stay long. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was already dipping below the treeline. I started a fire, cooked dinner, and sat on the porch again. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The woods felt different. The usual sounds were there, but it was like something was listening, just out of sight. Watching. I told myself I was being paranoid. I had no reason to be afraid. That night, I woke again. This time, it was the door. The sound of it moving, the hinges groaning slightly. I grabbed my flashlight and knife, my heart hammering. The door was still closed. I shined the light through the window, but the porch was empty. Just darkness and the outline of trees. In the morning, I found more tracks. Closer this time. They circled the cabin, stopping just before the porch steps. I followed them a little way into the woods before they disappeared into the underbrush. I tried to put it out of my mind. I told myself it was just an animal, something unfamiliar but harmless. But that night, it got worse. The noises were back. Scraping, thumping, something heavy shifting outside the walls. Then, a slow, deliberate knock on the door. Not loud, not hurried. Just a single knock, followed by silence. I sat up in my sleeping bag, gripping my knife, my breath coming fast. The fire was still burning low, casting everything in a dim orange glow. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. Another knock. I stayed awake until the sun rose. When I finally worked up the courage to step outside, there were no tracks. No sign that anything had been there at all. I packed my things. I didn't bother making breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something standing on the porch, watching me leave. But there was nothing, just the cabin, shrinking in the distance as I put more and more road between me and whatever had been out there. I don't know what it was. Maybe just an animal. Maybe my mind playing tricks on me. But I never went back, and I never will. The plan was simple. A quiet weekend in the woods, away from the city, away from work, away from everything. The cabin was a rental, old but sturdy, sitting on the edge of a thick forest with no other houses in sight. It was late October, the air crisp and dry, and the trees had already shed most of their leaves. I wanted solitude, a break from the constant noise of life. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun sinking below the treetops as I pulled up the gravel driveway. The cabin was exactly as it had looked in the pictures. Small, rustic, a wraparound porch with a few wooden chairs, and a stack of firewood neatly piled against the side. There was no service out here, which I expected. That was part of the appeal. I wanted to unplug completely. Inside, the cabin was simple. A main room with a couch and a fireplace, a small kitchen with an old gas stove, a single bedroom with a queen-sized bed, and a bathroom with a clawfoot tub. Everything smelled like cedar and dust, like it hadn't been used in a while. I dropped my bag in the bedroom and started a fire in the wood stove. The temperature had already started to drop, and without central heating, I knew the fire would be my best friend. I spent the first hour settling in, unpacking a few things, setting up a lantern on the kitchen counter. The owner had left a handwritten note on the table. "Welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Please don't leave food outside. Bears have been active. Wood is stocked by the shed. Lock up at night." Standard cabin warnings. I had no intention of feeding the wildlife, and I always locked up. By the time I had dinner, just a simple sandwich and some coffee, it was fully dark outside. The forest around the cabin felt vast, endless. No streetlights, no distant highway hum, just the sound of wind moving through the trees and the occasional creak of the old wood settling. Around 9, I stepped outside to get some firewood. The air was colder than I expected, my breath clouding in the light from the porch. The forest was a wall of blackness beyond the small circle of light from the cabin. I grabbed an armful of logs from the pile by the shed and turned back to the house. Then I stopped. There were fresh footprints in the dirt near the steps. Not mine. I hadn't walked there, and they weren't boot prints. They were bare feet, slightly distorted in the soft ground, leading from the tree line toward the porch. I scanned the darkness, every nerve in my body on edge. There was no one, no sound, just the wind moving the trees. I took a slow breath, forcing myself to stay calm. Maybe I'd missed them earlier. Maybe they were old. I walked inside, bolted the door behind me, and dropped the logs into the wood bin. I sat by the fire for a while, listening. Nothing, just the steady crackle of the flames. I told myself it was nothing, just paranoia from being alone out here, but something felt off. I checked the doors and windows twice before heading to bed. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. No noise had woken me, just a feeling. The room was cold. The fire had died down, but that wasn't it. Something felt wrong. The kind of wrong that you don't have a name for, but your body knows before your brain does. I stayed still, barely breathing, listening. Then I heard it. A faint creak from the floorboards outside the bedroom. I turned my head slowly toward the door. The cabin was dark, but I could see the sliver of light from the dying fire stretching across the floor. I stared at that sliver of light, unblinking, barely breathing. Then the shadow moved. It wasn't fast. It wasn't sudden. It was slow, deliberate, like someone shifting their weight just beyond the bedroom door. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't move. The bedroom door was closed, but not locked. I didn't remember if I had locked the front door before going to bed. For what felt like an eternity, I just lay there, listening, staring at that thin line of light. The shadow didn't move again. No more creaks, no more sound, just silence. Then, finally, after what must have been an hour, I heard the softest sound. A slow, quiet breath, just on the other side of the door. I don't remember falling asleep. Maybe my body shut down from exhaustion. But when I opened my eyes, the bedroom was filled with the pale gray light of morning. I sat up, my whole body aching with tension. The cabin was silent. The fire had completely burned out. I listened for any sound. Nothing. Slowly, I climbed out of bed and moved to the door. My fingers hesitated on the knob before I turned it. The main room was exactly as I had left it. No signs of anything disturbed. No footprints. No open doors. But the front door was unlocked. I stood there, staring at it, my mind racing. Had I forgotten to lock it? Had I imagined everything? Felt real. Too real. I walked outside, my breath visible in the cold morning air. The ground was undisturbed. No new footprints, just the old ones leading from the trees. I didn't stay to find out more. I packed my things in minutes, grabbed my bag, and left. As I pulled out of the driveway, I looked back once. The cabin stood there, quiet, still, just like it had the day before. But something about it felt different now. I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't been alone last night. I drove straight back to town, stopping at a gas station to grab a coffee. The cashier gave me a nod as I paid. "Staying up at that old place?" he asked. I hesitated. "Yeah," he smirked. "Bet it was quiet up there." I forced a nod, took my coffee, and left. I haven't been back since. I remember that weekend like it was yesterday. It was early November, that strange time between fall and winter when the cold is sharp, but the first real snow hasn't settled in yet. I had rented a small, remote cabin deep in the woods of northern Montana, looking for a quiet place to get away from work, from people, from everything. I had been stretched thin, and I thought isolation might clear my head. The cabin was simple. A single room with a wood stove, a small bed, a table, and a few shelves stocked with basic supplies. There was no electricity, no running water, just a well outside for drinking and an old outhouse a short walk into the trees. The only way in was a long, winding dirt road that I had driven for nearly an hour after losing cell service. No other cabins, no signs of people. Just me, the trees, and the cold. The first day was uneventful. I gathered firewood, set up my small propane stove for cooking, and settled in as the daylight faded. The silence was thick, the kind you don't notice in the city. No cars, no distant hum of electricity, just the occasional rustling of wind through the trees. I ate my dinner by lantern light and read for a while before finally crawling into bed, listening to the steady crackle of the fire in the stove. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again, a rhythmic creaking. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. A slow, deliberate groaning like wood shifting under pressure. I lay there, barely breathing, trying to pinpoint it. The cabin had a small front porch with an old wooden rocking chair, the kind you see in every rustic vacation rental. It had been still when I arrived, wedged against the railing. But now, in the stillness of the night, something was making it move. I sat up slowly, listening. The creaking would start, go for a few seconds, then stop. Pause. Then it would start again, like something or someone was sitting in it, gently rocking. The fire had burned low, casting only faint orange light across the room. My rifle was in the corner, still in its case, but I didn't move for it yet. I just listened. Minutes passed. The chair stopped. Silence. I waited, my breath shallow, my ears straining for any hint of movement. Nothing. I told myself it was the wind, a coincidence, maybe just my mind playing tricks on me in the deep quiet. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted back to sleep, convincing myself I had imagined the whole thing. The next morning, I stepped outside to get water from the well, and that's when I saw it. The chair had moved. It was now angled slightly away from where I had left it, as if someone had stood up and walked off. The ground around the porch was hard-packed dirt, but there were marks, subtle but there, the kind of disturbance that looked like something had stood in one place for a while. I didn't like that. I pushed the chair back against the railing, this time making sure one of the legs was wedged between two planks. If it moved again, I would know. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. I chopped more firewood, took a short walk through the trees, and spent the afternoon reading by the stove. But as night fell, that uneasy feeling crept back in. I kept the fire going longer that night, sitting at the small table with my lantern, the rifle now leaning close by. Every so often, I would glance at the window facing the porch, half expecting to see something staring back at me. The air outside was still, no wind to blame this time. Sometime after midnight, I heard it again. Creak, creak, slow, deliberate, the same rhythm. I gripped the rifle, my palms sweating. My breathing slowed, my heart pounded. This wasn't the wind. The chair was moving. Creak, creak. I stood up, my legs feeling heavier than they should. The fire had burned low again, and the shadows in the room stretched long and deep. The chair continued its slow, deliberate movement. I took a step toward the window, careful, deliberate. The floorboards barely made a sound under my weight. I reached out and tilted the curtain just enough to see outside. Empty. The chair was moving, but no one was in it. I held my breath. Then, after a moment, it stopped. Dead still. The night was silent. I let go of the curtain and backed away from the window. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Was it the cold shifting the wood? Some unseen breeze? But the air was dead still. And why did it only happen at night? I didn't sleep much after that. I stayed awake, watching the window, rifle in hand, waiting for something else. But nothing happened. The chair didn't move again. The night stretched on, painfully slow, until eventually, the first light of dawn crept through the trees. I stepped onto the porch that morning, every part of me on edge. The chair was in the exact same position I had seen it last. I walked around the cabin, checking the ground, the tree line, looking for anything, footprints, signs of animals, anything. But there was nothing. I made my decision quickly. I packed my things, loaded up the truck, and left. I didn't care if I had another night booked. I didn't need answers. I just needed to be gone. As I pulled onto the dirt road, I glanced back one last time. The chair was still, motionless, but somehow I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there, that something had been watching. And as I drove away, the woods stretched endlessly around me, quiet and undisturbed. like nothing had ever happened. But I knew better. The cabin sat deep in the woods, miles from any paved road. It wasn't mine. It belonged to a friend of a friend, some guy I barely knew who had offered to let me stay there for a few days. I needed the break. Work had been brutal. My personal life was falling apart, and I just wanted to get away from everything. A cabin in the middle of nowhere sounded perfect. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun already dipping below the treetops. The road leading to the place was nothing more than a dirt path, barely wide enough for my truck. The cabin itself was old but sturdy, built from thick logs, a small porch out front, a single window looking out onto the clearing. No electricity, no running water. Just a wood stove, a cot, and a table with 2 chairs. It was exactly what I needed, quiet, simple, isolated. The first night was peaceful. I built a fire in the wood stove, heated up some canned food, and sat on the porch listening to the sounds of the forest. Crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustling of leaves in the wind. Felt good to be away from everything. No emails, no phone calls, no people. The second day, I decided to explore. The woods stretched for miles in every direction, thick with pines and underbrush. I followed a narrow game trail, my boots crunching on fallen leaves. There were signs of wildlife everywhere. Deer tracks, the distant sound of something moving through the trees. At one point, I found an old hunting blind, half collapsed, weathered by time. It looked like no one had used it in years. I walked for hours, not really paying attention to where I was going. The sun was high when I finally turned back, retracing my steps, but something felt off. The woods were too quiet. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my own breathing. I picked up my pace, pushing through the underbrush, my heart beating a little faster than it should have. By the time I reached the cabin, the sky was starting to darken. I felt stupid for getting spooked. It was just the woods, just my imagination. I shook it off, made dinner, and settled in for the night. I woke up to a sound, not loud, but distinct. A soft thud, like something landing on the porch. I held my breath, listening. Then another sound, a slow, deliberate creak, like weight shifting on the wooden planks. I sat up, my mind racing. Could be an animal, a raccoon, maybe a stray dog. But something about the way the boards creaked didn't feel right. Felt human. I didn't move. I just listened. The sound came again, the soft scrape of something against the wood. Then silence. I waited for what felt like hours before finally forcing myself to lie back down. Sleep didn't come easy after that. The next morning, I stepped onto the porch. Nothing was out of place. No footprints, no signs of anything unusual. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, watching. I spent the day close to the cabin, chopping wood, keeping busy. As the sun began to set, I locked the door, double-checked the windows, and kept my hunting knife within reach. I wasn't scared, not exactly, just uneasy. That night, I heard it again. A thump, then another. Something was out there. I stayed still, gripping the knife, waiting. The creaking of the porch, slow and steady. Then silence. I don't know how long I lay there, waiting. But eventually, the exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a restless sleep. In the morning, I found footprints in the dirt. Not mine. They led from the trees to the porch, then back into the woods. My stomach turned. This wasn't an animal. Someone had been here, standing on my porch, watching. I packed my things. Whatever was out there, I didn't want to find out. I loaded up the truck and left without looking back. As I reached the main road, I saw something in the rearview mirror. A figure standing at the edge of the tree line, half hidden by the shadows. Too far to make out any details, but I knew they were watching. I never went back, and I never found out who or what had been out there. I had been looking forward to a weekend alone in the cabin for months. It was a family place, tucked deep in the woods, far from any towns or neighbors. It had been years since anyone had stayed there, but I needed the break. No work, no phone service, just me, the trees, and the quiet. The drive was long, winding through miles of dense forest on a road that barely looked maintained. The kind of place where if your car broke down, you'd be walking for hours. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was already dipping low. The place looked just how I remembered. Weathered wood, the porch slightly sagging, the windows dark and lifeless. I stepped inside, the air thick with the smell of old wood and dust. The furniture was still covered in sheets, the way my parents had left it. I took a quick walk through the rooms, checking everything. Kitchen was intact, the small bedrooms untouched. The only odd thing was the back door. It was unlocked. I figured I had just forgotten to lock it last time I visited. After unpacking, I built a fire in the old stone fireplace and cracked open a beer. The first night was peaceful. Just the sound of the fire and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I sat there for hours, staring into the flames, letting my mind wander. When I finally turned in, I felt safe, like the woods had welcomed me back. Sometime in the night, I woke up. Something had pulled me out of sleep, but I didn't know what. I laid there in the dark, listening. The fire had burned down, leaving only a faint glow in the fireplace. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the old windows. Then I heard it, a noise outside. It wasn't the wind. It was slow, deliberate, footsteps on the porch. I stayed still, barely breathing. The steps stopped just outside the door. I waited, counting the seconds. Nothing. Maybe it was an animal, a deer or something. I finally forced myself to relax, telling myself it was nothing. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and looked around. The porch was empty, but something felt off. I glanced down at the dirt just beyond the steps. Footprints. Not boots, not shoes, bare feet. A chill crawled up my spine. Someone had been here. I spent the morning trying to shake the unease. I went down to the lake, chopped some firewood, tried to convince myself it was just some drifter passing through. Maybe they thought the cabin was abandoned, but that didn't explain why they had just stood there, watching. That night, I locked the doors, checked the windows, and kept my rifle close. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows along the walls. I sat in the old chair, listening to the woods outside. Then, just like the night before, I heard it. Soft footsteps on the porch. I gripped the rifle, my pulse hammering in my ears. The steps stopped at the door. Silence stretched out, long and unbearable. Then a sound. Not knocking, not scratching, just the faintest pressure, like someone was leaning against the door, listening. I sat frozen, waiting. Then the footsteps moved again, slow and measured, circling around the cabin. I could hear them in the dry leaves, passing by the side window, then moving toward the back. The doorknob rattled. I stood, heart pounding. I raised the rifle, aimed at the door. I waited, breath held, muscles locked. Then, nothing. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. The fire burned lower. I didn't move until the first hints of dawn crept through the trees. When I finally worked up the courage to check outside, my stomach twisted. The footprints were everywhere, circling the cabin, stopping at each window. The back door handle was smeared with dirt, like a hand had gripped it, trying to turn it. I didn't stay. I grabbed my bag, tossed it into the truck, and got the hell out. The whole drive back, I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the trees, watching me leave. I haven't been back since. Sometimes I wonder if it was just some vagrant, someone looking for shelter. But then I think about the footprints, the way they circled the cabin, the way they just stood at the door, listening, and I know I was never supposed to be there. When I was in my early 20s, I spent a weekend alone in a remote cabin deep in the woods of Montana. It wasn't mine. I had rented it from a guy online who claimed it was the perfect escape from city life. I had been looking for solitude, a break from the noise and chaos of my daily routine. The idea of being surrounded by nothing but trees and fresh air sounded perfect. The drive up took longer than I expected. The paved roads turned to gravel, then to dirt, winding higher into the mountains. My phone lost service about an hour before I even arrived. I wasn't worried about it at the time. In fact, I was looking forward to being completely disconnected. The cabin itself was small, just a simple wooden structure with a porch that overlooked the trees. It had one bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a living room with a fireplace. There was no electricity, just a few old lanterns and a wood-burning stove. The guy who owned the cabin had left a stack of firewood and a few jugs of water by the door. The place smelled like cedar and dust, like no one had been there in a long time. The first day was peaceful. I spent most of it hiking around the area, taking in the quiet. Felt good to be away from everything. When the sun started setting, I built a fire in the fireplace and made a simple dinner. The cabin creaked and groaned as the temperature dropped, but I figured it was just settling. Old wood expanding and contracting in the cold. I went to bed early that night. The bed was rough, the mattress thin, but I didn't mind. I listened to the wind through the trees and let the firelight flicker across the walls until I fell asleep. At some point in the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first. The fire had burned down to embers, and the cabin was pitch black. I listened, trying to figure out what had pulled me from sleep. The woods were silent. No wind, no rustling, no animals. Just a deep, heavy stillness. Then I heard it. A faint sound, barely audible, like something moving outside. I held my breath, waiting. The sound came again. A soft crunch, like a footstep on dead leaves. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. The woods were full of them, but something about the way the sound had stopped so suddenly put me on edge. It was like whoever or whatever was out there had paused, listening just like I was. After a few minutes, I convinced myself I was being paranoid. I rolled over and pulled the blanket up higher. I must have fallen asleep again because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The second day passed without incident. I spent some time chopping wood, exploring a little further from the cabin, enjoying the quiet. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't entirely alone. The woods felt different now, heavier somehow, more watchful. That night, I double-checked the door before bed, making sure it was locked. I kept the fire going a little longer this time, letting the warmth keep the cabin comfortable. I fell asleep staring at the glow of the flames. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up again. This time, there was no question about what had woken me. The sound was much closer now. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, right outside the cabin. I froze, barely breathing. The steps moved around the side of the cabin, pausing near the front porch. The old wood creaked slightly under the weight of something or someone. Standing there, I strained my ears, waiting. The footsteps didn't retreat. They just stopped. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a few minutes. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My mind raced through possibilities. An animal? A lost hiker? Something worse? I reached slowly for the heavy flashlight I had left by the bed. When I clicked it on, the beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the inside of the cabin. I turned it toward the window, but all I could see was my own reflection in the glass. I wanted to check outside, but fear kept me rooted in place. I didn't sleep much after that. I kept the flashlight on, listening to every tiny sound the cabin made. Eventually, the sky lightened and morning came. I stepped outside, my breath visible in the cold air. The ground was damp from early morning dew. I walked around the cabin, looking for any sign of what I had heard. There were footprints, not animal tracks, not boots, bare footprints in the dirt, leading from the edge of the woods to my porch. They weren't mine. The prints circled the cabin once, then disappeared back into the trees. The sight of them made my stomach turn. Someone had been out here, watching, listening, standing on my porch in the middle of the night. I packed up immediately, threw everything into my bag and locked up the cabin behind me. I didn't even stop to eat. I just got in my car and started driving. I didn't relax until I was miles away, back on paved roads with cell service. I never reported it. What would I even say? That I heard footsteps and saw footprints? That I got scared and ran? No crime had been committed. Nothing had been taken. But I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. I never went back to that cabin. I needed a break from everything: work, traffic, the endless noise of the city. I had been feeling drained for months, so when I finally got a long weekend off, I decided to get away. A cabin in the woods sounded perfect. Somewhere quiet with no distractions. Just me, nature, and some time to clear my head. I found a place online. It was deep in the woods, far from any town. Exactly what I wanted. The listing described it as rustic but well-kept, with no Wi-Fi, barely any cell service, and no neighbors for miles. That sounded perfect to me. The owner sent me detailed directions since GPS wouldn't work that deep in the forest. I packed my bag with enough supplies for a few days and set out early Friday morning. The drive started out normal. Highways turned into back roads, then narrower roads surrounded by dense trees. Eventually, the pavement ended, and I was on a gravel road. Then the gravel turned to dirt. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. No houses, no gas stations, no sign of people. Just endless trees pressing in on either side of the road. I followed the instructions carefully, taking slow turns where the owner had warned me about unmarked paths. After what felt like hours, I spotted the cabin at the end of a barely visible trail. It was small, with dark wooden walls and a slanted roof. A wraparound porch creaked as I stepped onto it. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and pine. Everything was silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, just a heavy stillness. I brushed it off and unlocked the door. Inside, the place was simple. A small kitchen, a living area with a fireplace, and a bedroom in the back. There was an old wooden table with 2 chairs, a couch facing the fireplace, and a dusty bookshelf in the corner. The windows were small, letting in only a little light. It wasn't fancy, but it was exactly what I wanted. I dropped my bag by the couch and walked around. The wooden floors creaked under my feet. There were a few old hunting photos on the walls, a couple of shelves with random books, and a fireplace stacked with wood. I checked my phone. No signal as expected. That was fine. I wasn't here to scroll through my phone anyway. I took a deep breath and sat down, letting the silence settle over me. As the sun set, the cabin grew colder. I started a fire in the fireplace and made a simple meal. The flames flickered, casting shadows across the walls. The quiet started to feel normal, even relaxing. I read for a while, then stretched out on the couch, listening to the crackling fire. For the first time in a long time, I felt calm. Then, late at night, I heard it. A soft noise outside. Faint, but distinct. Rustling leaves, like footsteps. I sat up, listening. The fire popped, but beyond that, everything was silent again. I told myself it was an animal. A deer, maybe, or a raccoon. But something about the sound made me uneasy. It had been steady, deliberate, not the random scurrying of a small creature. I shook my head and went to bed, locking the door behind me. In the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. Something had pulled me from sleep, but I didn't know what. The fire had burned low, leaving the room dim. I held my breath, listening. Then I heard it again, a soft scraping against the cabin wall. It was slow, deliberate, like fingers running along the wood. A chill ran down my spine. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it at the window. The glass reflected nothing but darkness. I waited, heart pounding. The sound stopped. For a long time, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening for any movement. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted back to sleep. Morning came, and I felt silly for being so paranoid. I stepped outside with my coffee, stretching. The ground was damp from the night's dew. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. Footprints, fresh ones, leading from the trees to the side of the cabin. They weren't mine. I looked around, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. The footprints didn't circle the cabin. They stopped near my bedroom window. My chest tightened. Someone had been standing there, watching. I went back inside and locked the door. My mind raced. There were no other cabins nearby, no roads leading past mine. Who would be out here? I checked my phone again. Still no service. I considered leaving, but I had paid for the full weekend, and it seemed ridiculous to run just because of some footprints. Maybe it was a hunter who had wandered too close. Maybe it was a prank. I forced myself to stay calm. The rest of the day was quiet. Too quiet. I stayed near the cabin, not wanting to go too deep into the woods. As the sun started to set, I double-checked the locks. I kept the fire going, wanting as much light as possible. I sat on the couch, listening. Then, just as I was about to relax, I heard it again. Tap, light, hesitant, against the window. My stomach twisted. I turned my head slowly. The window was small, the glass fogged from the cold air inside. I couldn't see anything out there. Another tap. I didn't move. The tapping stopped. I stayed awake all night. Every creak, every shift of the fire made me jump. I didn't sleep. I barely blinked. When the first light of morning came, I had already decided. I packed my things in record time. I didn't care about the money I had spent. I was leaving. As I loaded my bag into the car, I looked back at the cabin one last time. That's when I saw it. The footprints from the night before, they were gone. But there were new ones, leading from the cabin back into the woods. Someone had been watching me all night. I didn't stay to find out who. I got in my car and drove, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. The road felt longer this time, the trees pressing in on either side. I didn't stop until I was miles away. Even then, my hands were shaking. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I know one thing, I will never go back to that cabin again. I had been looking for a quiet place to get away for a while. Life had been too noisy, work, the city, people. I wanted to be alone, just for a few days, somewhere peaceful, somewhere deep in nature where no one could reach me. I found a cabin listed online, far from any town, deep in the woods. It was perfect. No Wi-Fi, no phone signal, no distractions. Just me, the cabin, and silence. The drive was long. The further I went, the more the roads narrowed. Asphalt turned to gravel, then dirt. I passed a few scattered houses at first, then nothing. Just miles of trees on either side of the road. I followed the directions carefully, making sure I didn't miss any turns. The last stretch was barely a road at all, just a narrow trail with deep tire grooves winding through dense trees. It felt like I was going somewhere forgotten by the world. When I finally reached the cabin, it was exactly as I had expected. Small, weathered, with a slanted roof and a porch that wrapped around the front. The wood looked old but solid. The windows were small, the kind that barely let in any light. It sat alone at the end of the trail, surrounded by nothing but thick forest. There were no other cabins nearby, no signs of people, nothing but trees and the sound of the wind rustling through the branches. I stepped out of the car, stretching my legs. The air smelled fresh, earthy, untouched. But there was something else, something strange. It was quiet, too quiet. I expected birds, maybe the distant rustling of an animal moving through the underbrush. But there was nothing, just complete stillness. I brushed it off. I had been in the city for too long. Maybe I just wasn't used to real silence anymore. I grabbed my bag and unlocked the door. The inside was simple. One main room with a fireplace, a small kitchen, a bedroom in the back. There was an old wooden table with 2 chairs, a couch facing the fireplace, a dusty bookshelf against one wall. It smelled like wood and age. The walls were lined with old hunting photos, black and white pictures of men holding up deer, rifles slung over their shoulders. A few shelves held random books, their covers faded with time. The first thing I did was check my phone. No service. I had expected that, but it still made me feel a little uneasy. It was strange knowing that if something happened, I had no way of calling for help. But I told myself that was the point of this trip. No distractions, just me and the quiet. I spent the rest of the evening settling in. I stacked the firewood left by the owner, started a small fire in the fireplace, and made a simple meal. As night fell, the cabin grew colder. The fire crackled, casting long shadows on the walls. I sat on the couch, listening to the silence. It was strange at first, unsettling, but I told myself I would get used to it. Then I heard something outside, faint rustling. I sat up, listening. The fire popped, but beyond that, nothing. Maybe a raccoon, maybe a deer. I shook my head, forcing myself to relax. I had been in the city for too long. My mind was just playing tricks on me. I went to bed, making sure to lock the door, though I doubted anyone was out here. Who would be this deep in the woods? I woke up in the middle of the night. Something had pulled me from sleep, but I didn't know what. The fire had burned low, the room dim. I listened, holding my breath. Then I heard it, a soft scraping sound against the cabin wall. Slow, deliberate. My skin prickled. I reached for my flashlight, pointed it at the window, but the glass reflected nothing but the faint glow of the embers. I waited, listening. The sound stopped. I stayed awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted back to sleep. Morning came, and I felt silly for being so on edge. I stepped outside with my coffee, taking in the fresh air. The ground was damp from the night's dew. Then I saw them, footprints, fresh ones, leading from the tree line to the side of the cabin. They weren't mine. My stomach dropped. I scanned the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing. The footprints didn't go all the way around the cabin. They stopped near my bedroom window. My chest tightened. Someone had been outside while I was sleeping. I went back inside and locked the door. My thoughts raced. Who would be out here? There were no roads past mine, no other cabins nearby. I checked my phone again. No service. I thought about leaving, but I had paid for the full weekend, and it seemed ridiculous to run just because of some footprints. Maybe it was a hunter passing through, maybe just some local messing around. I forced myself to push the fear away. The rest of the day was quiet. I stayed near the cabin, not wanting to go too deep into the woods. As the sun started to set, I double-checked the locks, made sure the fire was big enough to last a while. I sat on the couch, listening. Then, just as I was about to relax, I heard it. Tap, light, hesitant, against the window. My stomach twisted. I turned my head slowly, my breath caught in my throat. The window was small, the glass slightly fogged from the cold air inside. I couldn't see anything out there. Another tap. My hands gripped the armrest of the couch. I didn't move. The tapping stopped. I stayed awake all night. Every creak of the wood, every shift of the fire made me jump. When the first light of morning came, I had already made up my mind. I packed my things in record time, barely even stopping to eat. I didn't care if I had paid for another night. I was leaving. As I loaded my bag into the car, I looked at the cabin one last time. That's when I saw it. The footprints from the night before, they were gone. But there were new ones, fresh ones, leading from the cabin back into the woods. Someone had been watching me. I didn't stay to find out who. I got in my car and drove, not looking back. The road seemed longer this time, the trees pressing in on either side. I didn't stop until I was miles away. Even then, my hands were shaking on the wheel. I don't know who was out there or what they wanted, but I do know one thing: I won't ever go back to that cabin again. I have always enjoyed the solitude of the wilderness. Being surrounded by nature, away from the noise of the city, has always given me a sense of peace. Over the years, I have taken many trips to remote cabins, places where I could spend days without seeing another person. There was something comforting about the isolation, about the quiet that only deep woods can offer. But one trip changed the way I looked at these getaways forever. I had found the cabin through an old map I bought at a flea market. It wasn't listed on any modern guidebooks, and I liked the idea of staying somewhere truly off the grid. The cabin was deep in the mountains, miles away from the nearest town. I had to drive for hours along a rough, unpaved road just to reach the general area. From there, it was a 2-hour hike through dense forest to reach the place. The idea of being so far from everything excited me. Felt like a true escape. The hike in was exhausting. The trail was barely a trail at all, just a faint path through the trees that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Fallen branches and overgrown brush made the walk slow and difficult. I had packed enough supplies to last a week, and my backpack weighed heavily on my shoulders. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. No distant sounds of cars, no hum of civilization, just the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. It was exactly what I wanted. When I finally reached the cabin, I felt a wave of relief. It was small, made of weathered logs, with a slanted roof covered in moss. It looked abandoned but still sturdy. The door was unlocked, creaking on rusted hinges when I pushed it open. Inside, dust covered everything. There was a small wooden table, a chair, and a narrow cot against the wall. A fireplace sat in one corner, filled with old ashes. Shelves lined the walls, holding rusted tools, a few empty cans, and a lantern. It wasn't much, but it was enough. I spent the first few hours cleaning up, unpacking my gear, and gathering firewood. As the sun set, I lit a fire in the fireplace and sat on the cot, eating a simple meal. The warmth of the flames and the crackling of burning would made the place feel almost cozy. The wind howled outside, rattling the loose window panes, but inside, I felt safe. That feeling didn't last. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. The fire had burned down to embers, casting faint shadows across the walls. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. I sat up, listening. The wind had died down, and the cabin was silent. Then I heard it, a faint sound, barely there. A slow, deliberate creaking, like weight shifting on old wooden boards. My heart pounded as I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound came from outside, near the front porch. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was steady, deliberate, like someone was standing there. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on, shining the beam toward the door. Nothing. The sound had stopped. I waited, frozen, barely daring to breathe. Minutes passed. Then, just as I began to relax, something scraped against the door. A long, dragging sound, like nails or fingertips running across the wood. I gripped my knife tightly, my palms slick with sweat. I didn't move. The sound came again, slow, deliberate. Someone was outside, just inches away, waiting. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, my muscles tense, my ears straining for any hint of movement. But after that last scrape, everything went silent again. I waited until the first light of dawn crept through the windows before I dared to move. When I finally opened the door, my stomach clenched. The ground outside was disturbed. The dirt and leaves shifted. Footprints, bare footprints. They led up to the door, circled the cabin, then disappeared into the woods. My skin crawled. Whoever had been there had walked barefoot in the freezing night all the way to my cabin. I didn't waste any time. I packed my things as quickly as possible, stuffing everything back into my bag. I wanted to be out of there before nightfall. As I stepped off the porch, I glanced at the footprints again. They weren't deep, but they were clear. A single set. Someone had come here alone. Someone who knew this cabin existed. Someone who had stood outside my door for hours. The hike back felt different. The woods no longer felt peaceful. Every snapped twig, every rustling branch made my pulse spike. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching me. But I never saw anything. The only proof that anything had happened was the set of footprints outside that cabin. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the back and drove away without looking back. I don't know who was out there that night, and I don't want to know. Maybe it was just some drifter, someone living off the land. Maybe it was something worse. Either way, I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. I had always wanted to spend time alone in a remote cabin. The idea of getting away from the constant noise of the city and the endless digital distractions seemed like a perfect break. When I found an old rental listing for a secluded cabin deep in the mountains, I booked it for a week without hesitation. The listing mentioned that the cabin was miles from the nearest town, with no cell service and only a small dirt road leading to it. That was exactly what I wanted, pure isolation. I arrived late in the afternoon. The drive up had been rough. The road was narrow and barely maintained, with potholes deep enough to rattle my truck. Thick trees lined both sides of the road, their branches arching over the path like they were closing in. When I finally saw the cabin, I felt a mix of relief and unease. It looked older than I expected, with weathered wood and a sagging porch. The place felt forgotten, like no one had been there in years. I parked the truck and stepped out, stretching my legs after the long drive. The air was crisp, the smell of damp earth and pine heavy around me. The only sounds were the wind through the trees and the distant rush of a river. It was eerily quiet. The cabin was small but functional. A single room with a fireplace, a kitchenette, and a cot in the corner. The furniture was old, the wooden floor scuffed from years of use. A thick layer of dust covered everything. I found a cabinet with some basic supplies, canned food, matches, and a few old tools. The generator behind the cabin was still in working order, giving me enough power for the lights and a small heater. As night fell, I made a fire in the fireplace and settled in with a book. The wind outside had picked up, howling through the trees. Occasionally, I heard something creak outside, but I told myself it was just the wind or some animal passing through. The first night was uneventful, though I woke up a few times to the sound of something moving outside. I told myself it was just the wind shifting the trees. The second day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. There was a narrow trail leading further into the woods, so I followed it for a while. After about a mile, I found the remains of an old wooden structure, barely standing. It looked like another cabin, but much older, long abandoned. The roof had caved in, and most of the walls had collapsed. I stepped inside cautiously. The floor was covered in debris, rotting wood, broken furniture, and old, rusted tools. Something about the place felt off. There were deep scratches on the remaining walls, like something had clawed at them. I found old cans and a rusted-out stove, signs that someone had lived here long ago, but there were no signs of why they left. I felt a sudden urge to leave. I backed out of the structure and made my way quickly back to my cabin, glancing over my shoulder more than once. I told myself I was just being paranoid. That night, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. The wind had died down, but the silence was worse. It made every small noise stand out. The creak of the wooden beams, the occasional rustle outside. Then I heard something distinct. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. I held my breath, listening. They circled the cabin, pausing at the front porch. The old wooden planks creaked under the weight. I reached for the knife I had brought with me, gripping it tightly. The footsteps stopped. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest. Minutes passed. Nothing. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard something outside. At first light, I stepped onto the porch. The ground was damp from the night air, and that's when I saw them, footprints in the mud. Not boot prints, bare feet. I scanned the tree line, but there was no sign of anyone. My gut told me to leave, but part of me wanted to believe it was just a hiker who had wandered too close. The third night, things escalated. I barricaded the door with a chair, just in case. Around midnight, I heard something again. This time, it wasn't just footsteps. I heard breathing, close, right outside the cabin. Then, a slow, deliberate knock on the door. I stayed completely still.
My knife was in my hand, my pulse hammering in my ears.
The knock came again. Then silence. I didn't move until the first light of dawn seeped through the windows. When I finally dared to check outside, the footprints were back. They led from the woods, stopped at my door, then disappeared back into the trees. I had seen enough. I packed my things and loaded them into the truck as fast as I could. As I was about to leave, I looked back at the cabin one last time. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The chair I had used to barricade the door, it was moved. Not knocked over, not pushed aside, moved neatly to the other side of the room. I didn't waste another second. I got in my truck and drove out of there, the tires skidding on the dirt road. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on the main road. I don't know who or what was out there, but I know one thing for sure. I will never stay in a remote cabin again. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks. A few days alone in an old cabin deep in the woods. No distractions, no noise, just me and the wilderness. I had rented the place online. Some old hunting cabin miles from the nearest road. Exactly what I wanted. A place where I could disconnect from everything. The drive took longer than expected. The last stretch was nothing more than a narrow dirt road winding through thick trees, barely wide enough for my truck. The forest was dense, untouched. No cell service, no signs of other people. Just trees stretching in every direction. When I finally reached the cabin, it was late afternoon. The place was small, built of dark, weathered wood, with a covered porch and a stone chimney. The forest pressed close against it, the trees blocking out most of the sky. There was a small clearing out front, just enough space to park my truck. The silence was absolute. Inside, the cabin was simple. A single room with a small kitchen area, a wood-burning stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed against the far wall. There was a back door that led to a small storage shed, half buried in leaves. The only light came from a few oil lamps and the dying sunlight filtering through the trees. I unloaded my supplies, set up my gear, and lit a fire in the stove. As night fell, the air grew colder. I sat at the table eating a quick meal, listening to the sounds outside. The wind moving through the trees, the occasional creak of the old cabin settling. Normal sounds, nothing out of place. The first night I slept well. The thick logs of the cabin kept the cold out, and the fire burned low in the stove. I woke early, feeling rested. I made coffee, stepped outside, and took a deep breath of the crisp morning air. The forest was still and quiet. I spent the day exploring the area, hiking through the trees, following a small stream that ran near the cabin. I found old tracks in the mud, deer, maybe a bear. Nothing unusual, just the kind of solitude I had been looking for. That night, things started to feel different. I was sitting by the stove, reading, when I heard something outside. A soft, deliberate sound. Not the wind, not an animal moving through the brush. Footsteps, slow, steady. I sat still, listening. The steps stopped. I stood up, walked to the window, and looked out. Nothing but darkness. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting the isolation get to me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there, just beyond the trees. I checked the door, making sure it was locked, then went to bed. I lay awake for hours, listening. Every creak of the cabin, every shift of the wind made my skin crawl. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off. The next morning, I stepped outside and saw something that made my stomach drop. Tracks in the dirt. Fresh tracks. Human. Leading from the trees to the cabin's front door. They didn't go anywhere else. Just from the woods to the porch. Then they stopped. I stood there, staring at them, my breath fogging in the cold morning air. Someone had been here, watching, standing just outside my door, and I had heard them. I scanned the trees, looking for any sign of movement. Nothing, just endless forest. I had no idea who it could have been. A hunter? A hiker who had gotten lost? But why wouldn't they knock? Why wouldn't they say anything? Why just stand there in the dark? I tried to shake it off, but all day, I couldn't relax. Every time I stepped outside, I felt like I was being watched. I kept checking over my shoulder, scanning the trees. The quiet that I had enjoyed the day before now felt oppressive, heavy. That night, I made sure the door was locked, wedging a chair under the handle just in case. I kept my hunting knife on the table next to me. The fire in the stove burned bright, casting flickering shadows against the walls. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure why. The fire had burned down to embers, filling the room with a dim orange glow. Then I heard it, a soft tapping, not at the door, at the window. I lay still, my heart pounding. The window was right next to the bed. The only thing separating me from whatever was outside was a thin pane of old glass. I turned my head slowly, straining my eyes in the darkness. Something moved. Just beyond the glass, a shadow shifted. I reached for the knife, gripping it so hard my hand ached. The tapping continued, light, rhythmic, deliberate. I forced myself to sit up, my pulse hammering in my ears. I stared at the window, waiting for the next tap, but it never came. I don't know how long I sat there, knife in hand, staring at that window, but eventually, the first light of dawn started creeping through the trees. And just like that, the feeling was gone. I packed my things as fast as I could. I didn't eat. I didn't even make coffee. I just wanted to be gone. The second my truck's engine roared to life, I felt a wave of relief. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Standing at the edge of the trees, half hidden in the shadows, was a figure. Still, watching. I didn't stop. I didn't look back again. I drove straight home and never spoke about it to anyone. I still don't know who or what was out there that night, and I don't want to. I had been looking forward to the weekend at the cabin for weeks. Life had been exhausting. Work stress, city noise, the constant pressure of daily responsibilities. I needed the solitude, a few days away from people, just me and the quiet. The cabin belonged to a friend of mine, an old hunting retreat deep in the woods. It hadn't been used in years, but he said it was still in decent shape. No running water, no electricity, but that didn't bother me. I wanted to disconnect completely. The drive was long. The paved road eventually turned into a narrow dirt path, twisting through dense forest. It had rained recently, and the road was rough with mud and deep ruts. My truck struggled through a few spots, but I managed. By the time I reached the clearing where the cabin stood, the sun was beginning to set. The cabin was smaller than I had expected. A simple wooden structure, dark from age, with a steep roof and a porch that sagged slightly on one side. The windows were intact but covered in grime. The door had a heavy iron latch, rusted but still solid. I stepped inside, the wooden floor creaking under my weight. Dust floated in the dim light. The air smelled stale, a mix of old wood and dampness. There was a small table, a few chairs, and a single cot pushed against the far wall. A stone fireplace dominated one side of the room, filled with ash and bits of charred wood. I spent the first hour cleaning up. I swept out dead leaves and cobwebs, checked the walls for leaks, made sure no animals had moved in. Everything seemed fine, isolated but fine. I set up my sleeping bag on the cot, unpacked my food and supplies, and got a small fire going in the fireplace. Outside, the forest was silent. No distant highway noise, no hum of electricity, just the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. It was peaceful. I sat by the fire, ate a simple meal, and let the warmth relax me. Then I heard something, a soft sound just outside the cabin. A faint crunching of leaves, slow and deliberate. My body tensed. I turned my head toward the window, but the glass was too dirty to see through clearly. I waited, listening. The sound stopped. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer moving through the brush. But something about the slowness of the steps felt off. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing. I banked the fire, crawled into my sleeping bag, and closed my eyes. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. The fire had died down, the cabin dimly lit by the last few glowing embers. And then I heard it again. Footsteps, right outside the cabin. I lay still, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. The steps were slow, careful, moving along the side of the cabin. I strained to hear, barely breathing. Then, the sound of something brushing against the wooden walls. Faint, dragging sound. Not an animal. I reached for the hatchet I had brought with me and gripped it tightly. The footsteps stopped near the front door. A long pause. Then, a slight rattle of the latch. I froze. Someone was out there, testing the door. My truck keys were on the table, too far away to reach without making noise. I stayed still, barely daring to breathe. After a moment, the latch stopped moving. The footsteps continued around the cabin, then faded into the woods. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat by the fire with my hatchet in hand, every creak of the cabin sending shivers up my spine. At first light, I stepped outside, scanning the clearing. Nothing. No tracks, no signs of anyone. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, looking for anything unusual. Near the back wall, I found something that made my stomach tighten. A single, deep scratch in the wood, like something had been dragged across it. I packed up immediately. I didn't care about breakfast. I threw my gear into the truck and started the engine, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. The drive back felt longer than before. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something in the trees behind me. But I never did. When I finally reached the main road, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I drove straight home, not stopping until I was safely inside my apartment. I never told my friend what happened at his cabin. I never went back, and I never will. I had been looking forward to the trip for months. A week alone in a remote cabin sounded like exactly what I needed. No phone calls, no emails, no responsibilities. Just me, nature, and the quiet. It wasn't my first time staying in a cabin, but it was the most isolated one I had ever chosen. Miles from the nearest town, deep in the woods with no neighbors in sight. That was the appeal. The drive took longer than expected. The roads turned from pavement to gravel, then finally to dirt, winding deeper into the forest. My GPS lost signal halfway, but I had printed maps just in case. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already dipping behind the trees. It was smaller than I expected, old but sturdy looking. A single-story structure with a covered porch, a woodpile stacked neatly to the side, and a chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I stepped inside and took a look around. The inside was simple: wood-paneled walls, a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and one bedroom with a twin bed pushed against the far wall. There was an old rocking chair in the corner, a thick layer of dust covering its seat. The air was stale, but after cracking a few windows, it started to feel better. I unpacked my things, making sure to set my flashlight, knife, and a small emergency radio on the nightstand. I knew how easy it was to get careless in a place like this. A twisted ankle, a wrong step outside, and I could be stranded for days before anyone noticed. I had told a friend where I was going, given them the location, and promised to check in when I got back. After setting up, I made a quick dinner, ate on the porch, and listened to the sounds of the forest. The quiet was heavier than I expected. No distant highway noise, no hum of electricity, just the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. It was peaceful. That night, I built a small fire in the fireplace, letting the warmth fill the cabin. The wood crackled, the light flickered against the walls. I read for a while, then decided to call it a night. The bed was old, the mattress thin, but I was exhausted. Sleep came fast. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure why. The fire had burned down to glowing embers. The air was colder now. Then I heard it, something moving outside. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, not an animal. Too heavy, too precise. My heart started pounding. I stayed completely still, listening. The footsteps circled the cabin. Not close, but not far either. Just beyond the reach of the porch light. The crunch of leaves, the snap of a twig. They stopped for a while, then started again. I gripped the knife beside me, barely breathing. Minutes passed, maybe longer. Then the footsteps moved away, fading into the woods. I waited, my body tense, until I couldn't hear anything but the wind. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. Morning came with a strange sense of relief. Sunlight filtered through the trees, and the forest felt normal again. I stepped outside and looked around. Nothing seemed out of place. No tracks, no signs that anyone had been there. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the isolation was getting to me faster than I expected. I spent the day exploring the area, hiking a few miles out, making sure I knew my surroundings. The woods were dense, the paths barely visible. Every so often, I would stop and listen, making sure I wasn't being followed. I told myself I was being paranoid. That night, I kept the fire burning longer, making sure the room stayed warm. Sleep came easier this time, but the footsteps came back. They were closer now, slower. I forced myself to stay still, my knife gripped in my hand. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They moved around the cabin, stopping every so often, listening, watching. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn. When I finally stepped outside, I looked for tracks again. This time I found them. Boot prints, large, deep, leading from the treeline to the edge of the porch, then back into the woods. Someone had been here, watching, listening. I locked the door behind me, checking the windows. Everything was secure, but it didn't matter. Someone had been outside all night, and I had no way of knowing if they would come back. I decided to leave early. I packed my things, checked my maps, and got ready to hike back to my car. But as I stepped onto the porch, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A single boot print, right at the foot of the steps, facing the door. I hadn't heard them approach. They had been standing there, just feet away from where I slept, watching, waiting. I didn't waste another second. I left everything but my essentials, moving fast through the trees. Every so often, I looked back, expecting to see someone following, but there was nothing. I reached my car, breathless, hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. The moment the engine roared to life, I tore down the dirt road, not looking back. I never told anyone what happened. I never went back. The cabin is still there, probably just as I left it. But I know I wasn't alone that night. Someone had been watching me, and they had been waiting. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. Work had drained me, and I needed some time away from everything. No emails, no phone calls, no people. Just me, the quiet, and a cabin deep in the woods. I had found it online, a small old place sitting near the base of a mountain, surrounded by thick forest. It was isolated, exactly what I wanted. The drive was long, taking me through miles of empty roads. As I got closer, the road turned into a narrow dirt path winding through dense trees. The deeper I went, the more it felt like I was leaving civilization behind. By the time I reached the cabin, it was late afternoon, the sun already dipping behind the mountains. The place looked just like the pictures, old but sturdy. A single-story structure with a slanted roof, a small porch, and a chimney sticking out one side. The forest pressed in close, thick and dark, almost too close. I parked my truck, grabbed my bags, and headed inside. The cabin smelled like wood and dust. It had a single bedroom, a small kitchen, and a living area with an old fireplace. There was no electricity, only gas lamps and a wood stove. That was fine, I had planned for that. I set my supplies down, checked the doors and windows, then started a fire in the stove. As the cabin warmed up, I felt the tension in my shoulders ease. After eating a simple meal, I stepped outside to take in the quiet. The air was crisp. The only sounds were the wind through the trees and the occasional rustling of leaves. But something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. The forest was too still, too silent. It wasn't normal. There should have been the sounds of birds, the distant calls of animals. But there was nothing, just an unnatural quiet pressing in from all sides. I shook it off and went back inside, locking the door behind me. I read for a while by lantern light, then turned in for the night. Sleep came fast, but it didn't last. Something woke me up. A noise, faint but distinct. I lay still, heart pounding, listening. It had been a soft scrape, like something moving outside against the wooden walls. Then silence. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer brushing against the cabin. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I stayed awake for a long time before exhaustion finally pulled me under. The next morning, I stepped outside and froze. There were tracks in the dirt. Not animal tracks, human footprints. They circled the cabin, stopping at the windows, the door. Someone had been here, standing outside in the dark, watching me. I scanned the trees, my skin crawling. The tracks led back into the woods, disappearing into the undergrowth. I had seen no other cabins, no roads leading here. Whoever it was, they had come a long way just to stand outside my cabin in the night. I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe it was a hiker who got lost. Maybe they had been looking for shelter. But if that was the case, why hadn't they knocked? Why just stand there? I spent the day gathering wood, checking the area, making sure everything was in place. But that feeling of being watched never left. As the sun set, I double-checked the locks and loaded the old hunting rifle I had brought with me, just in case. That night, it happened again. I woke up to the same sound, a slow, dragging scrape against the cabin wall, then a soft tap at the window. My blood turned to ice. I stayed completely still, barely breathing. Minutes passed, then an hour. I didn't dare move. Finally, the sound stopped. At dawn, I checked outside again. More footprints. More evidence that someone had been there, circling, watching. I couldn't stay here. I packed my things, loaded up the truck, and left. As I drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the tree line, watching me leave. But there was nothing, just the empty forest and the fading outline of the cabin. I never found out who it was, and I don't want to know. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. A cabin deep in the woods, far away from everything. No emails, no calls, no responsibilities, just silence and solitude. I found the listing online, a small rental tucked away in a forested area about a 3-hour drive from the nearest town. The pictures made it look perfect. A cozy wooden structure, surrounded by thick trees, with a small lake nearby. The owner's description mentioned it was off-grid, meaning no electricity or running water. But that didn't bother me. I wanted the isolation. The drive out was peaceful. Once I left the main highway, I followed a winding road through dense forest, the kind of place where you rarely see another car. The directions the owner had given me were precise, and soon I turned onto an unpaved road, barely wide enough for my vehicle. It was rough, with deep grooves and rocks, forcing me to go slow. Eventually, I reached the clearing where the cabin stood. It was just like the pictures, maybe even better. A simple log cabin with a front porch, surrounded by towering pines. The lake was visible through the trees, its surface smooth and untouched. No neighbors, no roads, no signs of people. I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath. The air was fresh, the kind of crisp scent that only exists far from the city. The inside of the cabin was small but comfortable. A single room with a bed, a small table, a wood stove, and a few shelves with basic supplies. A stack of firewood was neatly piled against one wall. I had brought my own supplies, canned food, water, a flashlight, and extra batteries. There was a small outhouse behind the cabin, just a wooden structure over a pit. Everything felt perfect. I spent the first few hours settling in, unpacking, and gathering extra firewood. As evening came, I started a fire in the stove and made a simple meal. Outside, the forest grew darker, the trees blending into a wall of black. I sat on the porch for a while, listening. The sounds of the woods were different from the city. No distant traffic, no voices, just the occasional rustle of leaves, the hoot of an owl, and the soft lapping of water against the shore. It wasn't until I went back inside that I noticed something strange. The door didn't lock properly. There was a latch, but it seemed flimsy, like it had been repaired multiple times. I tested it a few times, making sure it would hold. It wasn't great, but I figured it was fine. Who else would be out here? That night, I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure why. The fire in the stove had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow. Everything was silent, too silent. I sat up, listening. Then I heard it. Footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, moving around the cabin. My pulse pounded in my ears. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer, but deep down I knew better. These were human footsteps, steady, purposeful. I stayed completely still, barely breathing. The steps circled the cabin, then stopped near the front porch. My mind raced. The door, the weak latch. Minutes passed. Then, finally, the footsteps moved away, fading into the forest. I stayed awake for hours, waiting, listening, but they didn't return. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. Morning brought a sense of relief. The sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I stepped outside, my breath visible in the cool air. Everything looked normal. No signs of disturbance. No footprints. Had I imagined it? I spent the day exploring, hiking along the lake's edge, trying to shake the unease. But I couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps. Maybe it was just a hunter passing through. Maybe I was overreacting. By evening, I felt calmer. I made dinner, read for a while by flashlight, then crawled into bed. The second night was worse. I woke up to a noise. Not footsteps this time. Something scraping against the wood. A slow, deliberate sound, like someone dragging their fingers along the cabin's wall. My stomach twisted. I sat up, heart hammering, gripping my flashlight. The scraping moved, circling the cabin. I wanted to check, to shine my light outside, but fear kept me frozen. Then came the knock. A single, deliberate knock on the door. Just once. Not forceful, not urgent. Just a tap, like someone letting me know they were there. Couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The silence that followed was unbearable. Then, after what felt like forever, the footsteps started again, moving away, back into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my things as fast as I could, stuffing my gear into my bag, constantly glancing at the door. When I stepped outside, the forest was silent. Too silent. No birds, no wind, just stillness. I locked the cabin, not that it mattered, and hurried to my car. The drive back felt endless. The rough road, the twisting turns. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see someone standing at the tree line. But there was nothing. When I finally reached the main road, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I drove straight home, not stopping once. I never contacted the cabin owner, never left a review. I didn't want to know if anyone else had experienced the same thing. I just wanted to forget. But sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I swear I can still hear that single knock. I had been planning this cabin trip for weeks. The idea was simple: get away from the noise of everyday life, clear my head, and spend a few nights alone in the wilderness. I picked a remote cabin deep in the woods, far from the usual tourist spots. I wanted complete isolation, just me and nature. I packed all the essentials: food, water, flashlight, knife, and a small axe. I even brought a notebook, thinking I might jot down some thoughts while sitting by the fireplace at night. The drive to the cabin was tougher than I expected. The narrow dirt road leading up to it was barely visible under fallen leaves and overgrown bushes. It had been years since anyone had stayed there, and it showed. The wooden structure looked aged but sturdy, with a slanted roof covered in moss. The windows were coated in a layer of dust, and the porch creaked under my weight as I stepped up to the front door. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The air was stale, carrying the scent of damp wood and old fabric. A single-room layout greeted me. A small kitchen area, a wooden table, a stone fireplace, and a bed pushed against the far wall. It was simple, exactly what I wanted. I opened a few windows to let in fresh air and started unpacking. The first night was uneventful. I sat by the fire, eating a simple meal, listening to the distant sounds of the forest. Occasionally, a gust of wind would rattle the branches outside, but it was peaceful. I went to bed early, letting the quiet surround me. The second day, I explored the area around the cabin. There was a small trail behind it, leading deeper into the woods. I followed it for a while, stepping carefully over fallen branches and damp earth. I found an old hunting blind, half collapsed and covered in vines. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. I felt a strange sense of unease, like I was being watched. The thought stuck with me as I turned back toward the cabin. That night, as I sat by the fire, I had the strange feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept looking toward the windows, expecting to see movement in the darkness beyond. The woods seemed different at night. Shadows stretched in unnatural ways. Tree branches swayed even when there was no wind. But I told myself it was just my imagination. Then, in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. At first, I didn't know what had disturbed me. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a faint red light across the cabin. I listened, straining to hear beyond the normal creaks of the wooden walls. Then I caught its soft, deliberate footsteps just outside the cabin. My heart pounded. I lay completely still, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped near the porch. It wasn't an animal. Animals move erratically, but this was different. This was controlled, purposeful. Someone was out there. I reached for my knife, gripping it tightly. The wooden floor was cold beneath my bare feet as I slowly stood up. The footsteps started again, moving along the side of the cabin. My breath was shallow, my body tense. I stepped toward the door, pressing my ear against it. The footsteps stopped again, right outside the entrance. I stared at the thin wooden barrier separating me from whoever or whatever was on the other side. I wanted to open it, to look, but my instincts screamed at me to stay still. Minutes passed. The silence was unbearable. Then, just as suddenly as they had come, the footsteps moved away, disappearing into the woods. I waited for what felt like an eternity before finally allowing myself to breathe again. The next morning, I searched the area around the cabin. There were no footprints, nothing to indicate that someone had been there. But I knew what I had heard. It hadn't been a dream. I debated packing up and leaving, but part of me didn't want to give in to fear. I told myself that if something had wanted to harm me, it would have done so last night. I convinced myself to stay one more night. That day, I stuck close to the cabin, keeping my knife within reach at all times. As the sun began to set, I built a larger fire than usual, hoping it would keep whatever was out there at bay. I sat with my back against the wall, my ears tuned to every sound. It happened again that night. The footsteps returned, circling the cabin just like before. But this time, they didn't stop at the entrance. They moved closer to the windows, then back toward the trees. I could hear slow, deliberate breathing, deep, steady inhales and exhales. I gripped my knife, my pulse hammering in my ears. I knew I couldn't stay another night. As soon as the first light of dawn touched the trees, I packed up as quickly as I could. I didn't even bother eating breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. The drive back felt longer than it had on the way in. Every sound made me jump. Every rustling branch sent a wave of fear through me. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But I never did. When I finally reached home, I locked the doors behind me and sat in silence. I never went back to that cabin. I never even told anyone the full story. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear those footsteps in my mind. Slow, deliberate, unmistakably human. And I know, without a doubt, that I was not alone in those woods. I had been planning this trip for months. A solo trip to a remote cabin deep in the woods, far from civilization, away from everything. I wanted complete solitude, just me, the trees, and the quiet. I had rented a small hunting cabin, miles away from any roads or towns. It was old but sturdy, with a wood-burning stove, a small bed, and a storage area for supplies. No electricity, no running water, just the basics. The drive to the closest parking area was long, miles of winding dirt roads. I parked in a clearing, locked up my truck, and checked my pack. I had all my gear, food, water, warm clothing, a rifle, and enough supplies for a week. The hike to the cabin was about 5 miles through dense forest, with no marked trails. I had a map and compass, but I had studied the area enough to navigate without much trouble. The first few miles were peaceful. The sun was shining, the air was crisp, and the forest smelled of damp earth and pine. The only sounds were my boots crunching on leaves and the distant calls of birds. No signs of people, no signs of anything unusual, just the way I wanted it. When I reached the cabin, it looked just as I expected, small, weathered, isolated. There was a stack of firewood against the side, likely left by the last person who stayed here. The door was locked, just as the owner had said it would be. I pulled out the key, unlocked it, and stepped inside. The air was stale, untouched for weeks, maybe months. Dust covered the wooden floor, and a few cobwebs clung to the corners of the ceiling. I set down my pack, stretched, and started setting up. I checked the small wood stove, making sure it was still in working order. The chimney was clear. I stacked some wood inside, ready for the night. The single window had a wooden shutter that could be latched from the inside. It wasn't much, but it would keep the wind out. By late afternoon, I had settled in. I chopped some more firewood, made a simple meal, and sat outside watching the trees. The silence was almost too much. No distant cars, no voices, just the wind through the branches. It was peaceful, but something about it made me uneasy. That night, I lit a fire, ate, and locked up. The inside of the cabin was warm, the flames casting flickering shadows on the walls. As I lay in bed, I listened to the woods. At first, just the usual sounds: wind, creaking trees, the occasional rustle in the bushes. But then something else. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Not an animal. Too heavy. They stopped just outside the cabin. I held my breath, listening. No knocking, no attempt to open the door. Just silence. Then, after what felt like forever, the footsteps moved away. I didn't sleep. To first light, I stepped outside. No signs of anything. No footprints. But I knew what I heard. Someone had been there. I spent the day checking the area. I walked a half-mile in each direction, looking for signs of a campsite or another cabin. Nothing. Just endless trees. That evening, I locked up again, kept my rifle close, and waited. Around midnight, the footsteps came back. This time, they circled the cabin. Slow, steady. My heart pounded. I stayed completely still. Then, just as before, they faded into the distance. At sunrise, I packed up. I wasn't going to wait around to see who it was or what they wanted. I left nothing behind, locked up the cabin, and started hiking back. Halfway to my truck, I saw something that stopped me cold. A boot print, fresh, leading away from the direction of the cabin. Someone had been following me. I didn't stop moving. When I reached my truck, I threw my gear inside, locked the doors, and drove until I was miles away. I never went back to that cabin. Maybe it was just a hunter. Maybe it wasn't. But I wasn't about to find out. Some places are better left alone. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks. A few days alone in a remote cabin, deep in the woods, away from everything. No phone service, no distractions, just quiet. That was the plan. I had rented the cabin from a small listing I found online. It was old, simple, and far from any major roads. It had been used mostly as a hunting cabin, according to the description. There was a single dirt path leading to it, barely wide enough for my truck. It was exactly what I wanted. The drive out took longer than expected. The last stretch was rough, the road uneven, potholes filled with water from recent rain. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was getting low, casting long shadows through the trees. The cabin itself looked like something from an old photograph. Weathered wood, a small porch, and a tin roof. It stood alone, surrounded by thick forest. The nearest neighbor was miles away. I parked and stepped out, stretching after the long drive. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. There was no noise except for the occasional rustling of leaves. No cars, no people, just silence. I liked it. The inside of the cabin was simple. One main room with a small kitchen area, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a couch against the far wall. A door led to a tiny bedroom with a single bed, and there was a bathroom with an old shower that barely worked. It wasn't luxury, but it was what I needed. I unpacked my things, set up my sleeping bag on the bed, and started a fire in the old wood stove. The temperature had dropped fast, and the warmth was welcome. I made a quick meal, ate at the table, and then sat on the porch for a while, watching the woods darken. The trees were so thick that once the sun was gone, it felt like the world ended just beyond the cabin's small clearing. That night, I slept lightly. The bed was uncomfortable, and the wind outside made the trees creak. I woke up a few times, feeling like something had disturbed me, but there was nothing, just the silence pressing in. At some point, I fell into a deeper sleep. The next morning, I woke up early, The fire had died, and the air inside was cold. I got up, stretched, and went outside to gather some firewood. The cabin had a small shed a few yards away, stocked with dry logs. As I walked over, I noticed something that made me stop. There were footprints in the dirt. Not mine. They were fresh, leading from the woods to the porch, stopping right at the front door. Then they turned and went back into the trees. They were deep, meaning whoever left them was heavy, maybe wearing boots. My own tracks from the day before were still visible, but these were new. I stood there, staring at them. It didn't make sense. No one should have been out here. I had heard nothing during the night. The forest was dense, the undergrowth thick. It wasn't the kind of place you just wandered through by accident. I shook off the uneasy feeling, telling myself it was probably an old hunter passing through. Maybe they saw the cabin, got curious, and left. That made sense. Still, I felt unsettled. I brought the firewood inside, lit the stove again, and made some coffee. The warmth helped, but the thought of those footprints stuck with me. I spent most of the day hiking around the area, exploring a little. The woods were dense, but I found an old overgrown trail that seemed to lead somewhere deeper. I followed it for a while before turning back, not wanting to go too far from the cabin. By the time I got back, the sun was already starting to set. I cooked a quick meal, ate, and then sat by the fire, listening to the wood crackle. Outside, the woods had gone silent again. It wasn't the peaceful kind of silence, it felt different, heavy, like something was out there, just beyond the tree line. That night, I woke up again, but this time I knew why. There was a sound outside, slow, steady footsteps moving around the cabin. I froze, my heart pounding. The footsteps weren't hurried, not like an animal moving through the underbrush. They were deliberate, careful. They stopped near the porch. Then silence. I reached for the flashlight next to my bed, gripping it tightly. I listened, waiting. Minutes passed. Nothing. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the silence was messing with my mind. But I knew that wasn't true. Someone had been outside. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When it did, I went outside immediately, scanning the ground. The footprints were there again, fresh. They circled the cabin this time. Whoever it was had walked around it, stopping at the windows, the door, watching. I decided to leave. Whatever peaceful trip I had planned was over. I packed quickly, throwing everything into my bag. I didn't bother with breakfast. As I loaded my things into the truck, I glanced back at the woods. Nothing moved, but I felt something there, watching. The drive back was tense. Every time I glanced in the mirror, I expected to see someone step out of the trees. But there was nothing, just the empty road stretching ahead. When I finally reached town, I pulled into a gas station and sat there for a long time, gripping the steering wheel. The silence of that forest, those slow, deliberate footsteps in the night, I couldn't shake it. I never went back to that cabin. I never even tried to find out who had been there. Some things, I think, are better left unknown. I needed a break from everything. Work, the noise of the city, the constant rush of life. So, I rented a cabin deep in the woods for a week. It was supposed to be peaceful, quiet, a place where I could clear my head. I had been to remote cabins before, but never one this isolated. That was part of the appeal. The drive took almost 5 hours. The last stretch was a narrow dirt road, barely wide enough for my car. Trees lined both sides, thick and tall, blocking most of the sunlight. The cabin was small but sturdy, made of dark wood with a slanted roof. It had a small front porch, a single window facing the woods, and a door that looked like it hadn't been opened in a long time. I parked my car a few feet away, grabbed my bag, and went inside. The air smelled of dust and old wood. There was a small kitchen, a single bed, a fireplace, and a wooden table with a chair. It was simple, but that was all I needed. I dropped my bag on the floor and started unpacking. By the time I finished, the sun was already setting. The forest outside grew darker, the trees turning into black shapes against the dimming sky. I lit a fire in the fireplace and sat down, listening to the quiet. No cars, no voices, just the sound of the wind moving through the trees. Felt good to be away from everything. At some point, I heard something outside, a rustling sound, like someone or something moving through the trees. I figured it was an animal, maybe a deer or a fox. I ignored it and went back to staring at the fire. But the noise didn't stop. It was slow, steady, circling the cabin. I held my breath, listening. After a while, the sound faded. I told myself it was nothing. The woods were full of animals. There was no reason to be afraid. Still, I made sure the door was locked before going to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint red glow across the room. Something felt off. I stayed still, listening. Then I heard it, a soft creaking sound, like weight shifting on the wooden porch. My heart started pounding. I reached for the flashlight next to my bed, but I didn't turn it on. I just lay there waiting. The sound came again, slow, deliberate. Someone was out there. I wanted to get up, to check the window, but I couldn't move. I just listened. The creaking stopped. Then, a soft scraping sound against the wood, like fingers running over the surface of the door. I gripped the flashlight so tight my hand hurt. My mind raced. Who would be out here? The nearest town was miles away. I hadn't seen another person since I arrived. The scraping stopped. Silence. I waited, barely breathing. Minutes passed. Then, finally, I heard footsteps moving away from the cabin. Slow at first, then faster, disappearing into the woods. I didn't sleep after that. I lay awake, listening, waiting for the sound to return. Didn't. When the sun finally rose, I got up and checked outside. There were no footprints on the porch, no signs that anyone had been there, but I knew what I heard. I spent the day trying to shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. I kept looking out the window, expecting to see something in the trees. Nothing, just the endless stretch of forest. That night, I locked the door and kept the flashlight in my hand. I didn't light a fire. I wanted to be able to hear everything. Hours passed. Then, just like the night before, I heard it again. The soft creaking of the porch. The slow scrape of fingers against wood. I didn't move. I just gripped the flashlight, heart pounding. The sound lasted longer this time. Whoever it was, they weren't leaving. Then, a new sound. The doorknob rattling. Not hard, not enough to break it, just testing. My breath caught in my throat. The rattling stopped. Silence. Then a whisper. Too low to understand. Just a breath of sound against the wood. I stayed frozen, every muscle in my body locked. After what felt like hours, the sound stopped. The footsteps retreated again, disappearing into the woods. I didn't wait for morning. I grabbed my bag, threw open the door, and ran to my car. I drove away as fast as I could, not stopping until I was miles away from that place. I never went back. I don't know who or what was out there. I don't want to know. But I do know one thing. I wasn't alone in that cabin. I had always wanted to spend some time alone in a cabin, away from everything. Life had been stressful and I needed a break. A friend of mine had mentioned an old family-owned cabin deep in the woods that wasn't used anymore. He told me I could stay there for a few days if I wanted. It wasn't anything fancy, but it had electricity, running water, and enough supplies to last a while. It seemed perfect. The drive was long. The paved roads turned into dirt ones, and eventually, I had to park my car and hike the last stretch. The cabin was isolated, surrounded by nothing but trees and silence. It looked old but solid, with thick wooden walls and a simple porch out front. There were no neighbors, no signs of people for miles. Exactly what I wanted. The inside was basic but comfortable. A fireplace, a small kitchen, an old wooden table, and a single bedroom with a creaky bed. The windows were covered in dust. The air smelled like wood and age. There was a radio, but no phone signal. I didn't mind. I had brought books, food, and enough to keep me busy. The first day was peaceful. I sat on the porch, listened to the wind in the trees, and felt my stress melt away. I cooked a simple meal, read for a while, and went to bed early. The quiet was soothing. The first night, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why at first. Then I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, just a faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. I stayed still, listening. Could have been an animal. A deer, maybe. I turned over, tried to ignore it, and eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, I found footprints near the porch. Not animal tracks. Human. They weren't mine. They circled the cabin, stopping just below the windows. My stomach tightened. There was no reason for anyone to be out here. The cabin was miles away from any main road, and I hadn't seen a single person on the way in. I told myself it was old. Maybe someone had been here before, maybe a hunter or hiker. The ground was dry, the prints could have been from days ago, but they looked fresh. I spent the day exploring the area, trying to shake the unease. The woods were dense, stretching endlessly in every direction. I found an old shed behind the cabin, mostly empty except for rusted tools and a pile of firewood. Nothing unusual. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every now and then, I'd catch movement in the trees. Just shadows, I told myself. Just the wind. That night, I locked the doors and windows before going to bed. I kept the fire low, listened to the crackling, and tried to push my thoughts away. But I couldn't sleep. Hours passed, and I just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Then I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving around the cabin. I held my breath, heart pounding. I wanted to believe it was an animal, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The steps were too steady, too human. They stopped right outside the window. I stayed completely still. The air felt heavy. Then I heard a soft sound. The doorknob turning. Not rattling, not forced, just a slow, quiet turn. Whoever it was, they were trying to be careful. The door was locked, but I knew that wouldn't matter if they really wanted to get in. My mind raced. I had a knife in the kitchen, a fire poker near the fireplace, but I didn't dare move. Minutes passed, stretched endlessly. Then the footsteps moved again, slowly, around the cabin, fading into the trees. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed awake, listening. When morning finally came, I stepped outside, half expecting to see nothing. But the footprints were there, fresh ones, leading from the woods, circling the cabin, stopping at the door. I packed my things, fast. I didn't care how peaceful the place was supposed to be. I wasn't staying another night. The hike back to my car felt longer than before. Every snap of a twig made my skin crawl. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, but there was nothing. Just trees, silence, and that unbearable feeling that I wasn't alone. When I finally reached my car, I locked the doors and drove until I was back on paved roads. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I never told my friend what happened. I just thanked him for letting me use the cabin and made up some excuse about cutting the trip short. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw, and I know someone was out there. I had been looking forward to this cabin trip for months. I needed the break. Life had been stressful, and the thought of spending a few days alone in a remote cabin deep in the woods felt like the perfect escape. No distractions, no noise, just me and nature. I had booked the place through a small rental site, run by a local who barely advertised it. That was part of the appeal. The drive was long, taking me far from any major town. The roads became narrower, winding through thick forest until eventually, I was on a dirt path that barely looked used. The GPS had stopped working an hour ago, but I had printed directions just in case. The last stretch of road was rough, with potholes and tree roots pushing through the ground. Finally, I saw the cabin. A small wooden structure, simple but sturdy, sitting in a clearing surrounded by tall pines. I parked and stepped out, stretching after the long drive. The air was crisp and clean, the silence deep. No traffic, no distant hum of civilization. Just the sound of the wind moving through the trees. The cabin was exactly as described. One room with a small kitchen, a fireplace, a bed against the far wall, and a bathroom with an old but functional shower. There was no electricity, just a few oil lamps and a wood-burning stove. That was fine. I had packed everything I needed: food, extra blankets, even a book or two for the evenings. I spent the first couple of hours settling in, unpacking my bag, and checking the place out. The only sign of other people was a small stack of firewood left by the owner, neatly arranged under the overhang of the porch. I appreciated that. It meant I wouldn't have to go looking for dry wood right away. I started a fire in the stove, making the cabin warm and comfortable as the sun started to set. That first night was peaceful. The fire crackled softly, and I sat on the small wooden chair near the window, sipping hot tea and enjoying the quiet. The darkness outside was absolute. No streetlights, no distant glow from a town, just blackness beyond the trees. I felt safe inside, though. The thick logs of the cabin felt solid, protective. I slept well. The bed was old but comfortable, and the warmth from the stove kept the chill away. I woke up early, made a simple breakfast, and decided to explore the area. There were no marked trails, but I had brought a map and compass. I walked through the woods, following no particular path, just enjoying the fresh air and the solitude. A few hours in, I noticed something strange. A boot print in the mud. It wasn't mine. It was bigger, deeper. Someone else had been here recently. I stood still, listening. The forest was quiet, only the occasional rustle of leaves as a breeze passed through. I looked around but saw nothing unusual. Still, the print unsettled me. I wasn't expecting to run into anyone out here. The owner had told me the cabin was rarely rented, and there were no other homes or camps nearby. I kept walking but stayed more alert. Every snapping twig, every shifting shadow put me on edge. After another hour, I turned back. I had seen enough for one day. Back at the cabin, I locked the door behind me. It felt unnecessary, but the sight of that footprint had left a feeling I couldn't shake. I spent the rest of the day close to the cabin, gathering more firewood and making a simple meal. As the sun set, I felt more uneasy than before. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Then, as I was preparing to go to bed, I heard it. A sound outside, a soft crunch of leaves. I froze. For a moment, I held my breath, listening. The sound didn't come again, but my heart was pounding. I moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows. I waited for several minutes before stepping back. Maybe it was an animal. That had to be it. I went to bed but didn't sleep well. Every noise outside made me tense. At some point, exhaustion won, and I drifted off. In the morning, I stepped outside, scanning the ground around the cabin. Then I saw them. More footprints. Not just one set, two. They circled the cabin, stopping near the window where I had been last night. Someone had been watching me. I felt sick. This wasn't just some lost hiker. Someone had come close. Someone had stood outside my cabin while I slept. I grabbed my bag, threw everything inside without bothering to organize it, and locked the cabin behind me. My truck was still there, untouched. I got in, started the engine, and left without looking back. The drive back felt longer. Every mile put more distance between me and whatever or whoever had been out there. When I got home, I emailed the cabin owner, telling him what happened. He responded quickly, saying no one else had rented the place in months. He seemed concerned but had no answers. I haven't gone back. I love the wilderness, but I won't stay in a remote cabin alone again. Some places are better left undisturbed. I always loved getting away from everything, just shutting out the world for a few days. That was why I rented a cabin deep in the woods, far from any town, far from people, far from anything. It was supposed to be peaceful, a way to relax and disconnect. But looking back, I wish I had never gone there. The cabin was old but solid. It was a one-room structure with a small kitchen, a fireplace, and a bed pushed against the far wall. The wooden floors creaked under my boots when I stepped inside. The air smelled faintly of dust and wood smoke. There was no electricity, just a few old gas lamps hanging from the walls. It was exactly what I was looking for. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked my gear, set up a small fire outside, and made some food. The quiet was almost too much at first. No cars, no voices, just the wind through the trees and the occasional rustle of an animal in the underbrush. I spent the evening sitting by the fire, eating, watching the sky darken. When the cold started creeping in, I went inside, locked the door, and settled in for the night. I woke up in the middle of the night. Something felt off. I wasn't sure what had woken me, but the air inside the cabin felt different, heavier somehow. I listened for a while, but all I could hear was the wind outside. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me and forced myself back to sleep. The next morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the dirt, circling the cabin. They were deep, heavy prints, not the light tracks of an animal. Someone had been there, walking around while I slept. I felt a chill run through me. I wasn't alone out here. I spent the rest of the day on edge. I kept checking the tree line, expecting to see someone watching me, but there was no one. I tried to push the fear down, telling myself it was probably just some hunter passing through. Maybe they saw the cabin and got curious. That was possible, right? That night, I locked the door and set a chair against it. I kept my knife next to me, barely sleeping. Every little noise made me jump. The wind against the windows, the crackling of cooling wood. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Then, around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving around the cabin. My heart pounded in my chest. I gripped my knife, staying as still as possible. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I could hear breathing, slow and steady. Whoever was out there was standing just on the other side of the wood. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just waited. Minutes passed. Then, just as silently as they had come, the footsteps moved away. I listened until I couldn't hear them anymore. When the sun came up, I packed my things and left without looking back. I never found out who was out there that night. I never went back to that cabin. Some places are meant to be left alone. I decided to rent a cabin deep in the woods for a weekend. I needed time away from everything. Work, people, the constant noise of the city. The thought of being completely alone in nature with no distractions sounded perfect. I found a place online, an old but well-maintained cabin that was far from any town, surrounded by nothing but forest. It had no Wi-Fi, no TV, and barely any cell service. That was exactly what I wanted. Just me, the woods, and some peace and quiet. The drive out was long. The roads got narrower the further I went, turning from paved to gravel, then finally to dirt. The last stretch had no signs, just a winding path through thick trees. I followed the directions carefully and eventually spotted the cabin, sitting alone at the end of the trail. It was small, with a slanted roof and a wraparound porch. The wood was dark and weathered, but everything looked sturdy. I parked my car next to the cabin and grabbed my bags. The air smelled fresh, the way only deep woods can. Everything was still and quiet. Too quiet. No birds. No wind through the trees. Just an eerie silence. I brushed it off and unlocked the door, stepping inside. The place was simple, one main room with a fireplace, a small kitchen, and a bedroom in the back. There was an old wooden table with 2 chairs, a dusty bookshelf, and a single couch facing the fireplace. The windows were small, and the only light came from the dim bulbs powered by a generator. It wasn't fancy, but it was exactly what I had wanted. I set my bags down and walked around, getting a feel for the place. The wooden floors creaked under my feet. The walls had old hunting photos and a few shelves with random books. The bed was small but looked comfortable enough. I checked my phone, no service. I expected that. The rental listing had warned about it. I took a deep breath and sat down on the couch, letting the silence settle in. It felt strange at first, but I told myself I would get used to it. As night fell, the cabin grew colder. I started a fire in the fireplace, using the stack of wood left by the owner. The flames flickered, casting shadows across the walls. I made a simple meal, ate by the fire, then stretched out on the couch with a book. The stillness of the place was almost soothing now. No emails, no traffic noise, just the crackling fire and the occasional creak of the old wood. Then I heard something outside, a faint rustling, like footsteps in the leaves. I sat up, listening. The fire popped, but beyond that, everything was still. I shook my head and went back to my book, convincing myself it was an animal, probably a deer or a raccoon. But the uneasy feeling stayed with me. When I went to bed, I made sure the door was locked, though I doubted anyone was out there. Who would be this deep in the woods? I woke up in the middle of the night. Something had pulled me from sleep, but I didn't know what. The fire had burned low, and the room was dim. I listened, holding my breath. Then I heard it, a soft scraping sound against the cabin wall. It was slow, deliberate. My skin prickled. I reached for my flashlight and pointed it at the window, but the glass reflected nothing but the faint glow of the embers. I waited, listening. The sound stopped. I stayed awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted back to sleep. Morning came, and I felt silly for being so on edge. I stepped outside with my coffee, taking in the fresh air. The ground was damp from the night's dew. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. Footprints, fresh ones, leading from the trees to the side of the cabin. They weren't mine. I looked around, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. The footprints didn't go all the way around the cabin. They stopped near the bedroom window. My chest tightened. Someone had been outside while I was sleeping, close enough to touch the walls. I looked back at the footprints, trying to judge their size. They were normal, too normal. Not boots, not hiking shoes. Just regular footprints, like someone had been walking barefoot. I went back inside and locked the door. My thoughts raced. Who would be out here? There were no other cabins nearby, no roads leading anywhere past mine. I checked my phone again. Still no service. I thought about leaving, but I had paid for the full weekend, and it seemed ridiculous to run just because of some footprints. Maybe some local had wandered by. Maybe it was a prank. I forced myself to push the fear away. The rest of the day was quiet. I stayed near the cabin, not wanting to go too deep into the woods. As the sun started to set, I double-checked all the locks and made sure the fire was big enough to last a while. I sat on the couch, listening. Nothing. The forest was silent again. Then, just as I was about to relax, I heard it. Tap. Light, almost hesitant, against the window. My stomach twisted. I turned my head slowly. My breath caught in my throat. The window was small, the glass slightly fogged from the cold air inside. I couldn't see anything out there. Another tap. My hands gripped the armrest of the couch. I didn't move. The tapping stopped. I stayed awake all night. I didn't sleep, didn't even close my eyes for more than a few minutes at a time. Every creak of the wood, every shift of the fire made me jump. When the first light of morning came, I had already made up my mind. I packed my things in record time, barely even stopping to eat. I didn't care if I had paid for another night. I was leaving. As I loaded my bag into the car, I looked at the cabin one last time. That's when I saw it. Something that made my breath catch. The footprints from the night before, they were gone. But there were new ones, fresh ones, leading from the cabin back into the woods. Someone had been watching me. I didn't stay to find out who. I got in my car and drove, not looking back. The road seemed longer this time, the trees pressing in on either side. I didn't stop until I was miles away. Even then, my hands were shaking on the wheel. I don't know who was out there or what they wanted, but I do know one thing: I won't ever go back to that cabin again.